A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, let me see. Let me get the audio on and get camera going. Okay, wow. Standby mode ended pretty quick here. Hey, Sarah, how's it going today? Yes, boots on the ground would be much appreciated. I believe there are storms kind of working into your area there. Severe warning storms. They've actually worked all the way across Missouri this afternoon and now into the late afternoon. Severe thunderstorm warnings, Chesterfield, up into areas around St. Charles in Missouri. Looks like earlier there was another storm in St. Louis severe, so now another big cluster working through the same area. There's also severe warning storms down here in southern Missouri, and I just saw a post on social media that there's something like 40,000 customers without power in south central Missouri. So these storms have had off and on severe history. I was just posting about being in standby mode. We were watching kind of a scattered number of severe storms. And then just in the last, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, three things just happened. We've had two tornado warnings, one in the Chicago area, south of Chicago, and then one also our first one of the day, I think. A tornado warning. You can see it if the camera loads on our screen here. It's crossing I-94 near Melrose, Minnesota. Not an area that was a high-end severe weather area today. I think this is only in a marginal risk level 1 out of 5, but it shows you that when you have a lot of instability in the summer heat and you have um, there's a jet stream up in this area, random storms can do things. So we have this area of rotation right in there on the southern flank. It is kind of an isolated supercell storm. And yeah, it's kind of riding right down I-94 from Sauk Center through Melrose, New Munich. And you can see the tornado warning there continues. This is in Minnesota till 4:45 for Stearns County, central Minnesota. And that storm is tracking to the southeast only 15 miles an hour. So heads up there, Muir Grove, Greenwald, New Munich, Freeport. Looks like they're trimming the warning just a little bit away from the Sauk Center. And that's going to continue basically paralleling and now just south of I-94. Okay. Well, there's the wall cloud with it. That's going to be the area of rotation just south of 94. Back up in here, this hazy, darker color, that's going to be your hail core. That camera is at Highway 94 and 238. So that's looking straight towards that rotating supercell there. That is a nasty supercell. Can't tell if there's anything on the ground. There's quite a bit of trees right in there, but that is a low-hanging wall cloud, it looks like. And yeah, seeing that rotation there, mesocyclone continues there. Don't see any correlation coefficient on it, but certainly will keep an eye on that camera perspective. May get a better look at it as it gets away from some of the trees there and continues to work to the east-southeast. But that is that's an impressive structure for one random supercell in Minnesota. There's a couple other severe warnings there. Today is definitely a day where we may not get to all of your severe warnings just because there are, I think right now, about 47 of them. And there may be one or two more. But there's quite a bit now as we get into late afternoon. We've reached peak heating on the East Coast as well as the central U.S. So these storms are really starting to tap that energy. This was a fairly short-lived tornado warning, it looks like. Let me double check, make sure it's... They just took that away. Yeah, they just dropped that tornado warning. So I don't see anything crazy tornadic in there right now. But yeah, just a couple minutes ago, before it was tornado warning, that storm started to spin just to the south and east of Pontiac, Illinois. There's your area of rotation. And you can see just a few minutes ago, it started to poke out a little QLCS circulation. They did also warn the whole line segment just a couple minutes ago. So that area is also surging out with some damaging winds with that backward C-shaped. We mentioned that earlier. Hey, Stones, happy 4th of July for you. When I was in standby mode a couple minutes ago, Stones, I just responded to your post. I'm so sorry. I took forever to see that. So usually I get like a post notification, but somehow I didn't see that last night. So I apologize.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
But yeah, that is quickly gusted out. That is the one always possibility with these transient QLCS circulations is since they are on the leading edge, they are susceptible to outflow dominance. And that one very quickly gusted out. We'll keep an eye on it though. There's still this little kind of notch feature in here. It's a lot broader than it was, but that may try and spin again. There's also another little notch kind of right up in there. Nothing spinning on that really yet, but we'll keep an eye on it since it's in a similar environment. They have also worn that whole line tornado possible tag. 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through Column, Chatsworth, approaching Cabaret, and then it's going to head over towards the I-57 corridor. That's a nasty line of storms with a heavily traveled interstate Buckley, Gilman, Danforth, up to Clinton, and then just areas south of Kankakee, Illinois. Heads up on those storms. We also have another cluster of storms, tornado possible tag, heading into Chicago. You can see the gustier winds in this profile. There's also been rounds of storms already today, so a ton of flash flood warnings also in this area in northern Illinois. Please turn around, don't drown. And, oh geez, lost power already. Yeah, that's not good. If you lose power in the extreme heat, that is that is a dangerous situation. Hopefully it comes back on pretty soon. The one good thing down in eastern Missouri is there's not a ton of storms behind you guys like we've dealt with through the afternoon in the areas in Chicago and Illinois. So after those storms clear and after the lightning threat clears, they should be able to get out and hopefully service some of those power lines, especially in this area west of St. Louis. And that's going to continue pushing through St. Louis. The one area that may be a little trickier is as this line and cluster sags towards the south. Some of this may get held up in southern Missouri, kind of extend any potential power outage situations. What's up, Cruz? How are you doing today? The other situation is in the last couple minutes is we have had a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is out of the Shenandoahs and the Appalachians in western Virginia, Augusta County in western Virginia. It's moving to the northeast. 80-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail are possible in this storm cluster near Churchville and surging out through Churchville now up towards the north. They've also added a considerable threat severe thunderstorm for a bunch of these counties: Shenandoah County, Rockingham, Page, Augusta, Harrisonburg, Highland, and Pendleton County, or those are all Highland County up to there, all counties in western Virginia, and then Pendleton and Hardy counties, eastern West Virginia. That's a big warning polygon. It covers this whole cluster now that's surging up to the north. Bridgewater, Harrisonburg, that's a fairly large community out here in western Virginia. Singers Grove, Broadway. It's also sliding up I-81 towards Mount Jackson. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds, as well as outside of that, the considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Treat this like a tornado warning if you're over here in the Harrisonburg area, especially towards Bridgewater. And there's the wall cloud. Look at that. That is impressive. Hopefully this loads again. Yeah, there's the wall cloud. I don't think there's anything on the ground unless there's a circulation that we don't see that can happen, uncondensed circulation. At least in that perspective right now, there is not a condensed funnel on the ground. Honestly, I did not expect to be getting scenes like this today, but there it is. That is the tornadic storm also in Minnesota. We have a ton of storms moving through the Appalachians and Alleghenies in Pennsylvania up into the Catskills of New York, and we'll get to some of those warnings. They're starting to push into some more populated areas towards the East Coast. You can see basically all of Pennsylvania under severe thunderstorm watch. Most of southern New York, including the Capital Corridor over towards Syracuse, up towards the Hudson Valley, most of the Hudson Valley under severe thunderstorm watch, as well as all of New Jersey, all of Delaware, all of Maryland, quite a bit of the Mid-Atlantic also under severe thunderstorm watch. Wow, look at that. That is impressive. For Minnesota, that is a low-hanging wall cloud. Let's go back up to Minnesota. I'll keep that, yeah, I'll keep that on the bottom of the screen right now. Wow. Sorry for the crop. I did not have Minnesota traffic cameras pulled up in the couple hours I was doing for streaming prep and then standby mode. I did not pull those traffic cameras and have them all nice and cropped ready for you. Yeah, and that rotation is just south of the interstate. It's near New Munich. Let me zoom in there. Yeah, just east of Mere Grove. We're looking at rotation there. Winds going away from the radar and then surging out towards the radar. Rotation tucked up right in there. So that's what we're looking at. This little kind of, it's rain wrapped a little bit, but this little ball right in there, that is your area of rotation. And yeah, don't see anything that screams tornado on the ground at the moment. Just behind that, that is all the hail tucked up in there. That is unfortunately headed towards our camera. This lighter gray area, that's the hail core. Yeah, this is the area of rotation. I don't see like a ton of fast moving rotation, but just kind of looking here, just seeing Yeah, there's definitely rotation in here. You can follow some of the little scud tags, the little tags of air that are hanging down. They're little cool pockets. That's why they're condensed and they just hang down below the wall cloud. But if you follow a couple of them around, they're moving pretty slowly. But I was following one from right about there. It's now a little bit further towards the right. And then there's another one that I was following also from right about there, and that's to the right. So yeah, there is rotation in there. It's not doesn't look, at least on the rate on the camera, it doesn't look like rapid rotation, but there is rotation in there. ST Win, welcome, welcome. Yes, thank you everybody for joining. Yeah, already up to 24. That's not bad for 4th of July. And I think we're going to be on for quite a bit into the evening. So if you have 4th of July plans, just, keep us on a tablet, keep us on a side screen, and just, keep us around, especially if you have outdoor plans today. But there's that wall cloud. Yeah, the hail core is going to be starting to head towards us. So this camera may get obscured by some of the rain and hail. What else is going on in this little section of the storm? Okay, radar out of Minneapolis. This other cell has a little bit of broad rotation too, a little bit more just a few minutes ago. This rotation has backed off some. You can still see an impressive wall cloud, but the rotation was stronger as it got tornado warned just a few minutes ago, especially right up in there just south of I-94. Some of that is a little bit of hail contamination, that's why it's so bright, but the actual rotation is just on that leading edge, that little hook right in there, past just south of Melrose and now just south of Munich, or New Munich. Very impressive. Okay.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Here comes some wind. Okay, this is actually interesting. The flags down here, see some America 250 flags and an American flag. They're blowing towards the storm. So that is showing the inflow in here. That checks out. That's all red.
A new flash
so
flood
this is
warning
your
has been issued.
Forward flank inflow in here through the Albany area. And yeah, that gets funneled into that mesocyclone that we can see on the camera there. So that's all wind. It's getting funneled into the mesocyclone and then funneled up through the rotating updraft. That's a mesocyclone into the storm system. So that is very impressive. Yeah, it's a supercell. It's an HP supercell. It has a lot of heavy rain and precip in it. But yeah, what's it being warned for? 1-inch hail, now up to $half size hail. New Munich, Freeport, Albany. Interestingly, it appears like they may not continue the tornado warning, even though we do have a low-hanging wall cloud on it that is rotating a little bit. Come on. As the storm gets closer with the hail core, we may lose this camera a little bit. Yeah, there you can see this rotation is actually getting a little bit more rain-wrapped, with the circulation a little bit hazier to see there. And yeah, there is that flag. Those are going to be blowing to the from the northeast to the southwest into that area of circulation. So that is on that leading edge, that forward flank, funneling air into that circulation. Very interesting to see this. This is why we have a vast network of traffic cameras and other cameras in multiple states, as well as a couple chasers now. None are in Minnesota. So that is interesting. But yeah, that's why it does help to see visually what the storm is doing if we can. At the same time, we see it on radar. Yeah, still showing rotation. It's just backed off just a little bit. Okay, did not expect to see that today. We've lost our other tornado warnings. That's good to see. And then we still have that destructive tag.
A new flash flood warning has been
Let me show you what
issued.
we're kind of dealing with today. This is what I just posted basically on social media. as we were still kind of on standby mode, and I was hoping to go live in about an hour. That's not going to happen. I was hoping to get some 4th of July dinner in, but we'll make it work. So anyway, as I was in standby mode, I was looking at all these severe warnings. There's about 45 to 47 of them. They're fairly scattered right now. There's not a ton of organization to them at the moment. One of the more organized clusters is that area that was just tornado warned coming into the Chicago area. The other organized cluster, somewhat organized, is pushing through St. Louis. And then it's just kind of a mess right now of clusters, multiple clusters of storms across Pennsylvania, southern New York, and into Virginia right now. The models do continue to show upscale organization. If I quickly go over to our latest HRRR run, it'll show you some of that organization in the next, actually expected fairly soon in the next couple hours, especially across Oklahoma, where there now is a severe thunderstorm watch. This could be some clusters of damaging wind and potential for some large hail, as well as maybe even a tornado or two. This is part of that enhanced risk. The one interesting thing, because of earlier storms, and you can see kind of the remnants of those, there is a cool pool of air that's tucked up into the eastern portions of Kansas, as well as much of Missouri. That may push some of the severe weather a little bit further south than the original enhanced risk that goes kind of up like this. It may slide things a little bit further south, and some of the model data is hinting at that. You can see some stronger storms a little closer to the I-40 corridor, closer to Oklahoma City, closer to Tulsa. We'll see if they make any adjustments to later updates by the Storm Prediction Center. But that's something to note. We also, looks like we'll continue to see clusters of storms across the East Coast. These are potential for mostly damaging winds. Hail and tornadoes are not a big factor there. They've increased the wind percentage. If you watched our morning briefing today, they did increase the wind percentage. There now is a 45% probability for damaging winds in that corridor from just south of Philadelphia through Baltimore, Washington, and then just to the north of Richmond. So they have not, oh, they did. Okay, they did in the afternoon. As of our earlier report, they did not have a CGI level. Now they do. So there is a potential in here, conditional intensity guidance level 1 from Philadelphia down through Baltimore, Washington. That could mean some 75-mile-an-hour winds in here. Isolated pockets of 75-mile-an-hour gusts. But the overall probability is high at 45%. That is the Storm Prediction Center saying that pretty much there's going to be a high probability of damaging winds in here. That's 45% of a location within 25 miles. So pick any location in there. There's a close to a 50-50 chance of damaging winds. And yeah, some of that could be CIG level 1, which is in that 75-mile-an-hour hurricane force gusts. They also do have a larger area of CGI intensity 1 for the wind out in the southern plains. That is centered especially now into eastern Oklahoma and northern Oklahoma and extreme southern Kansas. Okay, they have made a little bit of change. They have nudged that enhanced risk down a little bit further south. Yeah, it gets closer to the Oklahoma City area. It crosses I-40 in eastern Oklahoma. So that checks out. That follows more of the model guidance that we're going to get storms upscaling quickly across this area, like Canadian to Woodward, and that cluster will move towards the east later into the evening. So that's going to be one of the main hazards. And then not as organized of clusters, it appears, but pockets of clustering in these eastern areas. And you can see some of the storms are starting to cluster together a little bit more. There's a cluster here. There's that cluster that is destructive warn near Harrisonburg. Also another one here. Not a ton of organization, but yeah, we do have to watch for any of these clusters could be supportive of hurricane force wind gusts, especially in that enhanced risk area, Washington to Philadelphia and down towards the areas in Richmond. Anywhere in the yellow, though, there is a possibility of severe storms off and on. A little bit higher, I think, chance right in this area. This was another area that we highlighted in our morning forecast video that I was pretty much expecting that the Storm Prediction Center would fill in. This morning, this was still a level 1 risk. They have filled that not enhanced, but slight risk in across Illinois, Indiana, and into Ohio, as it does look like the models are supportive of this 1 or 2 clusters of storms continuing to work towards the east, mostly a damaging wind risk. Again, we may get isolated tornado risks, especially on the leading edge of a couple of those stronger clusters, and then especially in the southern plains, that's where you have the hail risk later today as well. Boy, it's a busy day already. Hey, Highland. Welcome back, Cruz. Hunter, how's it going? Yeah, Springfield, Illinois. You guys might get more storms, especially if some of this action works its way up. And there is kind of a scattered amount of storms everywhere. Really a lot of places, from basically east of the Rockies. There is isolated scattered storms, not in a lot of organized convective systems right now, but yeah, there's a potential for isolated severe storms in quite a few places. We've had a couple in Arkansas today, a couple in the southeast. There's a couple also now in Minnesota, and a couple also in the High Plains. And yeah, that other slight risk area in the High Plains is also for later tonight. The model supports looks like 5, 6 o'clock storms starting to get going, and more of a wind and hail risk also out there. This may end up being the more focal point into the evening, this enhanced risk across Oklahoma and southern Kansas. I think we're still going to have to deal with a lot of severe storms, potentially still from the Chicago area, pushing into Indiana. So that may be another focus point. And then, especially with the populations here, we will kind of focus in on some of these areas. Although, yeah, I don't know. I think we'll get some isolated gusts in that considerable threat range, but the models haven't been super supportive of like one organized system. So it's going to be very sporadic. It's a little bit hard to forecast where exactly or who exactly in that risk area is going to get more of those severe gusts. All right, let's get back to live radar. So we do have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be a new one, and it's not even that other destructive tag. It's going to be areas along I-95, just east and northeast of Fredericksburg. That's going to be for Stafford, Triangle, Dumfries, Virginia. And that is going to be, let me clear off the enhanced risk. Just kind of clear everything out just a little bit, make it a little easier to read. Moving northeast or north at 20 miles an hour, 80-mile-an-hour winds, radar indicated. That is for Charles, Stafford, King George, and Prince William counties. I think I popped on Cruise. I popped on your stream like briefly. I think when I was loading up the video this morning, our morning post video. I think I popped on briefly to say hi, but you weren't on. I can take a closer look at it. Let's see. Okay, there's your little pockets of gusty winds. It's basically along I-95 and in the Stafford area, moving Whitewater Beach, Widewater, Quantico Marine base is in this warning. So this is a pretty nasty warning here. Dumfries, Triangle, Quantico. This is also the Potomac River here, south of Washington, D.C. It's a heavily boated area, especially for recreational boating. So anywhere there along, and people are going to be out on the water because boats tend to congregate towards the fireworks show later tonight. So this is a dangerous situation. This is a dangerous, destructive severe thunderstorm working up the Potomac. Yeah, you can see that surging out. Stafford, Dumfries. Let's get a camera over there. Had some cameras over there, but not in that specific area. So I just need to scroll up just a little bit. And perfect. Camera's right here. Okay. That wall cloud has left. Here's our cameras thanks to Virginia 511. This is a camera that we'll definitely focus on later tonight. This is the Washington Monument there in Washington, D.C. This is looking across the bridge from Alexandria into Washington, D.C. I have seen boats going by this camera as we were getting the stream loaded up. So yeah, there's already people in the water. And you can see if you're outside those thunderstorm complexes, it's actually a pretty nice day. It's hot. There goes a boat right there. That may be fire or police. I can't tell, but they also do have the bridge here blocked off. You can see the exit is blocked off. There's workers prepping for the fireworks show, and I believe this is a Virginia trooper down here. But yeah, there's boats on the water on the Potomac, and this is a dangerous situation riding up the Potomac. Here's a look closer to that. This is I-95 at 149. It's going to be in the Stafford area, just north of Stafford. So this is in our pocket of potentially damaging to destructive winds. We'll see here. This is actually a really nice camera because of the trees. You can see the trees blowing in the distance, or not even distance, in the foreground. Destructive winds on the leading edge of that. So just approaching Stafford now, and then Aquia Harbor, Boswell Corner, Quantico, Camp Barrett. Those areas are under the gun. Let me move this just a little bit. I think we're in okay shape there, I think. Okay, yeah, we're near this area here, Garrisonville. So there's a bit of rain on this camera, but it's going to get downhill a lot quicker in the next couple minutes. Storms are closing in on the Washington, D.C. metro in Northern Virginia. It's actually been a pretty storm-free day so far. And yeah, considerable threat continues there around Harrisonburg. We have other storms in the western portions of Virginia, Charlottesville, down to Livingston, down through Lynchburg, Timberlake, Alta Vista. A big batch of severe storms right there. They're all basically quarters and 60 at the moment. Hey, TF guy. Hope you're doing well. Happy 4th of July. And then this batch has actually missed DC. It's kind of cruising to the east-northeast up into portions of Maryland. This may get up towards Hagerstown, Walkersville, and Frederick. It looks like this batch will miss the Washington, D.C. metro. We have other severe warning storms in south-central Pennsylvania, Shippensburg to Chambersburg. A big batch of storms also severe warned around Pittsburgh, Greensburg, Waynesburg, a lot of burgs. Northern Cambria, and Ebensburg. Yeah, bunch of severe warning storms. Nothing too intense in here. They're all basically quarters and 60. There's one for damaging considerable threat winds around Waynesburg. That is a little bit of a feistier storm. Keeping an eye on that camera. Up into the Scranton area. This is also another storm that has a considerable threat for destructive winds, or not destructive, considerable threat winds. 70-mile-an-hour winds for the most part in that complex. Just checking a little bit for rotation in there. I don't see any really strong rotation there. And then a couple batches of storms. They're approaching the Hudson Valley around Hudson and Livingston. 60-mile-an-hour winds there, 60, and small hail potentially in this area around Sydney and Delhi. And those may get towards the Hudson Valley later tonight. Okay, back into Chicago. We've had the flash flood warnings. Severe storms continue, especially on the south sides of town. This is a bit of a convective system here. You can see there's actually a little MCV in here with the broad rotation showing as the little localized area of low pressure that's in here near Bolingbrook and Lockport. That's going to drive the winds on the leading edge of this. And that may continue some of those damaging winds into the Chicago area, but especially on this leading edge here. Looks like that's where we're seeing some of those more higher end winds in there. Tornado possible tag and 60-mile-an-hour winds around Ross, Highland, Schurville, Hobart, down towards Crown Point. That's the leading edge of that complex of storms. Another little area there that's kind of bowing out towards Shelby. That's crossing I-65. How's that look on our cameras? Because we've had cameras over there too. We have cameras all over in a bunch of states, but there's Oklahoma City, looking west from Oklahoma City. There was the Supercell in Minnesota a little bit ago. Maryland, that camera is being weird. But this is at National Harbor and I-95, I-495 looking south at National Harbor. That camera may be more important in a couple more minutes with that destructive tag coming up this way. Okay, that's northern Indiana. That camera actually may be behind the storms or around the storms. The storms may have gone around that camera. That's at Lafayette, Indiana. So let's move this. I hate to move these Indiana cameras because some of them are a little bit sketchy sometimes. But let's move this up towards Crown Point. Yeah, see, that's closer to the storm, so it's more. Oh, there it goes. Surprising. Yeah, the surge of wind is pushing out across the highway just north of this camera perspective, but we'll see the winds pick up on this camera too. And then here is I-95 at Route 1. This is a area that has that destructive severe thunderstorm. This is looking north on Route 1. You can see the trees blowing away from the camera. But just in the last couple minutes here, starting to see the rain curtains pick up. I haven't seen any destructive winds in that storm yet, but still that is a possibility in here. And they've surrounded this whole storm complex also with a considerable threat, 75 or 70 mile an hour wind threat. And yeah, that's going to continue there toward Boswell Corner. Oh man, that pocket of heaviest wind is basically right at this camera location. So we'll see. That might mean there's not a lot of 70 plus mile an hour winds in there, if that's kind of what it looks like. But you do want to treat this similar to a tornado warning if you're anywhere there around Dumfries, Joplin, Quantico, Boswell Corner, down through Stafford and Brook. North of Fredericksburg is where that strongest wind is going to be located. Also, looks like there is some hail in this storm. We'll see if we get any on this camera. But right in here near Widewater Beach, that is the area in this purple shade where there's a little bit of hail. I don't see too much going on velocity scan right in there. So good news for that perspective. But yeah, this is lifting up along the Potomac, moving north at 20. May have been stronger winds a little bit ago. You can kind of see that leading gust front in there. That potentially had a little bit stronger winds. The leading edge of that is coming across the areas around Dumfries right now. So let me just kind of track out from the leading edge across that warning. And actually what I'll do is at 20, I'll track it continuing up the Potomac right now. Montclair, 9 minutes. Dale City, 16. Woodbridge, Virginia, a massively crowded, populated area, southwest sides of the DC area, about 24 minutes. And then South Run, 39. Woodlawn, 45. Groveton, 54. That puts it towards Alexandria, Virginia, in if it holds together, in about 60 minutes or so. So that is a dangerous situation coming towards the Washington, D.C. metro in general. But we'll see. These storms have kind of been, they've pulsed up, pulsed down sort of thing. They're not in part of a really organized system here. They're, so we'll see. Those storms have a little bit, I don't know, they're just a little bit not as organized as some of the longer lived, destructive threats that we've seen on our streams before. It's not part of a mesoscale convective system and, not part of an organized system right now. Let's see, that wall cloud. It's probably moved on this camera, but yeah, there's the the winds
A
on this
new
camera.
flash flood warning has been issued.
Looking out, yeah, you can see the winds now have shifted directions. They're blowing out of the west-northwest down here in the corner of the screen. So this is behind those storms now. And that checks out there in the green too. Starting to see those greens. Those are going towards the radar. So this is, yeah, it's backed off. It's not as tight of rotation as it was. It's very broad at the moment. Looks like that storm has maybe collapsed on itself. I see quite a bit of convergence, it looks like, in there. So good sign there. Still some gustier winds also in this storm near Lake Henry, Paynesville, Minnesota. There's another warning also north of the Twin Cities to keep our eye on, but it looks like the Twin Cities may be in a slightly better shape than earlier.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Keeping an eye on the Wichita area for more severe storms. Go check on the Wichita area because we have seen growth in this storm complex. This is where I think we could see more of the rapid upscale growth is in these areas in extreme southern Kansas and also now into most of Oklahoma now, especially the northern 2/3 of Oklahoma. Seeing storms explode out here in western Oklahoma. Just in the last hour, nothing to bam, something. Out here, there is a bit of a frontal system. There's also a rain-cooled boundary from earlier. You can see that boundary pushing through the Wichita area. And those boundaries will fire off these storms. And yeah, that's why we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers these areas. Already considerable threat for large hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Mayfield, Wellington, Oxford, Milan, just north of the Oklahoma City or the Oklahoma border. And yeah, pretty strong winds showing up in that complex of storms just south of the Wichita metro. Here's a look at the Oklahoma-Kansas border, looking towards those considerable threat storms towards the Wellington area. Those storms actually will close in on the border around South Haven, so we'll keep an eye on those. And then over out towards Waynoka, Cleo Springs, Fairview, severe thunderstorms there, capable of a $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds right now, but those cells are also upscaling relatively quickly within the last hour. Another storm also severe warned back near Pampa, Texas. This watch area in the Texas Panhandle has actually been a little bit more quiet, at least in the late afternoon, but we may see more storms again based on storms from earlier. The dry line is also in there, and these storms from earlier have launched outflow boundaries. So we've seen that several times just in the last week where those surges of cool pool that are the outflow boundaries push against the dry line. That leads to convergence and just kind of squeezes a toothpaste of moisture and instability up into the atmosphere. Just that convergence allows for a lot of extra lift, and storms can go up pretty quickly there. So no tornado warnings right now, but I will go back to that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Again, I don't know how destructive this storm actually is. We've seen some winds for sure, but I haven't seen any full things of 70+ mile-an-hour winds in here. But we'll take a look. This is a little bit further up. This is at US 1 and Port Aquila Drive up in here near Boswell Corner. So we'll keep an eye on this. This is looking south towards those storms as well. Yeah, a lot of heavy rain and already on those roads, but I don't know. I just don't see a lot of destructive winds in there. I don't see a lot of like trees aren't blowing crazy. If there are destructive winds, it's in very small pockets. Right now, there's a couple areas of highlighted stronger winds in there, maybe one right there. It's not a giant swath of heavy winds, but we'll continue to take a look at those. There's also some gusty winds just on the leading edge of this, through the Dumfries area approaching Montclair. I suspect that this will at least get another severe thunderstorm warning, at least pushed further out, even if it doesn't get a replacement on the destructive one. This might also be working further than 20 miles an hour. Let me do a little bit of math here on the leading edge. Okay, leading edge goes right there at 440. Okay, so in 20 minutes, it's gone there. Yeah, okay. I could do the math, but I'll just put it into a calculator real quick. 11.2 miles in 20 minutes is 33.6 miles an hour. So roughly 35 miles an hour. It's definitely moving faster than 20. I can tell that because of how quickly it's worked through the warning polygon. And generally, the length of the warning polygon is generally put out relative to the forward speed of the storms. So yeah, that is faster than 20 miles an hour. They're going to need a new warning if that is still a severe thunderstorm pretty quickly out for areas. You can see this surge of outflow from this storm. They're going to need a warning pretty quickly. And also that makes me want to also retrack this. So it's through Dumfries right now, approaching areas around Quantico, and then onto the Maryland side of the Potomac. But yeah, at 20 miles an hour, that changes stuff. At 35, that puts it a lot faster into the DC metro. So let's take a look at this again. And here's your times of arrival for this. At least pockets of considerable threat winds, potentially a couple pockets of destructive winds. Washington, D.C. would be about 48 minutes.
A new
And
flash
then
flood warning has been issued.
Logan, yes, it looks like it's being okay right now. So I'm happy you're joining the chat. Nice, Cruz. I didn't know you were a photographer. That's pretty cool. That's a great thing to learn. Yeah, ST to win. Bobby is yeah, we've posted, go on to X and our socials and you'll see some posts for Bobby, but Bobby rapidly intensified and is now a category 1 or category 5 super typhoon, approaching Guam and the northern Mariana Islands. It may get out towards Taiwan or Japan later in the week. So if you have interest in the Pacific, not a great week for that. Yeah, Bobby is like insane. If we get some time and some downtime later this stream, I'll pull some satellite for it. But yeah, Washington about 48, 45, 49 minutes or so. Alexandria 38, Woodlawn 29, Lake Ridge 13, Dale City 7, and areas like, zooming in a little further, Falls Church, Virginia 40 minutes, Arlington 45. And yeah, the National Mall in Washington, D.C. is about 48 minutes from now. So dangerous storm working up the Potomac. Again, if you have boating interest in the Potomac, this is a very popular river with pleasure craft, as well as there's water taxis in the Washington, D.C. area. Be prepared. The storm is going to be coming out of the south. Dangerous storm there. Let's see. we'll see what they do. The destructive tag expires in the next 6 minutes or so. Yeah, and a couple of these cameras that we've had have been in where some of those heavier pockets of wind are, and I just don't see a destructive severe thunderstorm in those cameras, and they're not even bouncing that hard. So I mean, it is possible these Virginia cameras are locked down pretty good, but I'm just not visually or even on radar seeing a destructive severe thunderstorm at the moment. But I don't think we've had any storm reports of that, but we can also check for that. Storm reports are going to be a little nuts. I may have to let's see. Let me filter the storm reports because some of these areas have had overlapping storm reports. Yeah, the latest storm report that we just got about 20 minutes ago from Quantico Marine Base, so a very reputable weather station there, just adjacent to the Potomac weather station there. That is 55-mile-an-hour winds. I doubt there's destructive winds in there. If there are, there's just a small pocket of them. And then behind that too, where they're right before the destructive warning, there's a couple tree down reports, but I don't see like a ton of like massive reports out of that area. So yes, it's a considerable threat. It's probably not destructive. And if you follow our stream
A new
quite a bit,
flash flood warning has been issued.
where a lot of times we are working with destructive or considerable threat storms out in the Midwest and the Central Plains. There is different ways that the National Weather Service offices warn things. The Northeast offices do tend to be a little bit more generous. They don't get as high end of severe weather a lot, so it does seem like some of the weather offices in the Northeast do overwarn a little bit. I'm kind of watching my wording because I don't want you to treat these warnings, if they are issued, treat them as solid warnings, but there is some history and research that shows there is a little bit of a overwarning bias for some of those East Coast and especially the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic weather offices compared to some of these cities out in the plains. Yeah, I don't see it much on that camera. You can see the clouds are starting to build in on this camera. This is at the looking across from Virginia to the National Mall. There's the Washington Monument there in the kind of left of the screen. But yeah, this is a little bit darker look than it did look earlier. Hopefully that encourages the boaters to take the boating safety and take shelter. Again, there's a lot of pleasure crafts in that Potomac Basin, but there also are places that you can dock. Especially the Southwest waterfront, the wharf area is a massive marina, and also restaurants and stuff you can get into shelter and take cover from impending weather. I think there's also some marinas also on the Arlington side. If I was a boater today, I would plan out my trip before I left, and similar to how pilots have to plan alternate airport destinations and things like that, I would kind of plan that out if I was planning on boating out to the fireworks tonight on the Potomac. I would just also plan, an alternate destination in case you can't get back to your home marina. If someone was down here near Fredericksburg, they're not going to be able to get back right now to go south of DC on the Potomac with that destructive threat coming their way. So yeah, just have a plan of action, have an alternate docking situation would probably be the best scenario there. Hey Titus, welcome, welcome. Camping, hope you're doing well camping. Yeah, there's a lot of outdoor activities today. It's something I'm a little bit worried about. Not even for the severe weather, but outside of even the severe weather, there's a lot of areas that have thunderstorms. And anytime you have thunderstorms, you can have lightning. So definitely pay attention to the skies, hunker down, find sturdy structures if you need to. severe cells just kind of sitting off to the east of Atlanta. The south is a little bit less. There's a little bit less storm coverage in the south right now, so that's a little bit of a break. Areas here in the south the last couple days got a little bit more coverage. Picks up a little bit into the Mississippi River Valley, especially Mississippi, southern portions of Arkansas. There's been a couple severe warnings in Arkansas today, and then also near the Memphis area. Another severe warning there. Looking at our storms across St. Louis, those are pushing now east of the St. Louis area, Farmington, St. Genevieve, Perryville, up into southern Illinois, New Athens, Redbud, Prairie du Rocher, and then over towards Sparta, Steelville, Oakdale, and Chester. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Those storms are exiting the St. Louis area, although they do have a flash flood warnings across the St. Louis metro. New warning also came in there for Perryville, Jackson, Altenburg, Marble Hill, just the areas north and west of Cape Girardeau. So we'll keep an eye on some of those storms. There's some other storms in here. Like you can see those outflow boundaries that those storms are putting out. Yeah, bunch of storms in southern Illinois. Not a ton of organization for most of those. The other storms that we're continuing to watch, they're not severe at the moment, but pushing through the Crown Point area. Pretty nasty line of storms. They were severe warned earlier. There was even one tornado warning in Illinois for these: Griffith, Gary, Merrillville, Crown Point, and Hebron. Pretty strong complex of storms. If you have, a lot of people do, if you have plans out here on Lake Michigan, southern Michigan into northern Indiana around the Indiana Dunes, the National Seashore, and then up into portions of southwest Michigan, these storms are riding up along the coast. So that's going to be into you guys in a little while. Let me back this up and just get a, this is where there was the severe warning, so I can grab the information from this. And yeah, northeast at 30. So let me grab the information from this, and we'll track this line of out, especially across the lake shore, as it moves up at about 30.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Michigan City, 33 minutes. New Buffalo into Michigan for 53. And Dune Acres would be about 15 minutes. So the Indiana Dunes, the National Seashore, roughly about 13 to 30 minutes or so, depending on where you are along the National Seashore. It's a fairly long, obviously, because it's a National Seashore, it's fairly long and skinny. It kind of starts over here by Dune Acres and it finishes by Michigan City. So within the next 15 to 30 minutes, those storms are approaching. You want to get off the water, get into a sturdy structure away from windows. If you don't have a sturdy structure and you're in the National Seashore area, at least get to a car. And being in a vehicle is better than being outside. Storms do generally weaken as they push into Indiana. We are seeing another severe storm also pushing towards Indianapolis. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. And a couple severe storms still ongoing in Minnesota. A couple storms also now. This was a newer severe watch that also went up this late afternoon. And yeah, storms have organized there a little bit, but you can see they are not in a steering flow. They're kind of just sitting here, especially when you see these pool pools that are just spilling out like puddles and splashes and puddles, just that radial pattern. That generally means there's not a lot of steering flow right there. We see that a lot in the southeast, especially in the summertime with pop-up thunderstorms. Not as much out here where we generally get a little bit more complexes of storms, but that's an interesting thing to see there. So many warnings. Looking for the updated information on that weather watch. Okay, yeah, this is one of the newer weather watches. Goes out until 11 p.m. Scattered hail to tennis ball size. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible, and frequent lightning also possible. And the other weather watch that came out within the last hour was the one in Oklahoma. Yeah, this one is a little bit higher end of a weather watch. This is in the enhanced risk in Oklahoma. Not Oklahoma. This one. This is the one we're expecting some more explosive thunderstorm growth. Already considerable threat for golf ball size hail near the Wichita area, just south of Wichita. That has a little bit of hook. We're going to have to look at that in a minute. Quarters to $half size hail, Woodward to Fairview, and seeing storms also continue to upscale near Pampa. This weather watch goes until midnight for much of Oklahoma, the northern 2/3 of Oklahoma, and then south central Kansas. A couple of tornadoes are possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size possible, and 85-mile-an-hour winds are 85-mile-an-hour winds are likely. So this is a higher end weather watch compared to most of our others elsewhere. Let's go look and take a look and see this storm complex. Okay, it doesn't look as hooky on our close radar, but yeah, there is a surge of winds here close to the Oklahoma border here. Surge of winds near Caldwell. That's going to get to the areas just north of Bremen. We'll keep an eye on that storm complex. There is also some hail that's going to be north of the Kansas border with Oklahoma, up in here south of Mayfield. Pretty nasty little cluster of storms has gone up. And then these storms in western Oklahoma, they mean business as well. Being warned for those $half size hail, but I think this is probably starting to get up towards the ping pong ball size range in both of those clusters of storms. You can see off to my side as well as down below on the flashing things. We have tons more storms going up, down to 38 severe thunderstorm warnings though, so we've actually backed off from 50 a little bit ago. New warnings there into southern portions of Illinois. That complex is kind of reorganizing. I think it's fired up a little bit more than it was a little bit ago. It had backed off. It's now kind of re-intensified. So a pretty solid line of severe storms from near Okawville down through Jackson in eastern Missouri. That is clear of the St. Louis area. And yeah, our warnings are starting to pile back up again. This other complex of storms in the Virginias and into Maryland, now it seems like all three of these complexes, the one out here into the eastern Virginia area, the one earlier near Harrisonburg, and now this third one, they've all had, at least at times, random destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. But we haven't seen any confirmed destructive warnings. But 80-mile-an-hour winds, Washington, Carroll, and Frederick counties in north central Maryland, and moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. That's near Clover Hill. Radar indicated destructive severe warnings. Yeah, these areas I think are kind of in the same boat. Let's see. Yeah, radar data out of northern Virginia. We're decently close to the radar. It's going to be this pocket right in here near Harmony Knolls. That's surging out to the north and northeast. Locust Grove, and then into areas around Thurmont. This is also pushing up towards Hagerstown with also some stronger winds. But yeah, if there is any destructive winds, it's going to be in that pocket with also some small hail right in here. Potentially also right in there. Those two kind of surges of wind. They're lifting up towards Emmitsburg, Highfield Cascade, Smithsburg. A lot of bergs out here. I think I said that earlier. I don't know. It's probably a little more like a considerable threat, but continue to treat it as a destructive threat. It just doesn't look that crazy on radar. We're only up a couple thousand feet and not seeing a lot of destructive winds in that profile, but there also is a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of that near Cragerstown. And then also the hail core is showing. Yeah, actually one of the larger hail cores, I think, in the mid-Atlantic right now, or even most of the day. Lewistown up to Cragerstown, and that's going to continue up towards Thurmont and eventually Emmitsburg. What is this warned at? $half size hail. That's probably close. $half to even a couple ping pong balls. I wouldn't be surprised in this area here. That hail core lifting off to the north. And yeah, once again, I don't know if it's actually a destructive thunderstorm. I don't see any really storm reports. A couple trees down earlier. They've backed off the destructive tag to the south. So areas coming into DC, those storms have weakened. and also push down an outflow boundary. Look at that outflow boundary surging out. That is also a lot faster than 35. But that outflow boundary will work into DC as a gusty line of winds. So if you're boating on DC out at the Potomac, you will have to deal with that. There's the look there from the Potomac and looking back towards the National Mall. Hey, Colorado Clouds, how's it going today? Yeah, I hope I hope he was joking. Yeah, please, we've talked about it on several streams this week, but please continue to listen to the firework bans that are in existence out west with the fire danger. I think that destructive severe thunderstorm was probably only about 55 to 65 miles an hour, and it also appears like the Harrisonburg area also similar. Weather station there reported 63-mile-an-hour winds in the destructive. So, yeah, whoever's weather office is probably overwarning the destructive risks, but yeah, that tends to be the thing with the Northeast. There's some of the outflow boundary that's hitting our cameras. Let me grab these ones. This is at the National Harbor. Looks like it may have just gone through. It's a fairly skinny outflow boundary. There it is again. Yeah, gusts in there. You can see the camera shaking. Colorado clouds. Yeah, I mean, if I was your neighbor, I'd probably do that too. Today is not the day to play around with fireworks, unfortunately. In Colorado and a lot of the Four Corners region. Yeah, that's true. Those stones. Pockets of heavier wind in those two storms. See this boundary earlier? This has basically helped launch those storms. This cool pool of air, this is from the earlier storms across Kansas, continues to work towards the south. That's going to push into some really unstable air also back into northern Oklahoma. We may get some more storms to fire in those regions. But yeah, Oklahoma City, be aware. Tornadoes are potential out here. Not a high-end tornado day, but there's your 2% tornado risk. It might even need to shift further south. I think it honestly will. The next SPC update. But yeah, up here, I think is maybe a little bit worked over already. So this whole thing probably needs to shift to the south somewhere. Basically take this whole thing and just stretch it down. But yeah, that'll get updated likely in the 8 o'clock update. There's the outflow boundary hitting this camera at the Potomac. It just kind of shook back and forth a little bit. There it goes. You can see it shaking a little bit. But this is the outflow boundary from that former destructive storm earlier. These can be a little bit dangerous because they're sneaky. They're out ahead of the storms, especially if you're boating. Yeah, there's some good technology that can emulate some fun of fireworks, like Stones mentioned, without necessarily the pyrotechnic side of it. I don't know if any communities out in Colorado are doing it, but you can have a drone show. Maybe not personally because it takes like hundreds of drones, but you can have, some communities will have a drone show and maybe instead of fireworks, stuff like that. You can get away with a little easier. Another random severe warning popping up here around Gaithersburg, area that we've been in before. Interesting little cell, a couple multi-cells that popped up near Gaithersburg, Montgomery Village, and Redland. And that's moving up towards Dayton and Columbia, Maryland. Keep an eye on those. And yeah, severe warning cluster. Some of this is weakened though. You can see they've all shot out outflow boundaries. Still strong to severe storms, but some of this has weakened as it's pushing into southern Maryland. I'm not fully convinced with the enhanced risk tonight. I don't know if there's going to be a widespread area of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, but potentially there could be some pockets. And yeah, I don't think we've verified any of these destructive severe warnings that we've had this afternoon yet. Yeah, there it works. That's good to know. Yeah, those should be available. What did Cruise do? I didn't see what Cruise did. Yeah, I think those work. Yeah, they're set to everybody. Don't make it act up though. Watch it starts to block them or something. Don't mess it up, Cruise. It seems to be working. All right. Hey, Mr. J. Bond, how's it going today? All right, yeah, those storms are okay right now. Let's go check on these storms. I feel like we have more storms now into the northeast. Let me turn off a couple things. Okay, that works there. Have noticed more lightning picking up on this camera. This is out of the Oklahoma state line. Actually, some pretty strong looking cloud to ground shots out of this. So we'll keep an eye on this camera. Those severe warning storms, considerable threat with large hail, are working towards the Oklahoma Kansas state line right. That's just north of Bremen, Oklahoma. Yeah, this complex of storms actually has a little bit of spin in it near Hobart. Quickly take a look at that. Hmm. Yes, it does. You can see it in here, tightened up very briefly just near Davenport, and then it comes across the Hobart area right in there. That is actually, or at least was just the last couple minutes ago, a punchy little area of spin in this complex. And you can even see it visually in the reflectivity. Like, keep an eye on that corridor right there. You can kind of see the little spin in there. Actually, it's more like this. That continues to surge out. It doesn't look as spinny as it was just a couple minutes ago, although it does have a little still in there. Did they have this as a tornado possible tag? They do not. But yeah, there is a little spin in there to keep our eye on. Everywhere there near Tannersville, Hunter, Lanesville, into the Hudson Valley around Quarryville. Keep an eye on that complex of storms. There is a little bit of spin in that storm. Could produce a brief tornado. This little storm also out in front has a little pocket of small hail just south of Churchtown and just in the Livingston area in New York. So a couple feistier storms working into the Hudson Valley. And then these storms are now through the Scranton area, strong to severe storms. 60 mile an hour winds, they've backed off the considerable threat. But these may work their way towards the tri-state later this evening. It's definitely going to get into northern New Jersey, but may head over towards areas in the southern Hudson Valley, even areas north sides of New York City. More strong to severe storms back through northern Pennsylvania. and into western Pennsylvania, severe warning storms. There's also a flash flood warning. These storms aren't moving that much from Washington over towards Youngwood and down towards Connellsville. 60-mile-an-hour winds, a lot of heavy rain. And still seeing those strong storms pushing northbound. You can see this surge of wind in here northbound through Hagerstown, Smithsburg, Thurmont, and approaching Emmitsburg. If there's pockets of damaging wind, it's going to be in those kind of peach shaded colors. There's one there near Hagerstown. There's one kind of generally in that area. They're lifting off towards the north. We'll see if they get a new warning into Pennsylvania in the next little while.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, still radar indicated 80-mile-an-hour winds. As I've said a few times, I don't think there's actually 80-mile-an-hour winds in there. We haven't seen any new 80-mile-an-hour wind reports. Haven't seen any 80-mile-an-hour wind reports out of any of those other previously destructive severe thunderstorms. So yeah. Oh, that's nice, J-Bond. Yeah, it looks like those storms are clearing out of the St. Louis area. We can take a look at that real quick. Yeah, they've dropped the severe thunderstorm watch. That just kind of remains a remnant there. Those storms are pushed well south and east to St. Louis. Like maybe some rain still falling across the St. Louis area, but that continues to weaken. I think you'll be able to get those fireworks in across the St. Louis area. And there's nothing that's refired back across, eastern Missouri. I think you'll be in better shape there. There are still some storms across those areas in eastern Kansas. They're sliding right now mostly south of Kansas City, but areas south of Kansas City may get another round of storms. The severe risk in the Kansas City area has diminished significantly, and at least according to the model data, it does look like most of this slides out of the Kansas City area into the evening, so you may also be able to get fireworks in across the Kansas City area. And yeah, severe warning storms pushing into southern Illinois, Pinckneyville, down through Steelville, Altenburg, and then across to areas just north of Cape Girardeau. Oh yeah. I don't know. Probably not a permanent change, but wanted to kind of go a little all out for the 4th of July and the 250th birthday. I mean, that's a big thing. Same with the graphic for this morning's weather briefing. This would be a problem if it isn't outflow driven. So strong to severe storm coming into the Paducah area. But yeah, luckily all this is behind this outflow boundary. Otherwise, that is a little remnant mesocyclone. But yeah, I'll play around with it, but I don't think it'll probably be forever. I might pull it back out for, a couple more holiday things if we have broadcasts on holidays. Let's see, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They have added a tornado possible tag for that cell coming out of New London and the Paynesville area. This is in central Minnesota. It is a different cell. It's the southern cell. When there were the two supercells, the one was tornado warned. There's I think I saw a pretty big flash of lightning on that one camera. But yeah, this is when there were two cells. One had a little bit of rotation. The other one had a stronger area that was tornado warned. Those cells have collapsed. They now are one cell that does have a area of rotation on it. Approaching Grove City, up towards Eden Valley, south of Paynesville. If that tightens up, probably will get a tornado warning. So heads up there, Litchfield, Acton, and Grove City in central Minnesota. Hey, Prince, how's it going today? Yeah, I just saw your message. Yep, the Paynesville storm. If you're in Paynesville and north of there, you're in better shape. If you're south of Paynesville, that actually has a little bit of hail, and yeah, that's your area there.
A new flash
the hail
warning
is
has been
tucked
issued.
up in there, and then there's rotation just on the south side of that hail core, right up there. So that's headed towards Grove City, Litchfield. The hail generally kind of lifting towards Forest City. But yeah, Paynesville, you're in better shape, just north of the stronger part of that storm. Starting to see some raindrops on that Oklahoma camera. Also, still seeing the gusty winds, especially the trees here. The outflow boundaries are definitely rolling across the Potomac Basin there in Washington, D.C. Clouds are definitely filling in as well. If these storms can get through now, DC may have a shot at getting the fireworks in. Another storm also going severe in Maryland, the one around Gaithersburg and Laytonsville. A new one now near Severn, and that's going to be near the Baltimore Washington Airport. That's going to be an issue for airport travel. But a strong storm there, some small hail and gusty winds lifting towards Baltimore right now. And then, yeah, back into those areas around Laytonville, Brooksville, Clarksville, Columbia, and Ellicott City. Severe warning cell there. Big cluster storms back into northern Maryland around Hagerstown. This warning expires in 5 minutes. I don't think it'll continue. And I don't think that was ever a destructive tag. Yeah, the next office is going to warn the storms in the Gettysburg area. That is for Adams, Franklin, and York counties. Severe thunderstorms moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and penny-sized hail. I agree with that. I think the Virginia office is overwarning a little bit today. There's the heavier wind and rain into the Oklahoma border. Another batch of strong storms back into central Virginia, Scottsville, down towards Appomattox and Palmyra. Those may lift towards the DC area also, so we will keep our eye on that. And then a big cluster of storms now straddling the Oklahoma and Kansas state line. Considerable threat for wind and also pockets of hail. Looks like the hail now has backbuilt. Another hail core has gone up very quickly there near Deer Creek and Medford. We'll have to keep an eye on a couple of these areas that could have a little bit of spin in them. There's also a little area of spin near Arkansas City. A little bit of an embedded supercell in there. Winfield at Arkansas City over towards Dexter and Cedar Val. That also has the considerable threat. And yeah, around the Bremen area, you can see the storms working through now. Those quickly transition towards the southeast, right along that boundary. So we'll keep an eye on that because those boundaries can do little weird interactions, especially with these cells going up right here around the Medford area. Keep an eye on that for a short-term tornado risk. And then these cells down here near Seelig are slowly drifting towards the southeast, quarters to $half size hail over towards Clio Springs and now through the Woodward area. Up to 55 severe thunderstorm warnings already. Out towards Colorado clouds, there is a storm south of Colorado Springs, approaching the areas around Pueblo. At least quarter size hail, if not a little bit more. It's around the Fort Carson area. Gusty winds, and it is outflow driven, but that could have some larger hail in it. Yeah, coming out of the mountains into the 25 corridor, it's going to be between Fountain and just north of Pueblo. Could be a nasty storm there. I wouldn't drive north on 25 right now if I was in the Pueblo area. And still seeing these isolated storms hanging out in portions of central Nebraska, kind of drifting around. That you can see all their outflow boundaries. Each of these could have some sizable hail in them. Yeah, each of those storm clusters could have some sizable hail. A new warning there, just going up for areas north of Stapleton. Interesting, they never actually put a severe watch into central portions of Minnesota, even though we've actually had a decent amount of severe storms across that area.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, watching for a couple isolated hailstorms. This one near Antrim and just south of Taconic Shores also has some potentially some larger hail in it, just near West Copiague and Pumpkin Hollow, New York. That storm also, there's another storm that's going up with some hail near the Olive Bridge area, and then there is a little bit of rotation still back in here south of Lexington. So those storms in New York, severe warned, they're going to push through the Hudson Valley in the next little while, and then they have issued a new severe warning into northern New Jersey. This is areas there, Sussex, Warren, and Monroe counties, and also Morris County in northern New Jersey. The storms are moving east at 40. It's going to get into the Hudson Valley in northern New Jersey and into the tri-state. I did not hear that. That's pretty cool, Cruz. That's nice to see. Another storm, severe one there near State College, Baileyville. And then a whole batch of storms coming out of Maryland. That is also going to be severe warning there around Harrisburg. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and areas around Hershey. This area is a little bit poor for radar coverage. It'd be nice to have a radar somewhere in southern Pennsylvania, because I believe we have to get radar out of State College. Yeah. This is one of the areas in the Northeast that has a lot of population, but it's a little bit in a radar hole. We're either dealing with the State College radar or the radar out of South Jersey. So it's a little far from the radar site for each. Yeah, that's the chocolate Hershey. That's like the Hershey's chocolate plant and stuff. I think I saw there's some historical movie coming out with them. I don't know if it's true to the exact history, but I think there's an actual movie being made about the Hershey family. Yeah, 60 and quarters maybe in that Gettysburg storm. Those storms have kind of collapsed. Again, I don't think we saw any actual destructive storms for a couple of those destructive warnings. This storm has some gusty winds in it, 55 to 60 miles an hour, coming up into the areas around Lisbon, West Friendship, and then another cell that has gone severe around Severn, Millersville, and that'll head out towards areas around Baltimore, Riviera Beach, and eventually get over towards Dundalk and Edgemere. Another cell that could have some boating potential issues in the northern portions of the Chesapeake Bay. And right now, some of those cells from earlier that were in the Dumfries area have shifted. Yeah, good news is some of those have shifted to the south of the Washington, D.C. area. Severe warning cells still considerable threat. Mechanicsville, approaching Golden Beach, back towards Swan Point. And then the remnants of those original storms kind of scraping along the Beltway. Yeah, here's a camera out of the Beltway. That camera's having a little bit of trouble. That one's a little better. So dry right now, it's just off the highway, but just south of the 495 Beltway there at the south side of Washington, D.C., around Friendly, National Harbor, down towards Fort Washington. That's a little bit of a degrading cell, then back down towards La Plata. That's where some of the stronger storms are located in southern Maryland. We are also getting a number of flash flood warnings. They've extended the flash flood warning and added the observe tag. Local law enforcement reported flash flooding. Heavy rain, between a couple inches of rain there, it looks like, south of the Pittsburgh area. That's another one of those areas that has challenging terrain in southern Pennsylvania. There's a lot of hills and steep valleys in here, and the storms have somewhat sat over the same area. Washington, California, Connellsville, back towards Derry and Greensburg, south of Pittsburgh. Those are also still severe warning cells, but the flash flooding is a severe threat there as well. And then it's starting to clear out around the Chicago area, but still kind of a remnant MCV is located in there. Yeah, you can still see the spin. It's almost right over the areas there around Bridgeview and Oak Lawn. And that is continuing to add some gusty winds and also heavy rain around the Chicago area. Wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, some of these are considerable flash flood warnings. So considerable threat for some very heavy rain until 10 p.m. at night. If you are leaving fireworks or leaving activities and on the way home tonight, please turn around, don't drown, especially those like underpasses that can fill up and in those areas. Looks like there's hail falling on our Oklahoma camera. Yeah, there appears to be some hail falling as well. Between 2 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen, and rainfall rates up to a couple inches of rain per hour rainfall rates there. So Chicago, that is a dangerous situation. A lot of storms right now into central Illinois and into west central Indiana. Severe watch continues there until 7. We've lost a few of those severe warnings though, so it's not super organized at the moment. A little bit of more of an organized cluster or two down into southern Illinois. That's where we have the severe warnings in the areas around Okawville, Pinckneyville, down to Murfreesboro. Let's check this storm again because, yeah, there's some large hail falling on this Oklahoma camera just a couple minutes ago. I don't think it was large like baseballs, but I think it was probably quarters plus, quarters to half dollar size hail. Yeah, that's going to be right there, this hail pocket right in here. So that's right at this camera position. It doesn't look quite as stormy at the moment. But also, the blowing wind blowing across left to right across the camera perspective, and a ton of heavy rain, especially when the cars go by. You can see the ponding on the roadways. And this area has had a decent amount of rain this spring, I think. Yeah, I think it has, because I remember looking at something just a week or so ago about the lake levels being pretty high in these areas. Yeah, look at that truck just plowing through the water there. 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat. Arkansas City to Cedar Valley, back to Dexter. And then, yeah, ping pong ball size hail is 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think that's what it looked like. There may have been some half dollars to ping pong ball size hail in there on the camera just a couple minutes ago. Sounds good, Cruz. Have a good night. Yeah, we can take a look. Yeah, you guys are in the green area too. Yeah, it's lifting away from you guys, but still, St. Louis area looks like 1 to 3 inches of rain. And the good news is it is starting to clear out. The rain is ending across the St. Louis area, 1 to 2 inches across St. Louis County, and then more up by the airport. But yes, if you have firework plans in the St. Louis area, better shape behind this complex of storms. So yeah, you guys are doing better. Sarah earlier is in the St. Louis area too. Looks like back along the I-44 corridor in St. Louis down to Springfield. Looks like a better situation than earlier. Those storms are pushing off into southern Illinois. Considerable threat for some large hail now in the areas in Pampa, Texas, just to the west of Pampa towards Borger. That's a dangerous storm there with large hail falling. And then also severe storms back through Shattuck in Oklahoma, Lipscomb in Texas. Let's see, they're kind of drifting towards the east, also quickly upscaling outside of the Lipscomb, Texas area. Wouldn't be surprised if that has larger hail. And then now considerable threat for some tennis ball size hail outside of Mutual, Oklahoma, only moving southeast at 10 miles an hour, tennis ball size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Treat that very similar to a tornado warning. Interior room, lowest level of your house, definitely away from the doors, the windows, and the skylights, especially skylights and windows. And yeah, the pocket of hail is going to be kind of linear in there, sliding towards the Seelig area. Keep an eye on that one. It's only moving at 10 miles an hour, so you do have a little bit of time. If you're in Seelig and you need to put the car away, This is bearing down on you, just not super quick. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with that, J-Bon. I heard earlier, I think it was southern Missouri, maybe it's like south central Missouri, I think it was, down here in the Ozarks. There was about 40,000 customers without power from this complex of storms. So yeah, this complex worked through pretty good across the St. Louis area. Severe warnings earlier across St. Louis. They've dropped the severe warnings, but also dropped the severe thunderstorm watch. So it does look like a better evening across St. Louis. We've seen an increase in storm activity, at least the severe activity across the Northeast. There's now also severe thunderstorms in Connecticut, Middlefield, Yalesville, Wallingford, and Killingworth. A couple pockets in there, some 60 and hail. And then this cell, I think, does have a potential. It could have some larger than quarters. Yeah, showing up in here in the differential reflectivity. Also has wind, also showing in correlation coefficient. This is one of the stronger cells right now in this region, but that's drifting into western Connecticut around Falls Village. That is going to continue towards Winchester, Center, and Torrington, Connecticut. That may also work its way down towards Hartford in a little while, so that storm is definitely one to watch. Southeast at 35. I'll track out kind of the hail core of that storm. It's also going to get towards Bristol, Connecticut in roughly about an hour or so as well. Torrington, 40 minutes. Cornwall, Connecticut, around 15 minutes. And then areas like Colebrook, 36. You can see some of the other locations there. Winstead, 40. Falls Village, 14. And Lakeville, 8. But that's a dangerous storm. That may, if that continues to uptrend, that may actually go considerable threat for some larger hail. And then this complex of storms is weakening generally. Palinville, Sugar Ties, Rugby, West Hurley, some of those areas into the Hudson Valley. We have strong storms pushing through areas like Newton, West Milford, pushing into northern portions of New Jersey. Yeah, they've trimmed that warning in the Hudson Valley for that other storm. Wow, that is an increase in the wind. Also appears to be a change of direction in the wind in the state line camera. Let's hop back there. Sorry we're hopping around so much. But this is a dangerous storm. Let's see why there's been a wind direction change. This is still in that hail core as well. So still some hail potentially in there. Yeah, there's some rotation kind of tucked up under that hail core. Or at least, let's see. Actually not rotation. It looks like divergence. A little bit of a downburst, it looks like. Yeah. So we're getting radar data out of there. Yep, it's a downburst. This is winds surging out towards the radar. This is winds going away from the radar. At first, it looked like rotation because it's a fairly small area, but it was just small because it's growing. So it's a downburst, and you can one of the ways you can tell is it rapidly grew. If it was rotation, it'd likely stay, especially tightening rotation, it stays pretty tight. But how quickly it upscaled and bursted out, this is downburst winds near Bremen. So that is a potential there for some 70 plus mile-an-hour winds locally. And then, yeah, it has been warned for the golf ball size hail. The winds, for the most part, obviously heavy rain too, but the downburst, let's go to a blank slate. But the downburst, you got your thunderstorm. Drawing tool is being a little weird tonight. You got your thunderstorm, you got the ground, and the downburst is essentially it can lead to full weakening, but it's essentially a collapse of that updraft. So all the downburst air reaches the ground, and then as it reaches the ground, like a splash or a puddle, it all hits the ground and splashes out in all directions. But on the radar, you see it usually two directions. So it leads to kind of that puddle effect. You'll see like the outflow boundaries also in that circular pattern sometimes. But that's all just wind just hitting the ground and rushing out. You can kind of simulate it too if you take like a bucket of water, like take a pitcher of water and like quickly dump it, like if you can dump it straight down on the concrete, and you can see it in slow motion too, but you'll see that water hit the concrete and spread out. You can sometimes do it with like fine powders and stuff too. It may also show in the spectrum width. Yeah, shows in spectrum width too. And then with that downburst, there's a big surge of wind on the leading edge of this too, pushing through Arkansas City. There's a big surge of wind also just through Arkansas City. There is in there a little bit more actual rotation on the front edge of that leading edge of wind, kind of tucks back in there. There's a little bit of rotation just to the north and east of Arkansas City to keep your eye on. Now, that is a little different signature. Yeah, it's kind of tucked up, real hidden, but that is an area to watch just north of Silverdale. And they've upped the hail again, now to tennis ball size hail. I don't think we saw tennis balls on this camera, but if there's tennis balls, it's going to be back here towards Medford and Deer Creek. And yeah, that's a dangerous storm complex. Continues to upscale there. I might slide this camera down just to get a better perspective of this storm again. Not there yet. Scrolling. We'll go to the Bremen. Not available. It is. There we go. We'll force it to work. This is a camera. We've seen a tornado actually captured on this camera in one of our streams, but a weak but large multi-vortex tornado with a satellite. This is looking north at, I think it's I forget what river that is, but just south of Bremen. I zoom in, but the font for the river doesn't actually grow. This is potentially towards some of that larger hail. So we'll see if that camera gets in on it. And yeah, they've stretched this out, considerable threat through Ponca City, Pawhuska, Fairfax, and then down towards Perry in Oklahoma, Red Rock, Marland, Ponca City area, Billings, Garber, Hunter. That's going to be a nasty storm. This is also a nasty storm complex. It also has tennis ball size hail.
Has been issued.
Taloga to Okeen and south of Fairview. Both of these complexes we have to watch later on towards the I-44 and I-40 corridors. Those could be problems later tonight if you have plans in Oklahoma City. Not just firework plans, but plans, because that could be some hail, potentially an isolated tornado or two, and then also mostly hail and wind. They're continuing the flash flood warnings south of the Pittsburgh area. Still seeing those severe storms in there, but the bigger hazard right now is the severe or the considerable threat. Law enforcement reported flash flooding. And then also seeing those storms pushing into areas north of Baltimore, as well as west of Baltimore. And they've dropped the severe warning there, but that storm has actually upscaled since then, so we'll see if they bring it back. But around Glen Burnie, just over the Baltimore-Washington Airport, Riviera Beach, and then back south towards Fairwood, there's a couple stronger cells in there. This may be one of the stronger cells right now in the Maryland area. Around Sykesville, headed towards Owens Mills and Finksburg. Yeah, that sounds right, J-Bon. I think Missouri is, yeah, somewhere in the top 3 to 5 for states this year for tornadoes. Nothing close to Illinois. Illinois is number 1 for tornadoes per state so far this year by like a lot. Illinois 175, I think it is, somewhere right around there. It changes a little bit as National Weather Service offices go back and look back at it, especially like QLCS tornadoes. They sometimes have to go back and redo analysis and find more. So it changes a little bit, but it's somewhere like 172, 175, I think. This batch of storms in southern Maryland headed towards Prince Frederick, Chesapeake Beach, Long Beach. It's going to head out over the Chesapeake if you have boating interest, eventually over towards the eastern shore of Maryland. Yeah, right now, Washington, D.C. doing okay, although we're keeping an eye on storms. And again, remember, it doesn't have to be severe storms, just they could cause problems for fireworks either way, even if there's not severe storms. And lightning can be a problem at any time with boating and outdoor recreation and waiting for fireworks. You can see a lot of people walking on the bridge there on the sidewalk, going over to Washington, D.C. for the fireworks show. So they have some of the exits there blocked off, but probably for the fireworks. But yeah, that's looking back to the east-northeast, back into Washington, D.C., towards the Washington Monument. You can see the monument barely there, but right there, it's actually kind of shining in the sun a little bit. And then the darker storm clouds, those are looking at those storms that are near Landover and Fairwood. So that shot basically is from Arlington. Yeah, it's actually right there. Right there at 395, looking back across towards the National Mall. So you're getting a nice perspective of that. And yeah, those are the storms in the background. Yeah, there's some interesting research going on in that. There seems to be, it's a little of both, and I think it's actually overhyped a little bit. There's a couple different things.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They have issued a destructive threat. We'll go back to the Tornado Alley shifting in a little bit. This is going to be that area around Silverdale that we just mentioned. Wow, that has come up quite significantly in the last couple minutes. Wow, that has really surged out. Actually, can see it better on the Wichita radar, just because this is also, it's slightly closer, and it's actually parallel with the radar beam that comes out. So this is some dangerous, I wouldn't be surprised if they add it into the Oklahoma side of things, but this is at least considerable threat. This is probably a destructive severe thunderstorm risk. They've also added the tornado possible tag that we noted earlier, a little bit of rotation on. The good news is that some of that rotation has weakened as this has surged out, but that is potentially some destructive severe thunderstorms in southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. It's pushing into areas like Caw City and Webb City. Yeah, Webb City. It's for southern Crowley County in southern Kansas. 80-mile-an-hour winds, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's pushing into Osage County here in the Caw Nation area, just east of Newkirk. That is potentially some very destructive winds in there. Southeast at 40. Let's take that, track that out for a minute. Caw City, let me stretch it just a little bit to get you guys in it. 7 minutes or less. Burbank, Oklahoma would be about 17 minutes. Shidler, 16. And then Pawhuska, kind of at the end of the warning polygon right now, would be about 40 to 45 minutes. And Winona, 53, right out there towards Barnsdall. That would also be about 60 minutes or so on its current track and current pace. But that is a dangerous storm, pushing out potentially some 80-plus-mile-an-hour winds in that pocket from Arkansas City. Within there, there's also some large hail in pockets. It's think the hail might be confined back towards the Deer Creek area. There's also some damaging winds in that part of the storm. So that is a very dangerous storm. That's the biggest thing is you do have to prepare for the severe weather. Just having different action plans. Make sure you have action plans for the National Weather Service and NOAA recommend action plans for every severe hazard. It can be customized, obviously, because someone like Colorado Clouds doesn't really have to worry about hurricanes. Um, but yeah, depending on where you live, you can customize different action plans for tornadoes, for hail, for flooding, for that sort of thing. That storm has weakened also south of Colorado Springs, at least for now. But yeah, this is a strong cluster of storms. It could potentially have other bursts and also put out some 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's pushing over 56,000 feet, 57 now. This other storm is over 62,000 feet. That's twice as high as some of the commercial aircraft travel. So that is a nasty storm as well. That's going to have some larger hail as it continues to grow. Has a little bit of broad rotation as well. And look how quickly that has gone up from relatively nothing about 50 or about 40 minutes ago to a 62,000 foot severe thunderstorm and a little bit of a supercell there. Surprised this hasn't been destructive attached to this. These are different warning offices. One is out of Wichita. The other is out of Norman, I believe is that office. I think they cover most of those areas. Oh, the Tulsa office. Generally a good, reliable office, so they may have a different look at this. Their look is slightly different, but does show some destructive wind potential in there. So I treat it like a destructive warning. Caw City, Shidler, Burbank. Yeah, thank you, Jay Bond. That's what we're here for, trying to help extend some of these warning coverage areas. And I know some people talked about it yesterday too. Population isn't the only coverage criteria, so some of the communities, especially on the edge of the media markets and stuff, don't get as great coverage as they should sometimes. So these are some areas here outside of the megalopolis that maybe don't get quite as good of coverage. But Harrisburg, severe warning, considerable threat.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been
There
issued.
is Kay County, Oklahoma. That's going to be the extension of that PDS warning. So that tracks. That's a good warning. Probably our first actual legitimate PDS warning tonight. A couple of those ones in Virginia earlier were a little suspect. Lebanon, Pennsylvania, back through Hershey and Harrisburg, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat, and also pushing 60-mile-an-hour winds through York over towards Lancaster, Pennsylvania. We're seeing those storms push through the Baltimore area, especially south sides of Baltimore right now, back towards Owings Mills and Reisterstown. And then watching more storms back to the southwest of Washington, D.C. We'll keep an eye on those as they push towards the D.C. metro. Obviously, it is a big firework night in D.C. And if this camera holds, we may be able to see that on this camera, which would be... I don't think we've actually captured any fireworks on our cameras that we used for weather before, but let's see. Let's look at this camera in Maryland. This is out of the south sides of Baltimore, looking towards those storms that are pushing up from the south. So around Glen Burnie, Severn, and Riviera Beach, severe warning storm, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. I think that it's statistically like the safest area for severe weather is like somewhere up in northern Maine in the U.S., but there's very little up there. So I also want to pop back into Minnesota. There's so many severe warning storms, and I apologize if you're getting dizzy following this. we're having to pop around quite a few different places. But this was that severe warning storm earlier, tornado possible. Let's take a look. There was that rotation. It was south of Paynesville, Minnesota. Actually tightened up fairly tight there for a little while towards Atwater and Grove City. That's continued to crash towards the south. It doesn't look as tornadic as it was earlier. That could have been real close to producing a tornado earlier, though, just north of Atwater. Don't see any CC drop in there. We may have gotten lucky with that one. All right, back all the way down the I-35 corridor. Scrolling slowly so you don't get dizzy, but this is going to be the new destructive warning. And yeah, they've added it here into Kay County, Oklahoma. That is the Norman Weather Office. So Norman covers Kay County, and Tulsa covers the Osage County. I'm guessing we'll probably get a fill-in warning here, something like this at least, in the next couple minutes, as those destructive winds push towards Kay County. And yeah, there's a ball of destructive winds in here from Silverdale down to areas around Kaw Nation and just north of Kaw City. I'd still basically be in a tornado safe place here. Kaw City, Webb City, Schindler, Burbank, and Granola, 4 Acre, Oklahoma, those areas. And there it is. 4 Acre, Granola, Webb City, Schindler, Burbank. Destructive, severe thunderstorm warning there. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. And most people probably in Oklahoma have a tornado safety action plan. Take your tornado safety action plan.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, those are nasty storms. Another bit of a downburst out here towards Lamont. That's right. Also, where these storms interact with an outflow boundary, so that's an area we do have to watch in case that starts to spin a little bit. Also, seeing those severe storms there with not baseball, sorry, golf ball size hail, Seelig, Longdale, and Canton. And yeah, we'll have to watch this cluster of storms. They may work their way down towards the Tulsa area. Just want to check our latest model data just came in a few minutes ago. A little different than earlier. And yeah, models don't handle these kind of convective days very well. So you do have to kind of keep checking the model data over and over again. But the model data, yes, does take more of these storms towards the south and southeast across Oklahoma. So that does put it into Tulsa. Unfortunately for fireworks in the next couple hours, potentially towards the 8 o'clock hour. Same for Oklahoma City, 8 to 9, starting to get especially the 9 o'clock hour, which is generally fireworks in the central time zone, 9:30-ish, pushing through Tulsa, down through the I-44 corridor, through Oklahoma City, and then further south into portions of southern Oklahoma overnight. But yeah, that's going to be one of the clusters that we highlighted earlier that is one to watch in the evening. You can see as we go into the evening, some of these storms will lose a little bit of punch, especially the ones that are mostly running off of the daytime heating. The ones that aren't as organized in convective systems will start to lose their punch. Some of these storms in Minnesota may actually organize a little longer and have a little more longevity into the evening as they work towards the south. And then if we do get any clustering of storms across the East Coast, that may also prolong some of those severe storms. But generally by late tonight, by about midnight, we may have a couple storms still going in Long Island, but most of that should push offshore and still kind of dealing with potentially a cluster of storms across southern Minnesota. This mess here, probably degrading thunderstorms elsewhere, and maybe a little bit there across the Northeast. So very quickly, as we go later into tonight, it should settle down a little bit. But the next couple hours, it's going to stay very, very busy here the next few hours. Getting darker. Those storms are pushing into the Baltimore area. A lot of storms right now over the Mississippi River Valley and then into the Ohio Valley. Right now, most of those are not severe. So that's a good sign right there. And then we are starting to get a little bit more clustering, I think. There's kind of a couple different line segments working into the lower Hudson Valley. Those are all pushing to the east southeast. They're going to get through the tri state in the next couple hours. And then there's also this other cluster that's worked out of Maryland and now into Pennsylvania. A little bit more of this little backward C shape with a wind risk coming through areas like Lebanon, Lancaster, York right now, but then that's going to move generally towards Allentown, Reading, and likely into the southeast Pennsylvania areas around Philly later tonight. Um, yeah, these Baltimore storms and Washington storms, there's kind of little pockets of severe storms, but they're not super organized into clusters yet. I've been kind of a little skeptical since they put out the enhanced risk in that area. This enhanced risk has already verified, it looks like. We're still seeing considerable threat for large hail, and the destructive warnings there, K County, northern Osage County, that has backed off out of Kansas. But yeah, these are where some of these winds really mean business right now. There's pockets in here that could have 70 to 80 to even higher than 80 mile an hour plus. And let's see if we have any. At Arkansas City, we had gusts to 70 miles an hour, power knocked out, no storm damage. Some other gusts out in southern Kansas at in the 50s. It's like a gust earlier near Seelig, 60, with some tree down reports. Yeah, there's been a lot of severe storms all across the area, so you can see a lot of tree damage reports. It doesn't take severe winds to get tree damage, especially with some of the more wooded areas. Some gusts to 45, 50. This is the outflow boundary gust at Reagan National Airport, gust to 49. That's what we saw, I think, earlier, shaking this camera perspective. The gust to 49. Like just a few minutes ago, gust to 58 at the Baltimore Washington Airport. And then here's those considerable threat storms, gusts to at least 65 around the Harrisburg area, York County, along the Susquehanna River. Those are pushing off through towards Lebanon, towards Elizabethtown, Columbia, Lancaster, Conestoga, and Shrewsbury. Hey, fireman, how's it going tonight? Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that area. Southeastern Virginia, little better shape right now, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. Let me look at model data because it changes from time to time. But you're out here towards Virginia Beach. Let's take a look. The model data kind of wants to support weakening storms before they get to the Norfolk and the Virginia Beach area. Looks like Richmond may get another round of storms, potentially Richmond, Petersburg, maybe towards Williamsburg. So you want to, pay attention to the weather this evening, but it definitely doesn't look as threatening as up towards the north a little bit. We do see the model does want to hint at more storms, at least into the early evening across Washington, D.C., and especially into the time for fireworks. Unfortunately, getting into Philadelphia, getting through the tri-state in New York City. So yeah, a little bit less risk right now, it looks like, in southeastern Virginia. Maybe one of the few spots that's in a little better shape. Let's real quick go back. Connecticut has really lit up the last couple minutes, and we are starting to see more storms severe warned in Connecticut. They've just now added a severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that's over Hartford. Still watching this hail producing cell. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail potentially in there. Winchester Center, Goshen, Torringford, Torrington, and then eventually that may work its way towards the Hartford area as well. Pocket of small hail. in there, and then considerable threat now into the Hudson Valley, Hyde Park, 70-mile-an-hour winds up towards Claremont. That's going to also push into Connecticut. So a couple different rounds of storms if you're in Connecticut tonight. There's also a couple other storms also out along the shore. So yeah, nasty night in Connecticut into the lower Hudson Valley. These storms are moving, so if you're north and west of the Hudson Valley, you may actually get through those fireworks later tonight. They've trimmed a bunch of the weather watches north of the Pittsburgh area and most of Ohio now out of the severe risk. Mostly a cool pool of air settled across there, rain-cooled air. So there's a few more storms. They're kind of raining themselves out across southwest portions of Pennsylvania. Hey, Christine, how's it going today? I appreciate the kind words, Christine. I saw your comment earlier on our morning weather briefing. It got a little longer than I thought, so it was a quick cast, but it turned into a little bit longer. I try to put timestamps in the description, so if you ever just need even a quicker look at a quick cast, I do try to put the timestamps in there so you can hop around a little bit. Christine is okay right now, I believe. You guys are in the Indianapolis area. There's a lot of storms. There's still a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll see if they extend it out. It goes till 7 right now, but right now Indiana is doing okay. There is a severe risk, but there's actually no severe warnings in Indiana right now. This is not great. There's a lot of flash flood warnings across the Chicago metro. The mesoscale convective system, the MCV, kind of worked into the Chicago area. It's weakened, but there still is a remnant low, a little MCV, mesoscale convective vortex that's hanging out over Chicago. That's heavy rain, some gusty winds. And on the leading edge, there's a little bit of a, you could get a severe warning out of this cell, but it hasn't been severe warned in a while. That's lifting towards South Bend, Warsaw, and will kind of scrape along the northern portions of Indiana. Yeah, I think you're doing better than yesterday, that's for sure. South of there, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some isolated severe warnings still out of this cluster of storms across the Ohio River, now pushing into western Kentucky. Things are definitely calming down across St. Louis, so that's good to see. And then, yeah, the model data supports more weakening of some of those storms into the Hudson Valley. So we should, as we start to lose the daytime heating and start to lose the July sun, things should start to settle down there. I was gonna stream yesterday, and I had a ton of errands to run in the morning, and that got longer than I expected. I was trying to get back for like early to mid afternoon. The errands kind of ran long, so it turned into like late afternoon. And by the time I got back to my computer, I saw, I think, the most of the strongest severe weather was kind of peaking, and also a couple of the other reputable streamers were on streaming. I don't know if he's back. I saw Evan was on last night, so I don't know if he was on just because it was a holiday weekend or if he's actually trying to make a comeback, but saw a couple of the reputable streamers were already on and had actually quite a bit of views. And then decided to just kind of stay off my computer for once, since it's been a long week of broadcasts and haven't had a lot of family time. So I just actually enjoyed the holiday weekend a little bit yesterday. But good to be back here tonight. Wow, a bunch of warnings just popped in all at once, but up to now, we're back up to about 47 severe thunderstorm warnings. I think we dropped to about 38. The high was 55. We had 55 severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. But still seeing this pocket of destructive winds in here. Kaw Nation to Webb City, Shidler, Burbank. These are northern Kay County and north central Osage County in northern Oklahoma. We also have severe warnings, considerable threat. Kaw City, Ponca City, Marland, Red Rock, Billings, and Garber. Back in here, considerable threat winds, also some larger hail. That's back in here towards Billings and Hunter. Yeah, dangerous complex of storms, and it's drifting towards the south and east, towards more populated areas, eventually towards Tulsa, Stillwater, Pawnee, Pawhuska, and maybe eventually, especially the northeast sides of the Oklahoma City metro. mean, I guess that's a true statement. The fireman is, yeah, severe thunderstorms can bring flash flooding and downpours, hail, and damaging winds. I will say the hail risk across the Northeast is fairly minimal. We've only seen, I think, a couple storms producing some severe hail, and for the most part, I think it's been in the quarter to half dollar size range. But let me turn off some of the things here. Yeah, we've seen a couple hail reports, half an inch to an inch hail earlier. Haven't seen any lately. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some hail reports come out of that one cell, though, that's in Connecticut. But yeah, today is a tricky day for the forecast, especially across the Mid-Atlantic, because it's not one, you know, cohesive, organized system. It's just, it was a little bit more scattered today in nature. It does seem like most of this is lifting off away from Southeast Virginia. But there is a chance, I guess, yeah. I mean, the AccuWeather is not wrong. There is a chance of a heavy thunderstorm or two, especially if you live, I think, west of 95. You get a little better chance of not just severe, but of a thunderstorm. There are some storms going up into south central Virginia, so we will keep an eye on that. But at least currently, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Newport News, there's not like currently a complex system of storms working your way. We've also seen an increase in storms out in the Texas Panhandle a little bit. Strong storm near Shattuck, Oklahoma. And then also the considerable threat for golf ball size hail out towards Borger, Texas, Fritch, Sanford, north and west of Pampa, Texas, and also north of Amarillo. This is a problem because I think these storms are fairly stationary. Yeah, they're going up where these outflow boundaries are converging, so there's not as much steering flow out here. That's going to be a flash flood issue west of Pampa, across the Borger area. Those storms just continue to sit and dump a ton of heavy rain across those areas. Pretty slow storms also up into areas around Lipscomb. The severe warning has been dropped as that storm has shifted off towards Shattuck, but these are still strong to severe storms potentially there, and those storms aren't moving that much either. We get a little bit more movement. These storms are shifting towards the south and east into Oklahoma, so we'll get more severe warnings towards the more populated areas along the I-44 and 40 corridors later. And yeah, so we got more severe warnings for the Baltimore City area. There's a look at the Baltimore camera. Can't see much there. Those storms are working through considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. I don't see a ton, but there may be some pockets in there. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to just kind of hang out and hunker down. I agree, especially with just like these East Coast storms are not crazy high end right now, so just staying away from the windows. Yeah, there's 60-mile-an-hour wind gust at the airport a little bit ago. I don't know if this is much of a considerable threat either. It could be a little bit of an overwarn. We're really close to radar, and I just don't see a lot of. Yeah, 63. There could be 60 to 65-mile-an-hour gusts in that storm complex. I don't know if it's fully a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm, but it's a nasty storm coming into the southwest sides of Baltimore. And then our newest storms have gone severe into Delaware and extreme southern New Jersey. Yeah, those have just gone up just in the last 10 minutes or so. Severe warning storm there at Slaughter Beach. What a pleasant name. And then over towards Cape May Point. Prime Hook Beach, Jefferson Roads. This should stay north of Highway 1. That's the main highway through Delaware out to the beaches. Yeah, Yeah, those are going to continue to work across the eastern portions of the Delaware Bay. And then, yeah, we're starting to see these storms push into the eastern shore of Maryland. Severe warnings out as those storms will push across the Chesapeake over into areas like Centerville, Chestertown, Easton, Cambridge. More storms there. A little, not really an organized complex, but there's severe warnings all the way from north of Lebanon all the way down to Prince Frederick, Maryland. And yeah, so not one cluster, but it's at least a line of embedded severe weather. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. That's going to push towards the shore. Lightning picking up in that Baltimore camera too. Let's close out the storm reports for a second. Tornado possible tag into southern Kansas. This is one of those supercells in southern Kansas. Oh boy. That may not be more. That might be more than possible. This is a storm that we flagged a little while ago as a tornado possible storm. I think it was before it had a, yeah, before it didn't even have a tornado possible tag, but we noted that it had some rotation. That has significantly increased. Let's look at spectrum width, showing it right there too, right in there. Velocity scan shows it. Storm relative velocity shows it. That may have actually produced a brief tornado. Seeing some suspicious correlation coefficient in there on the last scan. And then you can see that somewhat suspicious correlation coefficient shifted to the south with that circulation. And now it's not there anymore. That may have been a brief tornado. Oh yeah, you'll have falling pressure probably through the night. Even if you don't get the storms, your pressure will fall. And then considerable threat, or destructive threat continues. Webb City, Schindler, Burbank, generally north and west of Pawhuska. The one good news is those storms aren't moving super fast. They're working, let's see. Yeah, south and east at 25. Southeast at 25. I think there was a brief tornado near Granola just a couple minutes ago. That area has slightly broadened just on the last scan, but still seeing the spectrum width shows it pretty good. May not be on the ground yet, but that is a dangerous storm. Continuing to work towards the south and east at about 40 or so miles an hour. Oh, southeast at 20. That seems actually slow. Try this again. Let me time this out manually again. So right in there, that's at 35. Okay, let's go back out about 10 minutes. Yeah, I guess it's about right. 25 miles an hour. Okay. Looked a little faster on the radar, but Tornado possible tag, but this may have produced a brief tornado. Continue to, I would go to my safe space. If I was south of Granola, Kansas, towards Cedar Val, just north of Highway 166, I'd kind of be tucked away in my safe space. Sounds good, Christine. Yeah, have a good night right now. We'll be on for quite a while into the evening, but if you have any severe storms, we'll check in on it again. Don't think there's a camera in that location. Yeah, Cedar Val area does not have a camera. Still surprised that does not have a tornado warning. It's a fairly tight localized area of rotation there. And that continues to work towards the south-southeast. Sedan, Cedar Val. You guys are under the gun there. Keep an eye on that storm. What are they doing here? We are continuing out the considerable threat through Pawhuska, Winona, Fairfax to Ralston. They've just extended it out a little bit more. Northern Osage and northwestern Pawnee counties moving southeast at 25. Yeah, that slowed down just a little bit. I bet I mean, the wildfire smoke, I bet there's some pretty good sunsets out that way too. Some of this storm has weakened Taloga to Longdale, Canton. Considerable threat still, golf ball size hail. And also some 70-mile-an-hour wind in there, but that storm has weakened just a little bit in general. A couple storms also now severe across northern Louisiana. Oh, these are storms that came out of Arkansas earlier. A lot of outflow boundary interactions there. Also flash flood warnings, southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana. All right. I'm very quickly going to hop off. I'm going to be on camera. I'll be in the studio, just not on camera. I got to eat my dinner that just arrived for 4th of July. So I'll be right here if anything crazy happens here in the next minute or two. I'll be just off camera. In the meantime, we'll just put it on. I'll put it on the full look. You can really see those storms exploding with the overshooting tops across Kansas. That is a ominous look there. Those, I think, are some of our stronger storms right now. All right. Welcome back. Hi, Mariah. How's it going tonight? Thanks for joining us here. I just got my 4th of July dinner in off camera. All right. What's going on here? Baltimore, things are still kind of messy. Looking at DC, right now things are cloudy. You can see those storms in the distance. We have the Virginia State Police, it looks like over there on the bottom of the screen, still blocking off the exit. I don't think it's not an emergency. I think these are firework precautions. They have the exit lane blocked off. You can see some boats in the Potomac. We saw the outflow boundary gust through here at about 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in DC Reagan earlier a little bit ago. That has continued to clear the DC area right now. So I know we're kind of waiting on the DC fireworks. See some lightning in the background of that shot. Those storms are continuing to move towards the north and east, but there is another batch of storms right now. Not severe and weakening, but there is a batch of storms back to the west of DC. So we do have to worry about those. They may push through the DC area here in the next little while. As you can see, it's closing in on 8 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. So we are getting closer to fireworks time. We do continue to see a big cluster of storms. Severe one pushing through the Baltimore area now. Dundalk up through Perry Hall, and then out north and east of Baltimore, Perryman, Aberdeen, Port Deposit, and then eventually over towards Elkton and Chesapeake City. We also have the severe warning storms Chesterton and Church Hill, also Centerville area. Did that MDOT camera freeze up? May have. Just reload it. Okay, actually, I'll probably just shift and we'll go up north. Very heavy rain falling on this camera. This is out of areas just north and east around the Perry Hall area. You can see cars are even slowed down and stopped there as those heavy winds are pushing into this area. So some very heavy rainfall and heavy winds showing up. Is this? Yeah, it is a considerable threat. So these are potentially some 70-mile-an-hour winds in this complex of the storm, and probably one of the more potent storms that we've seen here on the East Coast so far today. A couple of those other considerable threat winds did not verify. That potentially does. That's going to continue working up through Edgewood, Aberdeen, Port Deposit, Rising Sun, Elkton, and Chesapeake City. Lightning there, also pretty heavy. Further to the north, considerable threat across Lancaster County, Lancaster, New Holland, Paradise, over towards Ephrata, and then up into areas like Reading, Warwick, Coatesville, Lionville, Westchester, and Kennett Square. Also seeing a warning now as this pushes towards the Philadelphia areas. We have other severe warning storms, McClure and Sunbury, and then also a ton of storms in the tri-state. Most of this has scraped across northern New Jersey, so right now downtown New York City in okay shape. But north of town, Yonkers, White Plains, Yorkton, severe thunderstorms continue there.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then now seeing a destructive severe thunderstorm with this cluster of storms, also a tornado possible tag. This is in areas in northwestern Connecticut, includes Pauling and New Milford, Dutchess County, and Litchfield counties in Connecticut. 80-mile-an-hour winds and half dollar size hail and a tornado possible. This is an area that we saw rotation in this cell earlier, but yeah, there is rotation in here near Pauling. That has quickly escalated there in the last couple minutes, just near Pauling, Connecticut. And yeah, there it is in spectrum width too. When we see these little S shapes like this in the spectrum width, that is an indication. Oh, there's a bunch of emergency vehicles on our Maryland camera too. Hopefully everybody's okay. But yeah, when we see this kind of S-shaped look, and then there's the actual kind of donut in there, that is a pretty nasty circulation. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning if that continues to show circulation. There is the little inflow notch region. This is where it's surging out.
Has been issued.
One of the nastier storms I've actually, I think, diagrammed in Connecticut. They've also continued the PDS destructive severe thunderstorm Fairfield and Westchester and Putnam counties. You do want to treat this like it's a tornado warning with 80-mile-an-hour winds. These parts of northern Connecticut and western Connecticut have trees. There's a lot of trees. And so this is an area that has susceptible tree falls on your property. You want to treat this as a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. A basement or storm shelter are your better options. And that includes everywhere from Norfolk, Winstead, Torrington, Litchfield, Morris, Watertown, Waterbury, Seymour, Monroe, Easton, Ridgefield, Danbury, Connecticut, a very large community there, city in the western portions of Connecticut, and then also areas there around Gaylordsville. This is a nasty storm above me there with the considerable threat winds north and east of Baltimore. You can see people pulled off the road. This is at I-95 and Bradshaw. Looks like we also have some gustier winds picked up on this camera perspective. You can see the camera rocking back and forth as people are walking across the bridge into DC for the fireworks show later tonight. Yeah, that camera's rocking and rolling now a little bit. I think it's an outflow boundary from those weakening storms that's pushing through the DC area right now. And I've still seen several boats on the Potomac. Some of those are probably working boats. They're oh, we're muted. Sorry about that. There we go. I think we're good. I don't know how long I was muted for. May have since I came on back from the dinner break. Anyway, destructive severe thunderstorm working through Connecticut. It's basically center line for the Danbury area. So Danbury, Connecticut, you do want to take basically tornado safety precautions. Also seeing tornado possible there. There's an area of rotation headed for the Danbury area. Southeast 45. There's a couple of different things going on here in Connecticut. There's a couple isolated cells out in front. Those are considerable for some small hail, up to about golf ball size hail around Hartford, Vernon, Bolton, and Hebron. And then some other storms that were severe warned earlier out towards coastal Connecticut. Severe thunderstorm watch. They've pushed through these areas. All of Connecticut right now under a severe thunderstorm watch, as well as portions of coastal Rhode Island and also Long Island. That extends out till 1 a.m. Eastern. Scattered damaging winds, 70 miles an hour likely, and isolated large hail, 1.5 inches in diameter. And again, that goes until 1 a.m. So yeah, you do have kind of a 1-2 punch in the Connecticut area. You have these individual cells; they're causing their own issues, and then behind that individual cell complex, you have this line of storms with potential circulation in there. That's also going to have its own damaging to destructive winds in this area here on New Fairfield, about to roll into Danbury, Connecticut. And we're getting pretty good radar data out of the Long Island radar. Only a couple thousand feet up, seeing like 90-mile-an-hour winds. So there's potentially some 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds reaching the ground that will be coming into the Danbury area just in the next few minutes. Looks like the hail core has also picked up in this cell, so it is now being warned for a considerable threat for lime-sized hail just south and west of Hartford, Connecticut, around Plainville, New Britain, and then over towards Rocky Hill, and may get towards Middletown, Connecticut. Yeah, Connecticut is maybe doing a little bit of overperforming. Yeah, I guess this area is in the slight risk area still, so yeah, I guess it's accurate, but it is overperforming some earlier model estimations. Let's see. Still strong storms through southeast Pennsylvania. We pick up those considerable threat storms through Maryland. This Maryland cameras actually do pretty good, so the fact that this camera is having a little bit of issues means that those are pretty strong winds in there. See if we can get that camera to reload. Yeah, here's a great camera. This is the leading edge of that storm complex. This is over the Susquehanna River Bridge. This is the wide part of the Susquehanna. Look at the winds picking up there. There's dust, blowing dust on that camera perspective. Those are quickly closing in on this position, and you can see that greenish hue to it. There's potentially some pockets of small hail back in there, but yeah, look at the blowing dust on the leading edge of that that line of storms blowing off on the left of the screen, and then also you can see some ripples on the water, and the trees are starting to shake too. So that's with that outflow boundary surging across this perspective. Yeah, you can start to see the camera shaking a little bit too. Pretty nasty storms across northern portions of Maryland right now. Aberdeen about to roll into Port Deposit and Havre de Grace, then eventually over towards Elkton. Destructive threat in Connecticut. I do want to check. I think we lost our destructive warning for areas in northern Oklahoma, so that's a good sign there. Actually, outflow dominant storms, so we've also lost, I think, some of our tornado risk in these storms as well. Severe warning storms, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through Pawhuska, Hominy, Barnsdall, Cleveland, and back towards Pawnee, Morrison, Red Rock, Billings, Tonkawa, and then over towards Perry and Covington. We'll see how those storms work as they get in towards the Oklahoma City area. There's a pretty big burst of wind there. Yeah, you can see more of the dust and heavy rain behind that leading edge of dust and wind. There may be still some pockets in this storm complex that have some 60+ mile-an-hour winds in them. If they are, they're right along the leading edge of that precip. One thing to keep a note of is this camera is elevated. It's already elevated on the bridge, and then it's elevated way above the bridge. So we are getting a little bit higher winds likely up at this level versus, true ground level winds where those cars are located. But that dust in the distance also makes me think there is some pretty strong winds in there. Yeah, we can check Southeast Virginia real quick too. But this is still a couple stronger storms in South Central Virginia around Charlotte Courthouse. Some small hail and gusty winds. Let me see where that's leading. That's lifting towards the north, though, generally towards Farmville Looks like still southeast Virginia. You may get out of it. That's dangerous. There's a boat out there in the considerable threat winds. It's just about to pass under the bridge. That's very dangerous boating. Some other stronger storms in Virginia: Fredericksburg down through Bowling Green, Hanover Courthouse to Richmond. Those storms are going to eventually work out over eastern Virginia, Colonial Beach, Montrose, Tappahannock, and then over towards Lancaster, King William, and Heathsville. Yeah, wow, that's some nasty boating with the lightning, and there was just like a cloud to ground strike. That's why you do have to pay extra attention to weather when you're boating. And storms in the distance, if you're out on open water, can look like they're coming fairly slowly, and they can get on you very quickly. But yeah, this is a nasty cluster storms working into northeast portions of Maryland. We have some rain showers and some embedded thunder in here as it's working into the areas south and west of DC. We'll keep an eye on this one. It's creeping up towards DC. It's also launched an outflow boundary. So they're likely weakening storms, but these may also get up towards the DC area. Just kind of captivated by that camera. Here's a look out of the Tulsa area. We're also tracking those other clusters of storms headed generally for the Tulsa area. We also have strong storms with some flash flood warnings, southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana. But yeah, starting to see those considerable threat storms make a move towards the I-44 corridor. Perry, Pawnee, Hominy, Bartlesville will eventually be next there. And then I want to check that tornado possible tag. We saw a brief tornado with this storm earlier, but it looks like that has broadened out. Yeah, back in here, like earlier before
A
I
new
took my
flash
quick
flood
dinner
warning
break,
has been
I think we
issued.
saw a brief tornado like right in there. That has broadened out, so that is a good sign there. That supercell's kind of gotten incorporated into the leading edge of that line segment, not as imminently tornadic. Hello, Brayton. How's it going today? TSB, welcome. Yes, they appear to be right now. In fact, they've dropped that severe thunderstorm watch across Indiana. There are still scattered storms across Indiana, portions of western Ohio, into areas in western Kentucky. But the severe threat is a little bit lower. Still some strong storms up through Terre Haute, Clay City, and then through the Indianapolis metro. You may get an isolated severe warning or two out of those. But I don't see any widespread severe weather across the Ohio Valley here, at least in the next little while. And I believe we looked at it earlier. Model data supports the weakening of those storms. But let me just reload the model, and we'll take new model data that's just come in. And I just kind of want to double check stuff. Yeah, model data does support continued weakening of those storms. Now, yes, you could always get a storm or two that uptrends and kind of breaks what the model sees, but in general, we see less storm coverage into the overnight hours across the Ohio Valley. I think our focus will end up being back here across Oklahoma as we go after dark. And then eventually all this, even though there's some pretty strong storms here, all this and some of the strongest storms will push offshore, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Just lost that Maryland camera, apparently. All right, back to Connecticut. This is right now where we have our shortest term, highest end severe risk right now. A couple destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for 80-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, and a tornado possible. We see the area of circulation in there is near Stony Hill, just across the areas around Brookfield. It's going to be just north and east of the Danbury area. And it was a little bit tighter just to the northwest of Danbury, but still seeing that broad circulation in here. Hollyville, Newtown, out towards Stevenson, Monroe, White Hills, eventually towards Shelton, Connecticut. That leading edge surge also has some of those destructive winds in it. And then we'll have to watch a couple of these other areas. Nothing is really spinning right now, but that's where we also have some pockets of some at least considerable threat to destructive winds around Washington and New Preston. This batch kind of right in there. And then here's more of the destructive winds back in here across Danbury, King Street, New Fairfield. Those are all lifting to the south and southeast. So heads up out along the I-95 corridor, Bridgeport, Milford, Connecticut, New Haven, some very populated areas out here in southern Connecticut are in track for that. Actually surprised they didn't put the destructive tag all the way out to the coast. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get at least a considerable threat warning that gets extended out to the southern coast of Connecticut. This other cell, kind of a lead supercell out in front of the line segment, still being warned. Considerable threat for Lyme-sized hail. That is in here near Berlin and New Britain, Connecticut, drifting towards Middletown, East Hampton. It's going to get down to the lower Connecticut River Valley. Fairly populated corridor also there south of New Haven. That's another storm to watch. And then we lose kind of the punch of those storms as they get out towards the coastal areas, southeast Connecticut and into Rhode Island. But this whole complex should work through most of Connecticut, a fairly small state. But
a new flash flood warning
dangerous
has been
conditions
issued.
in Connecticut right now. The southern tail of this complex of storms is also now severe warned around Yonkers and Fort Lee over towards Paterson, New Jersey. That is going to head for areas around the Bronx. So some more dangerous conditions pushing into New York in the next few minutes. Move away from the Maryland cameras for a minute and get into northern portions of New York City. This is right around the border there at south of New Rochelle, just on the north side of the Bronx, near Pelham Manor. That's looking at that strong storm complex working in. So we'll get a decent look at those storms. ST Nguyen, what's your general location again? I'm blanking on it right now. You don't have to dox yourself, but at least give me like a general kind of state. I can let you know. Or general city area, or a city that's nearby you. Yeah, they've extended out that severe warning into southern portions of the Hudson Valley, Yonkers, White Plains, Wilton, Norwalk, up through Ridgefield in extreme southeastern New York. Some of this severe activity will also reach out onto the Long Island, and now seeing that around Locust Valley, Oyster Bay Cove, Bayville, Upper Brookville, and there is just see around Port Washington, those areas on Long Island. They've dropped the the destructive tag for areas around Torrington. Still seeing a considerable threat tag for those areas there. It's going to push towards the Hartford metro area. And then, yeah, our stronger winds, I think, are down in here. Danbury, Newtown, eventually towards Bridgeport. Considerable or destructive severe risk for the 80-mile-an-hour winds. Continue to treat that like it's a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Might have to reload that camera every now and then with the storm approaching, but you can already see some gusty winds on that camera. Yeah, there's our wind and hail pushing through Port Deposit. Severe warning also now extending out into Delaware, Middletown, through Dover, and then back across eastern Maryland, Greensboro, Henderson, and areas around Barclay, Chestertown. Severe storms there. They're going to push into South Jersey as well. The back edge of this whole complex of multi-complexes of storms is kind of pushing towards the areas around Marshall, eventually back towards Luray and Harrisonburg. Looks like some rain and storms may flirt with the DC area. Here's a look at that camera perspective across the 395 bridge from Alexandria into Washington, D.C. You can see the Capitol buildings and stuff in the background. That's downtown D.C. And then just if they pan to the left, that'll show the Washington Monument. But you can see as we're getting closer to the fireworks, there is more pedestrian traffic along the bridge there, and quite a bit of cars as well. But and also gusty winds. The winds have picked up a little bit. The camera's shaking a little bit. It doesn't help that it's zoomed in, so that when you zoom in the camera, it magnifies the shaking, but there still are some gusty winds from the outflow boundary from those storms that are still now mostly, for the most part, to the south and west of DC. For now, most of our severe thunderstorm watches right now, we've dropped a couple of them. Most of the ones that have dropped are basically the ones in the Midwest. So there are storms in the Mississippi and Ohio valleys, but they're not as severe at the moment. We're also seeing a decrease in storms that are severe in Minnesota. That area never had a watch, but yeah, seeing those decrease. We still have the severe thunderstorm watch into portions of Nebraska. This is our main watch that I still think we're going to be following well into the evening, is the watch in Oklahoma. That also has some of our more concentrated clusters of storms. Right now, there's still storms across eastern New Mexico and into the Texas Panhandle. We're losing most of the warnings in those storms. They went up with convergence, daytime heating, out ahead of the dry line, and then also once they started to go up, convergence between outflow boundaries. We're seeing less of those. Into Pennsylvania, there are still a number of storms, central Pennsylvania and now eastern Pennsylvania. Those are most of our severe warned storms. There is a complex of storms that kind of trails back across southwest Pennsylvania. Still flash flood warnings from Wheeling to areas south of Pittsburgh, and pretty heavy rainfall at times in that cluster of storms. This batch moving into eastern Virginia will eventually get into the Delmarva, and then we have the batch from Reading down towards Smyrna, Delaware. Severe warned cluster of storms. Not a highly organized severe cluster of storms, but areas in here: Reading, Pottstown, Warwick, Lionville, Westchester, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds at times. They have dropped, looks like, most of the considerable threat in here, but there's still, I think, pockets of some 60 plus mile an hour winds potentially in there in small pockets. But yeah, it is slightly decreasing in intensity as those push into the eastern shore of Maryland. Most of this will get over towards Philly in the next couple minutes to about an hour or so. And then big winds also pushing out through White Plains and Yonkers. That's the storm that that I had up. This storm complex is the complex that's pushing into White Plains, Port Chester, Harrison, and the areas just on the north sides of New York City around the Bronx. Still a very nasty storm here. Still a tornado possible. It would be in here near Newtown. And see, actually, it's cleared out the inflow notch just a little bit. Doesn't look crazy tight, but yeah, the rotation is in here just near Newtown, crossed Highway 84, and it's moving. It's moving at a pretty good pace to the south and southeast. Yeah, there it is too. Little S shape in here on the spectrum width, and then a little bit of a highlighted area of the spectrum width winds, and that correlates really well with that area of rotation near Newtown and Berkshire, and then that's going to continue working towards Kinneytown, Shelton, south and east at 45. We can take this out and put it out here. Shelton about 14 minutes, Milford 21, East Haven, New Haven, and West Haven all about 28 minutes. And then if it holds on, it could get over into eastern Long Island, but Wading River also about 48 minutes, and then Calverton 55. Calverton at 55 would be out over Long Island, so we'll definitely keep an eye on this complex of storms. This this mezzo kind of on the leading edge of this storm, it broadens and then it tightens up very briefly, and then it broadens back out for a while. Looks like it broadened on the last scan. This looks to the north, so those storms are coming in from the west, which is the left side of the camera, moving towards the east-southeast to the right side of the camera. Yeah, pockets of gusty wind in here. Coatesville, Downingtown, Pennsylvania, over towards Lionville and Exton. That area will push towards the Philadelphia area. And now Philadelphia under a severe thunderstorm warning all the way into Central City. That also includes areas north and west side of Philadelphia, Phoenixville, Paoli, Doylestown, Dublin, Quakertown, Pennsburg, Warminster Township, and then down towards Chester, back towards Kennett Square. So severe warning storms pushing into southeast Pennsylvania, also into northeast Maryland, Bel Air to Elkton, Edgewood to Middletown, into Delaware, Smyrna, Dover, back towards Centerville and Chestertown. Check our storm report, see if we've had any more. Let me see if we've had any more wind gusts. Nothing super close to those storms. The last one that was reported was at the airport at 58 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a pocket of 60 to 70 in there, though. We'll see if that verifies later. And nothing. Oh, yeah, we did get a new 60-mile-an-hour wind gust at Lancaster at the airport there a little bit ago. So that has verified. This is going to be a complicated little mess, but that hailstorm that's working east now, southeast of Hartford, also has a couple hail reports. Golf ball size hail, that looks like it's verified. And then a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier. I don't see any 80-mile-an-hour registers on that destructive threat yet, but we'll continue to keep an eye, see if we get any verification of those winds. And then a new warning there for Allentown, Pennsylvania, as the storms lift off towards the north and east. They may make their way into North Jersey as well as the New York City area later tonight. Although it's 8:30 there. I think those storms in Pennsylvania won't make it into New York City by the time fireworks happen. But your commute home from fireworks may be a little rainy. We continue to see tornado possible tag near Sedan in Kansas. Yeah, there's some broad rotation up in that cell. That's that cell that was tornado, well, really close to, I think it had a tornado briefly on it. Strong storms coming through the Bartlesville area, down towards Barnsdall. Down here, these are more outflow-driven storms, but still considerable threat winds pushing towards Tulsa. Those winds are pushing towards this camera too in New York, so I'm going to kind of reload that camera quite a bit. But this is pushing towards the Tulsa area, Sperry, Jenks, Sapulpa, and this will push through the entire Tulsa area. We also have strong storms Perry, Red Rock, Morrison, Glencoe, Stillwater down to Perkins. Considerable threat, hail and wind. And then back through Covington, Marshall, Garber. The other strong storms have weakened somewhat, but back towards Woodward, Moreland, and Sharon. They have weakened as they push towards Oklahoma City, Seelig, down to Watonga. Just kind of general storms there at the moment. And then areas there around Portales, New Mexico. That storm is being warned as a considerable threat for Lyme-size hail. So that is interesting that that storm has upscaled quite significantly in the last little bit. Let's see. That's an interesting question, Carson. And actually, I don't know. I think they'd be too fleeting. I think it'd be too fleeting to detect fireworks, but GOES can detect some other things. Not purposely, but GOES can detect like fireballs, like not comets, but you know, like the meteorites and things. Trying to look it up real quick to see if it can. It might, because it also can detect lightning, right? There's lightning sensors on the GOES. So potentially.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but it might be able to in small. It probably won't look like fires, though. The fires, it can detect fairly large, and they show prominently, but I don't know if it would show as prominently. We'll maybe give it a shot if we get fireworks in DC tonight. Because the DC fireworks should be pretty large, although there's going to be rain around, so it might not do the best. Looks like they have released that destructive warning, but they continue to push the severe thunderstorm warning through Bridgeport, New Haven, over towards Old Saybrook. Surprised they actually haven't. They dropped the tornado possible tag, but yeah, I guess it has kind of weakened. That area has stayed broad. It's still kind of a remnant circulation in here near Monroe and White Hills, Shelton, Connecticut, over towards West Shore. Still an area to keep an eye on, but that area has generally weakened a little bit. Much better if you're in the Hudson Valley, north of those storms. Beacon, Poughkeepsie, Kingston, up through Albany. Your severe threat has wound down. And then much of western Pennsylvania, not really a severe risk anymore. They'll probably start to cut more of this watch. But if you're up here at Altoona, Lewiston, and north, you're in better shape there. Some rain and some small storms around, but nothing too intense. And then there is a kind of loose cluster storms, not really severe. A couple of times, tornado possible tag back towards central Minnesota or western Minnesota. Let's take a look at this area. Interestingly, this is where there's been a couple tornado warnings today, and a couple of their tornado possible severe thunderstorms. A little bit further from the radar site, but let me see if we can get a good detection of it. Yeah, there's broad rotation in here near Watson and Highway 59, crashing south towards Montevideo. Probably not how they pronounce it up there in Minnesota, but other severe storms, Stapleton to Broken Bow in central Nebraska. And we're seeing those storms push towards the Tulsa area.
A new
Considerable threat.
flash
The hail
flood
core
warning
has
has
come
been
down on
issued.
this, so it's mostly a wind risk into the Tulsa metro. And looks like they might be shooting off fireworks, or this was the baseball stadium potentially there, because a bunch of fireworks just went up in Tulsa, but you can see the smoke clearing from those. It looked somewhat professional, but you can also see the darker clouds pushing in from the west. I think that's the baseball stadium, so they may have just, Tulsa's baseball team may have just won, but keep an eye on this. Yeah, I'm guessing they probably don't pronounce it like that, but I'm familiar with like the Twin Cities area, not as much out into the rural areas like southwest Minnesota. Yeah, let's take a look. They're still okay in Indiana. The strongest storms are along the I-70 corridor still. There's a batch that's east of Indianapolis towards Greenfield, Morristown. Some gusty winds in there. And then there's another batch that's settled along the I-70 corridor just south of Terre Haute. Spencer, Clay City. Those are working somewhat to the east. The good news is a lot of this is outflow driven, at least this storm complex. These storms are still kind of just behaving themselves. They've uptrended maybe just a little bit, approaching areas around Bloomington, Worthington, Spencer, areas there in southern Indiana. Yeah, I think this has a pretty good structure to it. Actually, let me play around with this camera and let me see if there's any better. A lot of the Oklahoma cameras are really good quality cameras. Get settled a little bit here. A lot of the Oklahoma cameras are really good quality cameras, but they do focus on the traffic. Let me see, but there may be some. Oh, yeah, here you go. Caleb. Was that Caleb? Yeah. Check this out. This is looking north from Sapulpa. You can see the mothership coming here. The striations on the leading edge of that shelf cloud, and then the big surge of wind there. The striations up into the column. That's a pretty nice look. Yeah, that's a cool look. Gilchrist and 49th Street. Briefly, this is at Charles City, Maryland. Yeah, that's a pretty textbook photo of a shelf cloud. In fact, I think it's getting better as it gets closer. Let's see, Charles City. I at the Sassafras River. I always forget where it is. It's right in here somewhere. Anyway, that's right in the Sassafras River is right in here. So here, Fredericton. So this is that severe warning storm blowing through here. You can really see it's the wind's blowing in pretty good in the lights there. You can see the rain sheets of rain blowing through. So this is still a
A new
severe warning
PDS
cluster
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
as it works up through eastern Maryland, Elkton, and then into areas like Westchester and up towards Pennsburg. There is DC looking at the traffic conditions. People walking across the bridge into DC. They have the exit blocked off for fireworks. And I think that's the Metro bridge that's lit up on this side. I'm hoping they pan the camera a little bit back towards the north, and then we can see the fireworks later tonight. Let's see. You can see how dark it is underneath those storm clouds. Yeah, that is an impressive shelf cloud. We've seen a couple lately on some of our streams, but look at that. That is an impressive shelf cloud. They have added a destructive warning to that complex of storms, areas around Bartlesville. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, radar indicated that's going to be for northern Washington County and Nowata counties in northeast Oklahoma. That's a pretty intense portion of the line segment. This is also pretty intense still coming towards the Tulsa area. I'm surprised it does not have surprised it doesn't have a destructive tag to it because we're only looking up a couple thousand feet and seeing close to 90-mile-an-hour winds in here. Zinc Ranch, Skiatook, Sperry. This is a pretty big batch of wind. And yeah, that continues to work towards the Tulsa area, especially just north of Tulsa, getting up into the kind of the whale's mouth underneath that shelf cloud. And yeah, here's this area surging out Copan, Bartlesville, Nowata, Delaware, and Lenapaw. Destructive severe thunderstorm. They also do have a tornado possible tag in this. Yeah, there's still an area of rotation, actually 2 areas of rotation in here. There's one just to the east of Bartlesville in this little S-shaped kink, and then there's another one up here near Copan. And those are both moving easterly. What was the speed again? 45. So good news is this is going to miss the Tulsa area, but if you're north and northeast of Tulsa, this is a very nasty storm.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, they did finally add the PDS. See, I mean, come on. That was kind of a no-brainer. So I'll take the credit for calling that out sooner, but that was pretty much a PDS warning coming because I've seen pockets of like 90-mile-an-hour winds and we're only 1,500 feet off the ground. But Sperry, Skiatook, Collinsville, Owasso, Turley, Sperry, and then north sides of Tulsa. That includes the Tulsa airport. Tornado safety precautions. You want to treat this like it's a tornado warning. Yeah, that's an incredible shot there. Here's some of those areas in the path of the first destructive warning. That's through Bartlesville now, Washington County. That's Delaware, Nowata, and Lenapaw, about 16 minutes. And then if it holds together, Welsh, Blue Jacket, and Veneta will be about 50 to 55 minutes. This other area of destructive winds, that's moving southeast at 30. Yeah, radar indicated, but that's pretty strong radar indication of those winds. The heaviest winds are not along the leading edge of that outflow boundary. The outflow boundary is out ahead of that just a little bit. And that's going to put it into some very populated areas. Collinsville, 9 minutes. Owasso, 13. Potentially, especially the north sides of downtown Tulsa, 7 minutes. Fair Oaks, 33. Catoosa, 26. Claremore, 30. And then it'll get out towards the radar site our other storm that we were tracking a little bit ago near Watson and Granite Falls, Minnesota, has gone tornado warned. I think Minnesota's had our most tornado warnings for today. Weirdly, not as
A
many of
new
the severe
tornado
storms,
warning
but the
has been
ones that
issued.
have been in Minnesota. Rotation is just over Montevideo. I don't know how they pronounce it there, um, but that town, and then that's pretty much center line for Granite Falls. Granite Falls, Minnesota. It's going to parallel 212. If you're in these areas, that's Chippewa and Yellow Medicine counties, west central Minnesota. Tornado safety precautions. Oh yeah, let's look at that. Oh, look at the dust on this camera. Yeah, you can definitely see there's blowing dust in there. Let's take a look. So yeah, here's your outflow boundary where it's kicking up all this dust. It should be probably, yeah, fully blue on the correlation coefficient. Actually, a fairly deep correlation coefficient at times too. It's kicking up a lot of dust. You can really clearly see the outflow boundary in here. Yeah, that's one of the stronger, more pronounced outflow boundaries, even showing up on the correlation coefficient. About to push through. Yeah, it's pushing through Sapulpa, downtown Tulsa right now. Yeah, look at all the dust that's kicked up in downtown Tulsa. That's crazy. That's a beautiful shot. Underneath the shelf cloud, there's a little bit of sunset peeking through. That's a great look too. I want to move that camera though because it's not really showing the shelf cloud anymore. I'll put it up towards Owasso, north sides of town. Yeah, we'll kind of bounce back and forth. That's Tulsa downtown looking towards the baseball stadium. And then this is looking north by the airport, looking into that destructive threat a little more. Up along 169, looking towards Owasso. You can see kind of we're underneath that shelf cloud now, and about to also get slammed with the outflow on this camera. So the dust, we'll probably start to see the dust pretty soon on that camera perspective. But yeah, the heaviest winds look like they're just north of the Tulsa area. Sperry, Skiatook, Collinsville, Owasso, towards Vera, and then the other area there with a little bit of a tornadic circulation starting to show up there. Wan and Copan, Lenapaw, Delaware, Newada. Those are two dangerous complexes of storms. This is also starting to push towards, this has made a little bit more of a jog towards the east than some of the models showed earlier. Yeah, it's pretty steadily working to the south and east. So this may be an issue later for areas like Wagner, um, Tahlequah, Stillwell, Locust Grove, Jay Grove, even Northwest Arkansas may get in on this later. So we'll keep an eye on Oklahoma. I'm also keeping our eye on the darkening skies over Washington, D.C. This is just a slightly different perspective, basically the same perspective, but just a little bit broader of a shot. We're also getting severe warnings now into southwest portions of New Jersey, from Dover and Smyrna, Delaware, over towards Bridgeton, Deerfield, the lower Alloways into southwest New Jersey. 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is going to cross the Delaware Bay. We'll see if anything gets weird out here. Sometimes we've seen a couple streams where storms have pushed off of Delaware, and then there's been a couple different little water spouts. We'll see if that happens. I don't think so. It's less favorable for tornadoes and water spouts out east today. And then these storms are slowly starting to weaken across eastern Pennsylvania. They are also outflow dominant now. I see their little outflow boundary in here. As we see in Oklahoma, though, just because it's outflow dominant doesn't mean it's not severe. It just starts to indicate a little bit of weakening as that cold pool punches out in front. Small hail, still potentially ping pong ball size hail. Colchester, Connecticut, down towards New London. They've stretched that warning out to eastern Connecticut around Westerly. And then heavy storms pushing through Hartford, down through Meridian, Wallingford, Hamden, and then about through New Haven, Bridgeport, all the way down into areas in Long Island, Bayville, Stony Brook, Oldfield, Huntington Station, and Smithtown. Severe warnings there continue. It looks like the strongest storms have missed downtown New York City. Should be able to get the fireworks in there. Yeah, starting to see that shelf cloud on this camera again, especially the top left corner, just under that Oklahoma transport sign. Those winds are starting to surge out towards this camera perspective too. Still 32 warnings, 1 tornado warning. Let's get to that. Let's look at the Ohio Valley real quick. Strong storms, Greenfield, Indiana, will eventually approach Richmond. Flash flood warning west of the Dayton area, and then another batch of strong storms from east of Effingham over towards Spencer and Martinsville. Another batch of strong storms, at times isolated severe storms, western Tennessee, now into western Kentucky, around Hopkinsville. Like that area always has severe storms. And then a couple batches of slow-moving storms with flash flooding, Brookhaven down towards Magnolia and Bogalusa in southern Mississippi, and then into northwest Louisiana, all the way kind of along the I-20 corridor, Longview, Texas, Shreveport, through Bastrop, Louisiana, and then still a couple clusters of storms, eastern Colorado, central Nebraska. Let's go up to our tornado warned storm. Storms are moving through Minneapolis, St. Paul right now. There's a couple stronger storms near Rice Lake, Wisconsin. And then still seeing the tornado warned storm near approaching Granite Falls. It looks like this is gusted out, but we are really far away from the radar site. That's looking up about 10,000 feet. Yeah, we're like 10,000 feet away on both radars. There may still be some circulation in here near 212, approaching the areas just north and west of Granite Falls. So Chippewa and Yellow Medicine counties continue to take tornado safety precautions there in west central Minnesota. And then other areas that really need to take tornado safety precautions essentially are these areas here: Lenape, Delaware, Nowata, back towards Copan and Bartlesville, especially now east sides of Bartlesville, Washington, and Nowata counties. 80-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible in there. And then also the other area, Skiatook, Sperry, Owasso, Collinsville, northeast sides of Tulsa, including the airport. 80-mile-an-hour winds approaching areas along the US 75 corridor. Yeah, strong winds approaching downtown Tulsa as well. There's the dust that's kicking up along the leading edge of this. And then here's the stronger winds pushing through Tulsa right now. This is not even the strongest part, but yeah, you can see things blowing around along the highway here. There's paper and trash blowing around. And look at that view. I'll take that a little full again. You can see the dust blowing around on the camera there on the leading edge of that outflow boundary. This camera is like right there. It's right by the Tulsa International Airport looking north towards Owasso. So yeah, it's just out ahead of this outflow boundary that's kicking up a ton of dust. And then behind that, you actually get a little bit of I mean, there's gusty winds in there, but it's behind that outflow boundary where you start to pick up some 60 plus winds. And then behind that, where the heavy precip is, that heavy precip can translate wind to the ground levels a little easier. And that's where some of that heaviest wind is located. 80-mile-an-hour winds potentially in there. Zinc Ranch up to Skiatook. And that's quickly approaching Verdigris, Catoosa, Fair Oaks, and areas just north of Tulsa. Moving at a pretty good pace, too. You can see even on camera, it's moving at a pretty decent pace. It says 30, but it might be moving a little faster than that. I don't know if it's fully firework related or not, but it seems like the traffic has really picked up on this camera going into the city. This is in the DC area looking from Alexandria. And then I'll take this full again. This will be interesting. You can start to see some of that outflow boundary pushed onto the highway here. There's a bit of trash that also is blowing across this portion of the highway. Quickly checking on downtown Tulsa. Yeah, see the trash blowing around? There's quite a bit of wind still just behind that outflow boundary too. And the trees have been gusty at times. And yeah, there's some trash and things blowing across the highway here. So we're about to get into the outflow boundary. Yeah, it's pushing across this camera perspective right now. So look at all that dust. Incredible shot. Incredible, but also dangerous. They have extended out severe warnings east of those two destructive tags. Considerable threat
A new
warnings
PDS
extend
severe
into northeast
thunderstorm
Oklahoma.
warning has been issued.
Craig, Rogers, Washington, and Nowata counties. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then back behind that, that's where the destructive tag is. And then the other considerable threat, Rogers, Creek, Washington, Wagner, Okmulgee, Muskogee, and Tulsa counties. Southeast at 50 miles an hour. So they're warning also the outflow boundary because it's pushing out faster than the storms. But yeah, that includes Haskell, Porter, Wagner, Claremore, over towards Pryor Creek. A couple other storms in central portions of Nebraska. Still watching that tornado warning in Minnesota. We also did get a new destructive tag. This is going to be for that cluster of storms in New York. A destructive warning there for 80-mile-an-hour winds near Bridgeport and Huntington, moving southeast at 35. That is for western Suffolk County on Long Island. You can see that there. Oldfield, Stony Brook, Center Point, or Centerport, over towards Brookhaven, Holbrook, Baiting Harbor, eventually across the entire Long Island area there. Some of this may be because it's over the water. There's less friction, but that area has increased in intensity. Yeah, it's about to roll into Stony Brook as we speak. I'm kind of glued to those cameras, probably with all of you guys right now. That's a danger storm coming into Stony Brook, Rocky Point, Brookhaven, into Long Island, some very populated areas of Long Island. Also, severe warnings continue Wilmington, Delaware, over into South Jersey, Harrisonville, Gloucester Township, Franklinville, through Center City, Philadelphia, though those storms are weakening somewhat as they approach eastern Pennsylvania. Strongest batch, I think, is that area approaching Wilmington and Salem, and then also extending out into Dover, Delaware, Smyrna, Middletown. That'll cross into Commercial Township, Jersey. Still some rain on the cameras in DC. It's kind of light rain to some moderate rain south of DC. Especially south towards Dumfries and Dale City, the Woodbridge area. Actually, some pretty heavy rain with some gusty winds at times. You can see in the car lights there, gusting across the highway there. This is US 1 and Furnace Road in Woodbridge. And yeah, that's actually a little bit of a nasty, for fireworks, for just a regular day, this wouldn't be that bad. But if you're outside in DC, this could be a little bit of a mess because there's a little bit of a surge of wind in here. It's going to ride up the Potomac towards DC. So nothing severe, but this is a batch of gustier winds and heavy rain. Maybe some lightning every now and then as well. Yeah, here's a look out of DC, looking at those roads. They are pretty backed up, but that's getting into DC. You can see the National Monument lit up at times. Connectivity is a little weird on some of these. There's that good look at the National Monument out over there. I'm going to kind of keep that up in case fireworks get going on the National Mall. That way we can kind of spot those. You can see some of the boats and things out there in the water too. They get stuff closed off, and also they have some lane restrictions. It looks like they're probably trying to make sure people don't stop on these bridges and stuff. But I do see the police boats also out on the water, and some lightning also in the distance. So we still do have weather on that camera, but that's looking all the way out to the lightning, the storms on the eastern shore. Here's a look at downtown Tulsa, now into the heavy rain, lightning, and that wind is just starting to slam the camera in downtown Tulsa. Just on the edge of a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, with the highest winds in here near Owasso, also the Tulsa airport. Tulsa itself, probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds blowing through the Tulsa area, maybe some isolated pockets to 70. But yeah, I think the area just north of Tulsa is under the gun for more of that leading edge of the heavier winds. I don't know when Tulsa's fireworks were, but if they're tonight, it's not looking good. This is near Owasso, so we can keep a look on this camera. winds are going to be coming from the left and then crossing the highway to the right. But we're just about to get into the heavy winds in this complex right here near Owasso and the Tulsa airport. That's the batch crossing the 161 corridor that has some of the heavier winds in it, closing in also on the airport. And then all the way up through areas like Bushy Head, Tallahassee, Chelsea, Nowata, Delaware, Lenapaw. Considerable threat to pockets of destructive threat in that complex of storms. So keeping a very close eye on Tulsa, as well as keeping a close eye on the areas in the Tulsa area, as well as the areas in Long Island. And they have extended out considerable threat through Bixby. Ton of cities there. Jenks, 50-mile-an-hour south and east. 70-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Yeah, hail has come down quite significantly. Claremore about 10 minutes, Haskell 23, Wagner 34, Muskogee 43, Fort Gibson 48. Some other locations, Locust Grove 35, Veneta 25, Grove 51, J 57. This area around Grove is the Lake of the Cherokees, highly populated boating area, vacation homes and stuff in here around the Grove and J areas. So if you are on the water on the lake, it's time to get off, even if fireworks, even if you're trying to wait out fireworks, because you have 70-mile-an-hour winds potentially coming your way. Time to find that safe shelter. There's the police boats working across the water there. See a couple of the police boats working across the Potomac. We're waiting on the fireworks in DC. I do see the roads look a little bit wet. So I think some of those showers, the gusty showers, are working into the DC area. But it looks like since it's not storming, it's probably not going to completely shut down the fireworks. Camera shaking a little bit for some gusty winds. And then still seeing this area around Granite Falls in Minnesota. They've trimmed the tornado warning up quite significantly, but oh boy, it's really hard to see. It's very far away from the radar site. It's kind of general shear in there, so almost impossible to tell. We're looking up about 10,000 feet, but continue to take tornado safety precautions. Yellow Medicine and Chippewa counties in west central portions of Minnesota. The lightning has picked up on our cameras there out of the not Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and starting to see the wind and rain get into those cameras. Looking at the downtown Tulsa, you can see the sheets of rain blowing across the streetlights. I don't know if they were going to have fireworks after the baseball game, but if anyone was hanging around downtown Tulsa there after the baseball game, that's a big mess there. It's only 8 o'clock in the central time zone, so they may be able to get some of this through before fireworks. I don't know for sure. So normally we do digital meteorology coverage, not firework coverage, so I'm not a firework expert. There's some nasty storms pushing into areas here into Long Island, including potentially a little spin out here towards Rocky Point. Also, right in there, just off of Rocky Point, some destructive winds potentially in that part of the storm, and then pushing through Port Jefferson, Terryville, Kings Park, Coram, Manorville, and Brookhaven out here on eastern portions of Long Island. 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds potentially in that storm. Also really close to the radar site. It does look like some of this is also because it's open water. As this has come on shore, it's significantly weakened, which I kind of suspected as it was coming on shore. But that also means that some areas close to shore may get some of those 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. And then this little area, have to watch out for that. For Northville, Laurel, Jamesport, some of those areas on eastern Long Island. Severe warnings also continue into Connecticut, the same complex of storms, and it was destructive earlier as well, all the way up through Middletown, Connecticut, just south of Hartford. Another cell with some hail and gusty winds, Montville and New London, a little bit of a lead cell there. And then we have weakening storms all the way out towards Ocean City, Maryland. Or this is actually on the Delaware side. This is north of Ocean City, but Millborough, Long Neck, Fenwick Island, and just south of Rehoboth Beach. That storm is weakening, so that's a good sign. Strong storms also pushing out over the central portions of the Chesapeake Bay. And then, yeah, there's not severe storms, but a batch of wind, gusty at times, and some moderate to heavy rain is also starting to push towards Washington, D.C. Let me see. Actually, let me look. Let me see when the fireworks were set to get going. Okay, actually, with those storms, they were sheltering on the National Mall from, I don't know, 7 o'clock maybe. They did just announce that the gates to the National Mall will reopen at 9:45 p.m., and that is going to be in a half hour. Okay, so fireworks have been pushed back. Um, hmm. This is a fairly non-political channel. We try to keep it non-political here, but apparently this is at the direction of the president that the gates to the National Mall will reopen at 9:45. The president will deliver remarks now at 11 p.m. and then the fireworks spectacular will follow. So that's 11 p.m. Eastern, and then so that's 10 p.m. our time here in the Central Time Zone. So still got a little bit of time. It's only 9 p.m. Eastern, so it looks like the weather has affected some of the celebrations for the America 250. With I'm pretty sure they weren't going to originally have fireworks at 11. I think it was going to be earlier than that, but yeah, they basically I think have had like a 2 hour, basically a 2 hour rain delay sort of thing. So okay. Still seeing very strong storms pushing through the Philadelphia area. Severe warnings continue from Dover, Delaware, Smyrna, Middletown, Wilmington, Delaware, all the way up, approaching downtown Philly. Those storms are weakening though, but there is an outflow boundary surging across the Philadelphia area, including downtown. And then a little stronger storm, Doylestown, Warminster, up towards Allentown, Pennsylvania. The destructive storms continue working through Stony Brook, Rocky Point, and Baiting Hollow. Let's also see here if we've had any new storm reports. 70, close to 70 mile an hour winds at the Northport Yacht Club. That checks out. 75 mile an hour winds at a marine station, weather station at Nassau. So yeah, there are some significant winds in this cluster of storms. Earlier, 60 mile an hour winds at Westchester. So yes, potentially some destructive winds still in that complex of storms. continue to take destructive wind warning there. We've also had confirmed destructive winds now in some of these storms. Bartlesville, the weather station in Bartlesville, emergency management there, 80-mile-an-hour wind report, as well as 1-inch hail. And Copan, another emergency management reported 80-mile-an-hour wind report. There's also a 68-mile-an-hour wind at Copan as well. So those are the storms that are pushing through the Tulsa area right now. Haven't seen. Oh, there it goes. The Tulsa airport just checked in at 63-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see if we get new reports out of those areas. And this is up by the Tulsa airport. So taking a look at this camera gives us a sense of what winds are in that area by the Tulsa airport. They have dropped the destructive tag, continuing the considerable threat tag for both of those areas. They have weakened just a touch. That area has a pretty wide history of at least 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. It sounds like with the storms pushing through the Washington, D.C. area earlier, it does sound like they had a fairly comprehensive safety plan. Obviously, around the National Mall, there's a bunch of public and government buildings that were able to take shelter, that people were able to take shelter in. It sounds also like the metro, the subway system there in DC actually closed a couple stations for stops. So the trains didn't actually stop at those stations, and that allowed people to go into the stations to shelter for those severe storms as well. So that's at Smithsonian and L'Enfant Plaza, just off the National Mall. So it does sound like DC had a decent action plan for the severe storms. And good news is some of the strongest storms missed DC. Some of our wind gusts were 50-mile-an-hour winds in the southwest sides of DC, 50 at DCA, and a couple 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind reports. So DC has gotten out of the worst of it. And yeah, things will clear, but essentially a 2-hour rain delay for the fireworks. Hey, Leighton, how's it going this evening? Hope you're doing okay there. Looks like fireworks have begun across New York. So what I'll do is I'll keep the weather cam there, and then those are going to be the New York fireworks up in the top there. You can see that's looking across from Brooklyn across to New York. So we do have fireworks on the 4th of July. Hope everybody had a good 4th of July here. Oops. These cameras kind of are freezy up a little bit, but let me just reset it. There it goes. Those are pretty good looking fireworks from the New York City area. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing good. It's been a pretty crazy afternoon actually. We haven't had a ton of tornado warnings. There's been a couple in Minnesota. At one point we had 55 severe thunderstorm warnings. So yeah, we've had a busy day of severe weather, and kind of like I suspected, things are starting to fizzle a little bit across the Mississippi Valley. We still have a couple isolated severe storms, but mostly just kind of general storms and some rain, even down into northern Louisiana, southern Mississippi. Really kind of concentrating on this batch of destructive winds in here, and then also the east still has ongoing storms pushing into Jersey, Philadelphia, and then keeping an eye on the Newark, or not, the Washington D.C. area for the fireworks as well as the weather. But yeah, today was a pretty impactful day for severe weather. We've had destructive warnings in Connecticut, destructive warnings in Maryland and Virginia. Although, as I said when those were going on, I don't think those were actual destructive warnings. It does appear like the ones in Connecticut and Long Island were, but it looked like the Virginia ones were overwarned. And then these certainly have been verified destructive warnings at times into eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, they are slowly starting to lose a little bit of the punch. Nothing nothing crazy there. Yeah, this batch is kind of falling apart a little bit. It's more outflow dominant. And then slowly that area around Bloomington, it's kind of sinking to the southeast, but it looks like it's also put out an outflow boundary. Probably the strongest storm right now is in this area around Bloomington. If you're in southern Indiana, like towards Louisville, it looks like you might be able to get through fireworks without the rain. And then there are more storms back across western Kentucky and pushing into northwest Tennessee. Looks like also Nashville maybe you'll get through the fireworks without without too much problem. Pretty nice look there with the fireworks ongoing there across Long Island or across Manhattan. And they have dropped that destructive warning across the areas in Long Island. Actually, they've dropped it all the way down to 60-mile-an-hour standard severe thunderstorm warning. Surprised with that because I think there is a pocket still of considerable threat. Flanders, Hamptons Bay, very close to the radar site, seeing 70-plus mile-an-hour winds in here. So that's an interesting warning that they didn't go back down to considerable threat. Yeah, there's definitely pockets in here of some very gusty winds. Also just pushing off the West Hamptons area. Some surge of wind out there. Oh, look at those. They're lighting up pretty good. Maybe hard to see on this camera perspective, but there are very smoky with probably low LCLs in here. And there's also storms approaching eventually into the New York City Metro again, back through Trenton, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, Doylestown, up to New Brunswick, New Jersey, Middletown, Somerville, Raritan. Severe warning storm continues there. There's a little closer look at those fireworks in the background there. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to see, but up in here is, you can see some of the skyline of Manhattan when I move the mouse behind the fireworks, but it's very smoky.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I think I just broke it there. Yeah, there you can see, kind of center your screen above the cop car is where the fireworks are, but also where Manhattan is. It's a cool look.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I think those are old flash flood warnings because I don't see them anymore.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, those are some old flash flood warnings. I don't know what it's picking up on. Still seeing these storms. They're strong through Tulsa. They're now down into eastern portions of Oklahoma, Bristow, Baggs, Okmulgee, and then eventually down towards Okemah and Henrietta.
A new flash
We
flood
have
warning
other
has been
severe
issued.
warning storms that are pushing through Perkins, Cushing, and Chandler. They're going to scrape the Oklahoma City metro. Other strong storms, severe warning line of storms back from areas around Thomas, down through Carnegie, and then into Kiowa County, Mangum, and Hobart. Those storms have gone up along some outflow boundaries fairly recently, and they're now severe warned. Those may push towards the Oklahoma City metro later here this evening as well. But yeah, this is the strongest complex of storms. Stillwater, Cushing, Bristow, Sapulpa, through Tulsa, Catoosa over towards Locust Grove, Pryor Creek, Adair, Big Cabin, and Veneta in Oklahoma. I'm going to move our camera just a little bit. We can have, where is it? For those of you still watching that like the shelf cloud look, take a look at that storm. There is the striations on the leading edge of the shelf cloud. The lower edge here, this lower lip, just looks like a giant UFO coming this way. That is an impressive shelf cloud still. This is our newest Oklahoma camera at Big Cabin, Oklahoma. And yeah, that's right in there, looking at the leading edge of that shelf cloud, as well as the gust front about to surge out through Big Cabin and Veneta, Oklahoma.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Let's see. Oh, geez, that's not nice, Leighton. Yeah, you don't. No, I mean, well, okay, that's the first thing is
A new flash flood
advice for a
warning
small
has been
creator
issued.
wanting to stream weather. I mean, the first thing is there's trolls everywhere, and it doesn't matter what you're streaming either. You could be streaming games, you could be streaming squirrels for all it matters. You're always going to have haters.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And you can have haters as a small creator or a big creator. In fact, the bigger you are, the more trolls you probably get. But so I guess what the first thing is, just you just have to recognize there's trolls and just ignore them. Don't let them stop what you want to
A new
do.
flash flood warning has been issued.
And then the other thing I think is, I don't know, it's tricky. Well, finding your voice, that's probably the biggest thing, is everybody is unique. So everybody has different assets and different strengths.
Has been issued.
Play up to your strengths as a small creator, if it's editing or if it's videography or if it's streaming. Maybe that's your strength. Like, it doesn't, find your strength and play up to that. And then you just kind of have to also put in just a lot of time and a lot of work as a small creator. And again, this isn't just for weather, it's actually for any field and subject. You just have to put in a lot of time, because it takes a long time for the social media algorithms, even not just YouTube, but Twitch and whatever else streaming platforms. It takes a while as a small creator for the algorithms to connect what you're trying to do with your audience. And they have increased. Okay, yeah, they have gone back to the PDS destructive threat around the Hamptons. Oh, this is some expensive property out here. But yeah, seeing 79 mile an hour winds about 1,000 feet off the radar. And yeah, that is going to be some expensive real estate out here under the gun for some 80 mile an hour winds. I'm surprised they dropped the warning itself. They actually should have added a new warning for that other piece of wind coming out of the Long Island Sound. But yeah, that has continued to increase West Hamptons Beach over to Hamptons and then all the way over to East Hampton. Basically, tornado safety precautions. Give it a couple minutes because it's almost pushed offshore. Take a look at the wind coming into Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Wow, wow, wow. We're going to have cameras on top of cameras right now, but look at the winds and the dust on the leading edge of that outflow boundary. We saw this coming through the Tulsa area. The dust with that outflow boundary with 70 mile an hour winds plus is incredible. And yeah, that is absolutely incredible. The dust, and then we'll get into the rain here in just a couple minutes, but it looks like the fireworks have calmed down in New York City. So let me put that back away. Okay, that goes back there. Okay, there is, yeah, smoky, but fireworks look like they're done in New York City. Okay. That's the Big Cabin, Oklahoma shot. Let's go back to that shot. Because of how widespread the severe weather was today, I've had, let's see, that's not that one. That one. I've had more cameras than I normally do. So we have cameras stacked on top of cameras quite a bit tonight. Okay, continue to take tornado safety precautions for the destructive winds in the Hamptons. And then we'll scroll all the way back to Tulsa. Good news is we lost the destructive winds, but I think there's still a pretty good batch here of 60 to 70 plus coming through Verdigris, Claremore, Bushy Head, Chelsea, and then about to roll into the Big Cabin area, just above my camera there. But yeah, there's some of the blue colors are some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds working towards Veneta, Adair, Big Cabin, Pryor Creek. Okay, it looks like that outflow boundary has pushed through, so I will get that off the screen. We'll get that back like that. And then, let's see. Yeah. No. I mean, it's not a failure. You have to start small, and that's I don't know if he's still here. He may have left, but if Leighton sees this later, you do have to start small, and it's not a failure even if you're not streaming to even if you're only streaming to a couple people. It's still getting. It's not a failure because the algorithm will eventually pick up on that, but yeah, It's definitely not a failure, even if you start very small as a streamer. More dust coming into that big cabin. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. I think he said he was joking about the failing 7th grade, but I will say, like, non-joking though too, if you are a young streamer and you're interested in weather, I do kind of encourage our young weather streamers to get some academic background in weather first. Weather is a little different than, say, being a gaming streamer. It does take a little bit of credibility and also quite a bit of science knowledge. Wow, the dust has really increased again in that big cabin. Crazy dust. Also, the clouds streaming by on the north side of that. Incredible shot there. No, I'm not trying to sound like a gatekeeper either, but I do think that if you're a young streamer and you're interested in weather, I don't know, it's kind of a fine line. I wouldn't put a ton of energy into streaming if I was not in, like, getting close to college age. Like, I think even like Max started his weather streaming as he was kind of a later teenager, like high school, and he started very local. He was streaming like his own area around Dallas, if I remember right. He said before. So one, if you're an aspiring young weather streamer, it is much easier to cover your local area because you'll know it better. So you'll know how to pronounce names around your local area, like whatever this name is, Aquebogue. I have no idea how to pronounce that. That's not my local area, Long Island. If you live there, you might know that. So one, it saves you a little bit of trolling because people won't make fun of you for mispronouncing names that you've never heard of before. But also, the familiarity with your local area helps kind of build up, as a young streamer and a new streamer, it helps build up some of your confidence because you know that area. And you may also have some success as a young streamer being able to connect to some of your local community. You can maybe go out to community events and promote your channel. You can maybe stop in some local restaurants and see if you can put up their logo, if they put up your streaming channel sometimes. Like, there's all kinds of creative things you can do to trade some channel publicity for stuff, but in a local way. It's a lot harder, and obviously it takes a ton more time, ton more work to break into like more of the national weather streaming. And yeah, I would kind of focus in on that. Focus in on your local area, even if it's like, especially like this, like Long Island here, it's very populated. You could focus in on your own little county, and it's not that little. There's millions of people that live out here. So that's some advice. Well, traffic is getting really backed up going into DC. I'm looking at the traffic cameras. They've also moved a few of those onto the road. Yeah, you can see it's raining a little bit. It is raining on the DC area. Yeah, back. There it is. There's the National Mall. Still seeing strong storms in southern Connecticut, portions of Salem, Mystic, Connecticut, Colchester. Severe warning storm continues there. That's in southeast Connecticut, New London, and Middlesex counties. And then areas like Charleston in Rhode Island, central Washington County in Rhode Island. Christine, yeah. I think a lot of people are probably just going to suck it up and just launch the fireworks in the rain. You may hear some blasts and stuff outside too. We have fireworks going off outside. Wow. Pretty loud ones too. Storms are generally starting to weaken across the areas in Indiana. Some strong storms pushing to Richmond and then crossing into western Ohio, Preble County, I think that is. And then also stronger storms, a little pocket near Bloomington. Those are some of the stronger storms in the Ohio Valley right now. Louisville looks like it's going to get in fireworks okay. The storms are mostly south and west of Louisville. And then we still have this big batch of severe storms, eastern Oklahoma into central Oklahoma. And then another cluster has developed into western Oklahoma. Hobart, Carnegie, New Cordell, Hinton, Gary. But yeah, anyway, I guess that was my spiel. I don't know if Leighton's still on here. I'll just wait and see if he is. Still seeing some 77 to 80 mile an hour winds, Hamptons Bay and areas around Canoe Place. This is in the Hamptons in Long Island. Only about 1,000 feet off the radar site. So we're very close to the radar. Low level winds here. This is a very damaging pocket of winds, destructive tag. If you're in the Hamptons, you do want to treat this like it's a tornado warning from Hamptons Bay over to Southampton. And some of the worst of this, I don't think is going to head over towards Northampton, but yeah, it's mostly going to head offshore in the next few minutes, but areas there along 27 in the Hamptons, definitely want to take basically tornado safety precautions. And some of the other higher winds near Brookhaven has left the shoreline. There still is a pocket of some 60s back across Long Island, but some of the strongest winds basically over the Hamptons and then out into the open water. Looks like West Virginia getting in on some of the severe action. Yeah, there's a cluster of storms that's developed southwest West Virginia, moving to the north near Chapmansville. That may get up towards Charleston, West Virginia with some strong storms. But yeah, 60 mile an hour winds, quarter size hail. There's a couple other random storms that are fairly strong. There's one in southeast portions of Ohio, McConnellsville down to Waterford. And then there's also a couple strong storms still in Mississippi. One strong storm here along an outflow boundary, looks like west of Jackson around Utica, Mississippi. And a big cluster of storms producing some heavy rain at times and also just kind of sitting there from Brookhaven and Wesson down through Macomb, Magnolia, Tylertown, and areas just to the west of Poplarville. It's like New Orleans should be able to get their fireworks in okay. Oh, that feels nice. 68 degrees. Yeah, I'd take that. That sounds really nice. Getting a couple other cameras loaded up just so we have them. Just in case things get a little interesting later here. Thanks everyone for joining us. I know it is the holiday with the 4th of July and everything, so I do appreciate all of our viewers all the time, but especially the ones that have taken a little extra time out of their holiday to support the channel and give us some views and likes. And if you're new, give us a subscription. It's a free way to help the channel. It really goes a long way to helping that YouTube algorithm. Make sure that the YouTube algorithm is sending out our life-saving weather coverage to more people. And yeah, we're here. If you're new, we're focused more on the science-based weather communications. There's streamers for everyone, and there's different personalities of streamers. Okay, just double checking that. Looking at Northwest Arkansas in case those storms get over there. There's also a little bit of fireworks, but I don't think it's a community. I think it's just random fireworks. It looks too light outside for standard fireworks. Yeah, it's still 8:45, so this is just random people shooting them off kind of fireworks. I think the pro ones will stay later. Hey, Buff and Puff. Oh, finally. I'm glad you got the power back, Sarah. What? No. Streambot. Streambot blocked Sarah. The first block of the day, I think. Wow, look at the traffic headed into DC right now. That is a lot. Basically a 2-hour delay for the fireworks in DC. Yeah, it does look like... It does look like KTLX is down, which is Oklahoma City's main radar site. But let's see. It shouldn't be too sus. It looks outflow dominant. This is their outflow boundary kind of right in there. So anything behind that outflow boundary should not be tornadic, or about 99% of the time shouldn't be tornadic. We do have some backups. We have the National Weather Service office, KCRI, and then we also do have the Oklahoma City airport radar. But KCRI doesn't have velocity. But that actually helps. Okay, it does have correlation coefficient. This is your outflow boundary in here. The non-meteorological targets, that's outflow, Spencer, Jones, Wellston, and then coming into Oklahoma City now. So yeah, it shouldn't be tornadic back in here. We saw the case yesterday, I think, or no, Thursday, where there was a pretty strong, tight mesocyclone, but luckily it was behind the outflow boundary by about 5 to 10 miles. Outflow boundary will block the warm and moist inflow that thunderstorms need for rotation. Yeah, it's still raining across the DC area. Light rain, light to moderate rain. Traffic has intensified as the storms have left the DC area. It looks like more people have decided to go to the National Mall because it is crazy backed up, all the traffic cams. Like that's going into DC. It looks like it's Monday morning. This above me, this is at Big Cabin, Oklahoma. In this, now they've dropped it from considerable threat, but we saw a lot of blowing dust on this camera just a few minutes ago. And then above me on the top corner, that's our kind of have it pulled across the side, just keeping our eye on the National Mall and the Washington, D.C. fireworks. Yes, I don't have, I guess I don't have velocity data for Oklahoma City at the moment. I guess we can see, might have a little bit of velocity data from the tower. But nothing on there looks sus. And yeah, I don't have the KTLX velocity. This whole complex here is outflow driven too, so so that's a good sign for the tornadic threat. Kind of a minimal tornadic threat across Oklahoma tonight, but yeah, those are outflow dominant storms, so those should be less tornadic as well. In science, you can never say never, so I can't say like it's impossible to get a tornado out of an outflow driven storm. I'm sure it's happened, but high probability that you're not going to get a tornado from an outflow driven storm. There's one area that I'd be interested in. It's where this outflow boundary connects into the storm. So it's this area just to the north and east of Wellston. That's a potential area. where you can still have access to inflow on that storm, and then it's obviously surging outflow on the rest of it. So that's an area that's interesting, but I just don't know because we don't have the velocity data. That, though, is also somewhat behind the other outflow from the other storms. So I think Oklahoma City is going to get okay without tornadoes, but kind of double check stuff as it gets closer. And then they have now dropped that warning for at least the Hamptons. We also, looks like, lost that local radar, KOKX, out of Long Island. That was performing well just a couple minutes ago. Hopefully the storms didn't damage it. Hamptons Bay, North Sea, they still have a standard severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like the destructive part of that storm has pushed offshore. And then there still is a pretty good bucket of wind here. Mystic, Connecticut, over towards Charlestown, Rhode Island, that area there. Yeah, I guess. It was better earlier though. I will say it was better earlier. But that does look like a giant disaster right now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
There may also be like a broken down vehicle there as well. Looks like it's a little bit of everything. I think there's a broken down vehicle or something. And then there's also looks like some construction or lane restrictions. Yeah. Take the metro. It's a holiday. The metro should be like $2.50. It might even be. Is it? No, it's not free because it's really popular and crowded on 4th of July. But yeah, it's a holiday. It's like $2.50, right? Medford, this little area here is a little pocket of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Mount Laurel Township, New Jersey. It's being warned 60, but it may have a little pocket that's higher, only 1,000 feet off the radar site, and headed directly for the radar site as well. Good news, things are starting to clear up west of Philly. Still rain and storms, but the heaviest storms have pushed off into New Jersey. Couple new severe storms into southern Delaware, Georgetown, Delaware. I think it's the second round of severe storms this area's had. Yeah, pretty big burst of wind out there. Wow. Apparently my neighbors have some high-powered ammunition. They are throwing some. Before we get into these storms here into the Delmarva, the very top of the screen, it's hard to see because this is more of a bridge view, but the fireworks over Ocean City, Maryland. I also see a lot of people on that bridge, as well as watching on the bridge. The fireworks are going to be the bright flashes you see. That's not lightning. But let me blow that up real quick. Are they done? They might be done. They're right up in this area. Might be done. Here's a look at Oklahoma City, looking towards downtown. So we're looking to the northwest, kind of a little bit away from those storms, but those storms are working into Oklahoma City just in the next couple minutes. I think so. 50, US 50. Oh, I hope it's not. Let me check my stuff. Doesn't look like it's frozen here. Yeah, maybe just give it a reset. I had that happen on my personal phone the other night. I was watching a long stream, not a weather stream, and it started to get freezy for a second, and it wasn't the phone connection. So maybe a YT thing too. Yeah, these storms are just about to roll into Oklahoma City. Severe storms out on the east side. And yeah, oh, big lightning there. Yeah, it's darker on the east side of this complex of storms. Let me actually turn this camera. There's some fireworks and some storms. I think those were just personal use ones. Here's a good view at the lightning coming into the Oklahoma City metro, especially the north side of Oklahoma City. Still don't have KTLX, but those storms I think are still severe. Just oh, what is this from? Oh, all the way from the Tulsa radar. Yeah, there's I think a spot still in here near Wellston and Chandler that has some severe winds in it, and it's kind of bowing out a little bit. And then also seeing storms pushing towards the areas along the Oklahoma and Arkansas border, Southwest City, Kansas, Colcord, Siloam Springs, down towards Westville, Holbert, and Tahlequah. They've also upped this back to a considerable threat for the damaging winds potentially in there. There's some of nature's fireworks. You can see some of that lightning on the Oklahoma City cam. There's also the shelf cloud look coming towards the Siloam Springs area, or Siloam Springs. This is looking at the Arkansas state line, looking to the west. And yeah, still seeing a pretty good batch of storms in here. They've also trimmed but upped the areas around Big Cabin, down towards Pryor Creek, and then all the way down to Wagner. Still existing areas of storms that have some 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts. There's your Oklahoma City area with the storms. And there's everybody walking home from the fireworks at Ocean City. All right, I'm gonna grab a refill on the drink and also see what fireworks they're shooting off over the weather studio right now, because it sounds like the fireworks are directly over the house. Okay. Sorry about that. The program wanted to force an update, so I have no idea how long you guys were without radar for the last couple of seconds. Oh, nice. Glad you guys are back. Hey, Graham, how's it going? Yeah, there's a lot of noise out there with the fireworks plus thunderstorms and spots. Our fireworks, our neighborhood's lit up right now with fireworks, so I'll wait to just check on that real quick. But all right, let's see. Grabbed a cookie too while I was in the kitchen. And speaking of fireworks, not fireworks yet, but the DC area, everybody's trying to pile in there to see the fireworks. Pretty crazy look there. Keep an eye on those. Following this cluster of storms, it is a severe warn considerable threat in places from Veneta and Grove through Jay and basically to the Arkansas border near Siloam Springs and then down towards Tahlequah, up towards Wagner. The leading edge of this, Haskell, Taft, Summit, Braggs, down through Porham and areas around Marble City, not quite as strong at the moment, being warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And same for the areas down towards McAllister, Oklahoma, with storms pushing through Henrietta right now. And then back through Okemah, Boley, Prague, Meeker, and then to the eastern portions of Oklahoma City, especially this area, Chandler to Sparks, Meeker, back towards Edmond, the Village, and then downtown Oklahoma City. The camera above me there has lightning on it at times, and also looking towards the east, towards the stronger part of those storms pushing through the Oklahoma City metro. We'll keep an eye on those. Center that up a little bit. Let's see. It is 10:11 in the Eastern time zone. So yeah, 9:11 in the Central time zone. Keeping an eye on this, we noted earlier up on the top corner of the screen that the National Mall was open after some strong to severe storms worked through the Washington, D.C. metro earlier. And it looks like basically it was about a 2-hour delay for fireworks and everything. So ceremony is still set to go. The restrictions were opened up, I think, about an hour ago now, and maybe a little less, maybe about half hour, 40 minutes ago, the mall was opened up, and so fireworks are a go in Washington. It just looks like it's going to be after 11 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. So holding on here, just probably over about an hour away. We'll see if we see the fireworks here from the Virginia 511. This is the 395 bridge looking back towards the National Mall. We also have a lot of nature's fireworks ongoing. Lightning is picking up in the Siloam Springs area, the Siloam Springs area. A little bit of a shelf cloud just a few minutes ago there when it was a little lighter outside. We've seen this storm complex push through the Tulsa area. This line of outflow has a ton of blowing dust with it. It probably has its own 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts on it. You can very clearly see it's one of the deeper outflow boundaries I've seen on here. Pretty deep correlation coefficient on this outflow boundary, and it's a fairly thick outflow boundary. So yeah, it definitely has a significant amount of dust. It's not even close. You can very see how pronounced it is. That's pushing through Grove and Jay right now, approaching Kansas, Oklahoma, Colcord, Tahlequah, and then down towards Braggs. The outflow boundary and the storms push into northern and northwest Arkansas. We're losing most of the other severe storms as kind of the model data suggested. There still are some stronger storms in Minnesota, now into southern Minnesota, and then also some strong but not severe storms around St. Paul, Nebraska, and Grand Isle. They also are extending a warning through this area for storms there around Neosho, severe thunderstorm in Newton and McDonald counties. Yeah, it's for that separate storm. It's not for the line that's coming back into that area. It's for a separate storm near Neosho, Missouri. And now another storm also going up over the Bentonville area, so we'll keep an eye there. Don't know if we can see it on this particular camera yet. Oh, there it goes. It just switched over, just updated. There goes a plane into Bentonville. Some fireworks going off. I don't think these are, I think these are just neighborhood fireworks. I don't think those are pro ones yet, but yeah, that may be a little bit of a storm going up over the Bentonville area. Fireworks may kick off pretty quickly here. In the central time zone, fireworks are usually like 9 to 9:30 sort of time frames. And this camera overlooks the areas there in Fayetteville. So if Fayetteville does fireworks in Arkansas, we actually should be able to see those. I don't know if he's on the chat, but thanks Redbird for the shout out there on X. I don't know if Redbird's in here tonight, but Sarah, are you still in here tonight? I'm sorry the bot blocked you for a minute. Sarah earlier put power is back on. Parts of Missouri had severe storms earlier this afternoon. Southern and central Missouri, I think there at one point there was like 40,000 people plus without power. It's a dangerous situation since we have still continuing heat. But yeah, nice to see the power is back on there. Yeah, still a lot of lightning on our cameras out of the Tulsa area. Yeah, there's a decent amount of lightning also showing on the Oklahoma City cameras too. Strong storms, most of those are pushing offshore. There's actually a severe warning out in still Washington County, Rhode Island, but it is Fisher's Island. Don't believe we've ever reported on Fisher's Island, but yeah, right out there offshore of Rhode Island, Fisher's Island. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there, as well as portions of the coastal Rhode Island, Kingston, Charlestown, Point Judith, and then areas around New London, Connecticut. That's a pretty nasty complex of storms. That actually might work its way into areas like Nantucket and Edgartown. Some of these areas along the southern coast of Massachusetts may get in on that cluster of storms. That's actually a fairly organized little convective system in there that's had some 80 plus mile-an-hour winds and a couple tornado possible tags on it as it crossed the areas in Connecticut. So a fairly organized system for this part of the country, and it's crossed the eastern portions of Long Island. Other strong to severe storms pushing through Cape May Courthouse, Atlantic City, and then up into areas around Forked River, Lakewood Township, Asbury Park, 60 mile-an-hour winds. Not really much of a hail threat anymore. I do want to look here. There were some 70 mile-an-hour winds showing earlier next to the radar. Wasn't warned for considerable threat, but there was some 67 to 69 mile-an-hour winds showing at less than 1,000 feet. That area should still probably be considerable threat. It's near Berkeley Township and Toms River, New Jersey. Same thing, about 600 feet, showing close to 80 mile-an-hour winds. It's funny because some of these areas overwarn a little bit, but this is actually one of those areas that probably should actually be a destructive severe thunderstorm. Seaside Heights is about to get slammed here along the Jersey Shore. Potentially some 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds at crossing the Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway, basically south sides of Tom River, Seaside Heights, Ocean Gate, Berkeley Township. That is, you want to be in a sturdy structure away from windows. Hopefully no one's on the beach trying to watch fireworks. Because, yeah, that's only about 600 feet off the ground. Dangerous storm there in New Jersey. So things are settling down across the East Coast. The areas around Baltimore also starting to clear a little bit. And then we're starting to get on the backside of these showers and some gusty showers at times in the Washington, D.C. metro. So things are clearing out just in time for the delayed fireworks ceremony. And it did sound like fireworks start after about 11. There is also now a little bit more organized cluster to this storm complex, working from eastern Indiana into western Ohio, around Batesville, Harrison, Ohio, into Oxford, at the state line there around Richmond, and then up towards Winchester. It looks like it's going to continue for a little bit down the I-70 corridor, may skirt the northern suburbs of Cincinnati, with some stronger storms right now. None of those are severe. And then also seeing these storms back through southern Indiana, Bedford, Mitchell, Guthrie, and now through the Bloomington area, but down towards Washington and Petersburg. You guys may hear some of the fireworks going off around our place too. It's quite loud at times. Some other storms, Vicksburg down through Brookhaven, Magnolia, and then Bogalusa, and then also around Hattiesburg. These storms also pose a flash flood risk. They have just kind of sat around this area in general. Some strong to severe storms are around the Vicksburg area. New severe warning in Oklahoma. That's going to be for those areas around Sparks and Prague, Cromwell, Oklahoma. This is east of the Oklahoma City Metro, Seminole, Lincoln, and Pottawatomie counties in central Oklahoma. The line has also backbuilt across the Oklahoma City Metro, Yukon, back towards Calumet and Gary, and then below severe limits right now from Binger back through Carnegie, Gotebo, Roosevelt to near Snyder. But strong storms right there in that cluster. And then we've also had storms that have kind of refired on the backside of this complex of storms, that at times a little bit strong and feisty, and just more rain and lightning back through Newkirk, Ponca City, back through Pawhuska in Osage County. And those will work back through the Tulsa area as well. So there's a look at Tulsa right now, just kind of a mess. And see there, I thought they were power flashes, but I'm pretty sure they're fireworks in some of these. Yeah, they're fireworks in some of these neighborhoods going off. Fireworks and lightning at the same time on this Oklahoma City camera. Some impressive striations on the leading edge of this complex of storms. And then, yeah, a couple severe storms in Neosho, and a feisty area of storms also now showing up near Pea Ridge in northwest Arkansas. Let's see what their natural fireworks look like. I think we have a camera that looks directly towards Pea Ridge that I've used before. There's some fireworks on the camera out of the Rogers area. This looks towards the Pea Ridge storm as well, just to the east of Bentonville. I don't think any of this is real fireworks shows. I think these are also just in the neighborhoods in the Rogers area shooting off their own fireworks. But yeah, that's fun to see. I like some pyrotechnics. Make sure you do it safely, but they can be pretty fun. There we go. Some fireworks and lightning showing up in the same shot. Quite a bit of fireworks there showing up. See if we can get the lightning shot again. There's a little bit. Yeah, that storm has a little bit of lightning. The punchy storm near Pea Ridge. As soon as I shrink that up, they'll probably be the biggest bolt ever, but it's generally how it works. But all right, let's continue there. Again, these are outflow dominant storms. It means strengthening should be limited, but these storms are strong enough. They've earlier produced 80-mile-an-hour winds. We've had several confirmed reports of 80 into northern Oklahoma, and then several areas here considerable threat. So even though they are outflow dominant storms, we still have a pretty nasty night in store across these portions of eastern Oklahoma, and even some new reports just in the last couple minutes. Okmulgee, 60-mile-an-hour gusts there. We should get weather reports as these get onto the eastern south sides of Oklahoma City as well, the airport and the Air Force Base and things. 63 gusts earlier in Tulsa. That was downtown Tulsa. Some large tree branches down in downtown Tulsa. Large tree down as well. And then it was up here towards Bartlesville that had the 80-mile-an-hour gust in Copan. But we did have 68 near Pryor Creek, Oklahoma. 68-mile-an-hour gusts at Chouteau. Also 70-mile-an-hour gusts there. Those storms came across the Big Cabin area. We saw the big blowing dust. So yeah, those storms have definitely had pretty intense winds here at times. It's been a widespread severe weather day. Haven't had a ton of like super crazy high-end severe weather outside of those gusts reported there at 80 miles an hour. Hey, Carol, happy 4th of July. Happy birthday, America. But yeah, happy birthday or happy 4th of July to all of you guys. Yeah, earlier we had some 70 to 80 mile an hour gusts across Long Island, 75 and Nassau County, 67 at the Northport Yacht Club. And yeah, these were the legit considerable threat storms across the Northeast today. 87 at Baiting Hollow, trained weather spotter with a mounted equipment. And then also the Mesonet site also reported 87. So 2 reports confirming each other. 87 mile an hour winds around the Centerville, Baiting Hollow areas, just to the west of Riverhead. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some more tree damage reports out of these. Thunderstorm, multiple trees down in Hampton Bays. That's where that 70 to 80 mile an hour wind pocket went. And then areas like 66 in areas like Walter Mill. So certainly the eastern shore of Long Island, the Hamptons area, quite a bit of severe weather. That is pushed offshore for the most part. Looks like it's still producing some 50 to 60 across the, scraping across the areas of southeast portions of, not Long Island, Rhode Island. And then the Hartford area has had some golf ball size hail, some 60 mile an hour gusts. It's been a day. I saw that ST win. Yeah, I saw that earlier this morning. And yeah, since don't have any destructive tags, let's look at that real quick. Yeah, there is a new area of interest. Right now, low probabilities, 10% in the 7-day. But those can expand. Nothing in the near future for the Atlantic Basin. And then ST Nguyen, I think you mentioned it a while back, but let me look at the satellite for our super typhoon. Bobby. Wow. That's not good. This is Guam right here. The small island of Guam. That is a U.S. territory. There's a U.S. military base there. And that is Bobby. Hello, Bobby. That is not good. It was forecasted to pass Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands by Sunday. So it is closing in on those locations. Maybe taking a little bit of a southern track. It's about 250 miles to the west of Guam right now. It's starting to lift maybe a little bit northerly. Yeah, it's starting to jog a little bit towards the north. So hopefully maybe some of the model guidance says it splits the uprights between the Mariana Islands and Guam and maybe goes kind of through like this. But I just can't see the white probably very good on this. Okay, this, Guam, I don't know. Dark? Maybe go black? Yeah, okay. That might work for this. Yeah, there's the Mariana Islands. There's Guam. Some model data has it kind of split the uprights. And certainly, if it stays north of Guam, that's a better situation for Guam because it would put it on the left quadrant in the northern hemisphere. The right front quadrant is your most dangerous portion of the tropical cyclone. So this area here, you don't want to really be in. Although this thing looks very symmetric, I wouldn't want to be in any of that. But wow, that's a crazy look. I just saved a photo for myself. There's some fireworks going off right next to the highway in Arkansas. So that's interesting. If Fayetteville does fireworks, we should be able to see them from here. Do we have any outer rain bands? Yes, we do. Here's our Guam radar. You can see some of those outer rain bands working in. The right front quadrant also has more of the tropical tornado risk. However, with Bobby being so stacked, there's a potential that there's some tropical tornadoes even in the left front of this. Yeah, there's more right in here. Guam, very quickly here, could be into a tropical tornado risk. This complex of storms that's towards the outer edges of the rain bands in here. That there's some embedded supercells in here. Yeah, and they're rotating around the right front quadrant. They're rotating actually from the northeast to the southwest. But yeah, that batch right there may have some particularly heavy winds in those supercells, but also potential for some tropical tornadoes and water spouts. That area is only about like the closest supercell is only about 60 miles from Guam. So it's going to be going downhill. The weather conditions will be going downhill very quickly across the Guam area in the next couple hours. And just on the edge of the Guam radar, it looks like we can maybe see just the hint of, it's too far to see the details, but this is the hint of the eye of Bavi. And yeah, every progressive rain band gets stronger as you get closer to the eye wall. It looks like we're shooting through so much, it looks like it weakens, but it's not. These bands back in here are going to be stronger than the next one. And then in here is your eye wall. That is going to be some crazy winds in there. Wow. So yeah, look out Guam. If you aren't in your safe spot, you need to get there ASAP. All right, back to the east. Let's see. You may be able to hear the fireworks going off. Yeah, I hope so too. The good news is, okay, so that is an area that has dealt with hurricanes and, well, not hurricanes, but typhoons before. So there is a pretty good experience dealing with those there. But yeah, I mean the structural integrity and stuff, they should have a decent amount of that. Let me just reset everything. Playing around with a couple settings there real quick, but sure, let's relaunch. Keeps wanting to update, so we'll just give it an update then. I love how Aguacero gives us updates pretty frequently. Even on a holiday weekend, they must have found some little glitch or something that needed a little bit of correction. You don't see that too much. You don't see development teams working over holidays that much. Looking at a couple of these strong storms from, looks like the Springfield radar. There's that storm over Pea Ridge, and then also the severe warning storm over Neosho, Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour winds, Diamond, Granby, Neosho. Those are drifting, weirdly kind of not drifting that much, kind of just milling around. We'll see if they get a shove from the storms to the west. And those are going to make their way into northwest Arkansas as well. Gravette, Decatur, Gentry, Siloam Springs, and then eventually across the northwest Arkansas metro area. There's some lightning and fireworks showing up on that camera perspective. Also looking at OKC, the rain is coming down. Still lightning, it's let up just a little bit on the OKC cams. There is a look at the Washington Monument in DC. See all that traffic on the bridge getting into DC. Fireworks and ceremonies should start in the next 20 minutes or so. Fireworks will be after, apparently the president is speaking at 11 Eastern. Yeah, about 23 minutes. And then fireworks. Summit, Quinton, McCurtain. New severe warning stretches out for those severe storms in eastern Oklahoma. Eufaula, hopefully no one's on the lake right now. These are also going to push towards the Fort Smith area with strong to severe thunderstorms in the next little while. And as those approach, I wouldn't be surprised if they add some counties in Arkansas into the watch area or just push a new watch out for some of those areas. In fact, I can check that. We see if there's a mesoscale discussion. There's not, but we'll see if they decide to push some counties into the watch area. Western Oklahoma looking a little bit better shape right now. Hey, aviation. Welcome, welcome. Yep, you just had that new warning. I read your mind because I was just looking down there. Those storms are knocking on the door for Eufaula. If you're not in it yet, you're about to be. Carlton Landing is up next. Eufaula, pretty much downtown, and points north are in it. Good news is right now, not tornadic. It's just mostly straight line winds. There's some punchy winds. We saw some blowing dust on the edge of this outflow boundary. And then back in here, there's a core of winds that, with the heavier precip, can reach the ground level. Mostly 60-mile-an-hour gusts. There may be a gust in there that might be higher than 60, but those have generally weakened just a little bit. They are very electrical storms. There's a ton of lightning, so just make sure you're off the lake. Yeah, no problem. They are pushing through. Let me check the speed of this. Yeah, still only about 35 miles an hour, so they will take a little while to get through. And then behind them, there's just a lot of a moderate to heavy rain. It's still raining across Tulsa. Yeah, Tulsa still has gusty winds and pretty heavy rain and lightning at times. So it's going to be, if you don't have fireworks now, you're going to have Mother Nature's fireworks, because there is just, it's a very electrical complex of storms. And yeah, this Tulsa cam has had gusty winds at times as well, even still back here. So Tulsa, the fireworks situation does not look good. I don't know if they canceled yet. Oh, I bet. Yeah, that outflow boundary's pretty consistently been extending out past the storms. Probably cooled you down a little bit. That's a really helpful thing. Yeah, it's nice to see the communities are proactive like that. You got to really pay attention if you're boating, and stuff like this can sneak up on you fairly quickly. Hey, Jim, happy 4th of July to you too. Still seeing lightning and fireworks here around the Pea Ridge area, Bentonville. I don't think these are pro fireworks. These are just the neighborhoods, but fun to see. And I thought we might see the Fayetteville fireworks from this shot, but maybe not. I feel like there's more fireworks than normal, at least outside here. I feel like people are really celebrating. Yeah, wow. A lot of fireworks. Yeah, I feel like people took America 250, went out and bought some extra supplies. No, I think you'll be okay, Graham. Just make sure, if you're in anywhere in this area from El Reno in Oklahoma, across the Oklahoma City Metro, back through McAllister, Eufaula, Stigler, up through Tahlequah, and then up to Grove and Jay. Just make sure you're in a safe, sturdy structure away from windows. Let these storms pass. The other thing is they are putting down a decent amount of heavy rain. If you're in a flood-prone area, just think about that. We haven't had any flash flood warnings in this area, but there's a lot of rain still back across northern Oklahoma. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple flash flood warnings. Aviation, yeah. Yeah, hopefully, yeah, they're not considerable threat or destructive tags, so should be okay in a mobile home. You know, at some point, if you haven't in a while, you might want to make sure eventually, not in the weather, but when it's a nice day, double check and make sure your tie downs are good. That'll help ride out storms a little easier. I don't know. There was research. I don't know, earlier 2000s, where the Lightning Research Center, it's in Florida. They used like rockets to stimulate lightning. So I guess you could, in theory, get some, especially for bigger, nothing like we're seeing on the, I don't know if the little tiny fireworks that we're seeing like on this camera, your neighborhood fireworks can really stimulate lightning, but like a pro rocket shot up into higher into the cloud can actually stimulate lightning. But some of the worst things is you can get, I mean, the smoke mixes in with the clouds and stuff. So depending on the atmospheric profile, you can have smoke that sticks really close to the ground level. That can happen. Someone's shooting off a bunch just on the side of this camera next to the highway. If lightning ever actually struck a actual firework, it would have to be timed. Like you couldn't plan it. It would just have to be just luck. It's like a new storm went up on the outflow of all this. Yeah, there's an outflow boundary that came through there. Golden City, Newport, and Lockwood in Missouri. Those are some feisty storms back into southeast Kansas, Garnett and Burlington. Lightning is picking up with those storms in northern Oklahoma, but also into southwest Missouri and northern Arkansas. They have pushed that warning through the Cave Springs area, Fayetteville, Prairie Grove, down to areas just north of Fort Smith. 60-mile winds. They've dropped that considerable threat tag, so that's a good sign. Slight weakening on those storms. Still without the KTLX radar, so it's a little hard to see what's going on in this storm in the Oklahoma City area. Looks like it's mostly outflow dominant, and yeah, even those newer storms also have outflow. Not severe, but there's a couple pockets of maybe some small hail in this, near Verdon, and then south of Minco. Some pretty heavy rain also pushing across the Oklahoma City metro area. Yeah, traffic has gone downhill quite a bit. Here's a look at downtown Oklahoma City. Normally this cam, you can see the skyline in the very top of the camera. You can't now. And you can see the heavy wind and rain wiping across the highway here, especially in the car lights. It's a pretty nasty storm. It is a severe warning storm, 60-mile winds, maybe some quarter-size hail. That would be up in the area near Bethany. Yeah, as of right now, aviation, they're not tornadic. The environment for tornadoes was not that favorable anyway tonight. There was some chance of them earlier, especially up here in northern Oklahoma. There was a couple times they tried to spin a little bit. But yeah, these are mostly just outflow driven, strong to severe storms with straight line winds. And it may be because we're also closer to this radar site, but some of the higher winds look like they're in here near Tahlequah, approaching areas around Marble City and Stillwell. Yeah, probably 60 to 65 mile an hour gusts, and that may be representative of the whole line. We just don't see as much in the wind profile because these aren't going directly towards the radar site out towards Eufaula. Let's see. These are Oklahoma transportation. Unfortunately there's not as many in eastern Oklahoma. Most of them are around the Tulsa area, and then most of them are in Oklahoma City. But they are free, and your tax dollars paid for them, especially if you aviation or Oklahoma resident. Thank you very much. Your tax dollars paid for those. I will say your tax dollars paid for a quality camera system. The Oklahoma cameras rarely go down. We've basically rode them out through tornadoes. Some of the other states, like a tiny little shower, will shut the camera down. These Oklahoma ones are fairly sturdy, so thank you for your tax dollars. All right, some good news here out east. Watching out east, these storms have gone below severe limits. The strongest storms have pushed offshore. So things are starting to clear out across New Jersey, across Philadelphia. Some strong storms just along the coastline near Long Branch and Asbury Park. Hopefully those don't get back towards Long Island. No, they're not going to. They're headed east, so they should be okay. And then things are starting to settle down. There may be some stronger storms out towards Nantucket in the next couple hours, with this complex of storms that's now pushed offshore of Rhode Island and Connecticut. That one has had some 60-mile-an-hour gusts and even some 80-mile-an-hour gusts back on Long Island. So heads up there around Nantucket. Yeah, that's how I've had this a couple times. I've had to go look and double check because it sounds like fireworks are like smashing into the house, but they're not. They're close. People are using their stockpiles pretty fully tonight, it sounds like. I don't know if it's weather or just a sketchy camera. It's coming in a little bit weird sometimes, but the Washington Monument looks like it's lit up special for America 250. And last I heard, the president is supposed to speak at 11 p.m. and then things should be good to go after that for the fireworks. We'll see what we can see. I don't know if my mic is picking it up, but yeah, it sounds very loud. It sounds like I'm broadcasting from like a military firing range at some points. I've been watching this view very carefully. I guess maybe Fayetteville, Arkansas had their fireworks another night. I know some communities have fireworks on like the July 3rd or even July 2nd, because I haven't seen any like pro fireworks out of this shot, which is unfortunate because this shot is a great shot that overlooks the Northwest Arkansas and the Fayetteville area. I'll keep the shot though because it may get into the storms here in the next little while. They've trimmed up the warning a little bit. They've dropped those areas that are north and west of Council Hill and back towards the Tulsa area. Still looking at those severe warning storms pushing through towards McAllister, Quinton, McCurtain, and then up towards Marble City. Also still seeing those strong storms, Sparks to Prague to Seminole, Shawnee, Cromwell, and Okemah, approaching Calvin in Hughes County. And then newest warnings, they have reissued warnings for those storms in west central Oklahoma, southwest of the Oklahoma City metro, Tuttle, Amber, Chickasha, and then back down towards areas north of Lawton. That's interesting. Oh boy. Something weird is going on here near Tuttle, and I don't have the normal Oklahoma City radar. The KTLX is down, but this is one of those weird situations, maybe one of those 5 to 10% situations where a tornado can happen. Outflow boundary connection here. There's two outflow boundaries that have collided. This outflow boundary from the northeast, and then this surging outflow boundary. You can see what happens here, convergence and spin. And this is very close to producing a tornado. It probably needs a tornado warning. This is a low-level area of rotation near Tuttle that has spun up very quickly here just from nothing. A couple scans ago, nothing. And then as it came across Tuttle, this is a tight signature here going away from the radar and going towards the radar along that outflow boundary. And it's still in here just on the last radar scan. You can see this wrapping away, wrapping towards. And you can see this little hook in here. Especially on the last radar scan, this little hook feature near Tuttle is right where these outflow boundaries kind of interact with each other. And let's see, I have to use a couple different radars to see what's going on in here. But yeah, right in there, the last radar scan, that is potentially a tornado in progress. Jeez. Yeah, right in there. This is where this outflow boundary wraps in. And it may be very short-lived, but just north of Bridge Creek, I would consider taking tornado safety precautions between Tuttle and Bridge Creek. You can see this little appendage that kind of wraps around this little stinger. See anything in there? Ooh, it may have just in the scan just before that has a suspicious CC lowering. It's hard to say exactly what's going on because it's right at the leading edge interface, but potential tornado would be right in there, and it would have been a very brief one. Yeah, like right in there. That's a nasty little look. Could still be in there. If there was something, it could still be in there as this little CC lowering, but it's hard to fully confirm that. I don't think it'll probably get a tornado warning because it has loosened up just a little bit. But yeah, that's one of those really random kind of boundary interactions that can lead to tornadic signatures just near the Bridge Creek area. Yeah, Christine, that's how our neighborhood was fairly calm last year. But this is actually pretty nuts. I don't know if there is. I'm going to have to check and see if there's a traffic cam over there by the Bridge Creek area. The traffic in Oklahoma City is not great right now either with all the storms going on. But let's see. Bridge Creek, Newcastle, yeah. Difficult to see. There's kind of a haze and a lot of humidity, it looks like, in the air, but it'd be this area out in here, and it's black and white right now, but and it's nighttime. This is at US 62 and State Highway, Oklahoma Highway 9, which cuts across the southern side of things. That is right here. That camera. Probably can't see that yet. That outflow boundary actually maybe blocks that little circulation. But if there is still a circulation in here, it'd be just to the north of Bridge Creek, and there may still be a little bit of a circulation in here. Hard to fully say what's going on, but it may have briefly produced a tornado for literally just a minute or two. Just one radar scan between 50, 48, 50, 52, and by 54 was gone. So between 48 and 52, it may have produced a quick tornado near Tuttle. That'll be interesting to see if the Storm Prediction Center and the Norman Weather Service Office will maybe have to go back and see if that actually produced. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you get some power surges. It's going to be a pretty loud night there. It's going to be rocking and rolling for a while around Eufaula. This whole complex of storms, stretching from about Baxter Springs all the way down through Jay, approaching the Northwest Arkansas Metro, Tahlequah to Stigler, down to McAllister, back through Oklahoma City. Whole complex has about 11,000 lightning strikes. This is very electrical. Yeah, traffic is a big mess across the DC area. Oh, and it is 11, so the president might be speaking, in which case the fireworks will commence after that. Storm Prediction Center has a new outlook. You can see updated a while back, actually, at 8 Central, but the area of enhanced risk across the Northeast has been dropped. I was a little skeptical about that enhanced area for widespread wind because the models never really picked up on one cohesive complex of storms sweeping across that area. It always looked like it was going to be kind of multi clusters of storms, and that did kind of verify that's what happened today. A few isolated instances, I think, of some 70-mile-an-hour winds, but actually a stronger, more cohesive section of that storm system came across southern New York into Connecticut. So I don't know if that are enhanced risk verified across the East Coast. This risk did today, and you can see there that enhanced risk does continue by the Storm Prediction Center there into eastern Oklahoma, basically back through central Oklahoma. Still a slight risk across Nebraska, northeast Colorado, and then a larger slight risk across the Texas Panhandle, much of Oklahoma into southwest portions of Missouri. And a slight risk continues there in the northeast, although the slight risk is basically done in the northeast. We're going to have very isolated severe weather, if any, across those areas in the green the rest of the evening, primarily going to be back here into Oklahoma. All right. So yeah, we're a little focused more in on that storm complex. I'll take a look back to the east. Things should be settling down out east. Again, yeah, most of the strongest storms are offshore for the most part. Still some strong storms now pushing back up into New York City area through Plainfield and Woodbridge, New Jersey, purging areas around Newark, New York City. So I think fireworks have ended there, though. We saw the fireworks earlier in NYC, so it looks better there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the price of fireworks are anymore, but I mean, the ones that some of our neighbors are shooting off look pretty expensive because they look fairly professional. Still seeing a pretty good burst of wind in here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe warning for the Nantucket area in the next little while. This storm complex is working out from the coastal areas of southern New England and may skirt along the Nantucket shoreline. Some of the worst of this, though, is going to be south of Nantucket. There's even a waterspout tornado possible there, tornadic waterspout potential. That should stay south of Nantucket. But yeah, some of this calm ahead here in this little convective system will actually probably scrape Nantucket in the next little while. Back to Washington, I think things are cleared out pretty quickly. A couple showers still down near Dale City. But yeah, it looks like we're going to get through the DC area, no problem. One severe storm still in the east. It's a complex of storms near Abington and Bristol along the Tennessee and Virginia border. Storms have pretty much weakened across Indiana. There's a couple storms still feisty. Scottsburg over towards Cincinnati, Hamilton, and Greendale back into northern Kentucky. We did get a new warning for storms across Carthage. That's the storm that's lifting out of the Neosho area. It finally looks like it did get a shove from that complex of storms. And then more storms have gone severe. Newport, Golden City, Missouri, areas around Sarcoxy, Mount Vernon. And then this area has bubbled up quite a bit from Anderson to Pineville. And that storm that was lifting over the Bentonville area, Pea Ridge, has kind of just combined into this complex of storms near Stella. Severe warning storms, pockets of 60-mile-an-hour winds. See if the lightning has intensified in those areas. Yeah, still seeing some lightning, still seeing some fireworks. There's the storms pushing into northwest Arkansas around Siloam Springs, Gentry, Decatur. Slightly on the weakening trend. They are starting to weaken. The outflow boundary is all the way out to Highfill and Lincoln. Yeah, let me take a look again. Because there was that area where we might get a little bit of a mini spinny. Things look okay across eastern Oklahoma, just straight line winds. Eufaula, Marble City, down to McAllister. Those are pushing into McAllister. Still all outflow dominant there as well. And yeah, this is the one area that has some weird boundary interactions going on. Let's see. We have upped this now to a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Let's take a look at this area around Bridge Creek. Yeah, that thing was a weird little boundary interaction that sparked up near Tuttle and pretty much has collapsed near Bridge Creek. A little bit of spin still in there. And that's pretty much gone away. So that's a good sign. That has weakened. Oh yeah, I don't have correlation coefficient on this radar site. There's some pretty intense wind in here. This is why it's being warned considerable threat. These are readings out of the Oklahoma Tower radar. Only about 100 feet up, seeing 84-mile-an-hour winds. Out here, only 400 feet up, seeing about 80-mile-an-hour winds. So there's potentially a pocket of pretty gusty winds along this leading edge and really actually back in this storm coming through Norman and Moore. Yeah, there's a pocket of pretty heavy winds in here. That's why there's all these bright colors, because this is the low-level tower radar or the airport radar for Oklahoma City's international airport. And yeah, the bright colors are because the winds here are going towards the radar site. So they're coming into the radar site in the blues and greens, and they're continuing the same direction. So it is all straight line winds for the most part here. They're continuing out in the reds and peachy colors. Yeah, that's a nasty storm. There still is also this weird little boundary interactions in here where there's a couple different outflow boundaries. So we do have to watch these little boundary collisions. Wisconsin looks good tonight. Yeah, Wisconsin finally getting a break tonight. Only an isolated chance of a storm even, but if there's any chance of storms, it's going to be in western Wisconsin. A little bit higher chance of storms there, yeah. There's a cluster of storms working out of the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Not severe, but still working away. Durant over to Eau Claire. See what the model says on those. They should weaken as they're getting into the overnight hours, but let's just double check. Yeah, they're going to continue weaken, mostly staying in the Mississippi River Valley. And then maybe some isolated showers tomorrow in the morning. Some isolated showers potentially again tomorrow. But yeah, it looks like severe weather avoids most of Wisconsin tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, only southern Wisconsin and western Wisconsin has a slight risk of any storms, and there would be general thunderstorm risk.
A new
Tomorrow, if
flash
we get
flood
severe
warning
weather,
has
it's going to
been
be back
issued.
into the northeast. There's a chance we get some other clusters of storms back into the northeast and the mid-Atlantic. And there is a boundary in here, so there's a potential we get a few strong to severe storms anywhere in there, the southern Appalachians, the mid-south, across portions of Texas tomorrow. This is look here at tonight. Let me just clear a few of these things off. Okay. This is tonight looking at the radar. You can see that big cluster of storms across Oklahoma and the mess we had across the East Coast earlier. Those continue to die off. We still will have this storm complex working through western Missouri and then also down through the south and east portions of Oklahoma through the overnight hours. And that'll continue a little bit. Some other storms may be working across the southern Great Lakes. Otherwise, that's overnight. Maybe even some storms tomorrow across the southern Great Lakes, even in the morning. But then the outflow boundaries from those previous convection and the little bit of a frontal boundary lifting through here will spark more storms tomorrow afternoon across the Red River Valley, across the south and the southern Mississippi River Valley. And then back in here, this is where we have a little bit more of a severe risk, a little bit of a low pressure system and storms out ahead of that. Tomorrow, this wants to kind of congeal a couple different clusters of storms by tomorrow evening, potentially one back into western Pennsylvania, and then another one kind of approaching the I-95 corridor. We'll see if it develops like how it says. Models can always differ a little bit, but this pushes some strong storms through Jersey and even into southern portions of New England before it weakens. And yeah, you may get a few other stronger storms back down in here into the Delmarva, but another area that maybe has a little more concentrated weather tomorrow is Mississippi and into even portions of Louisiana. But yeah, overall, severe weather not as big of a risk tomorrow. It's probably one of the days, one of the lowest severe weather days potential that we've had in a while this week. Yeah, no problem. The northern tier may get back in on some severe weather Monday, kind of TBD on this one, and there are hints of long term, some more severe weather across this kind of corridor going into middle of July. But Monday looks fairly quiet. Just right now, some level 1 marginal risks across the Carolinas and across the northern tier. So we may get a streaming break Monday, probably tomorrow. Get a streaming break as well. And then we may have to look for the next round of storms after that. But yeah, that's right now we're basically dealing with this complex of storms. Wow, they are still firing off their arsenal outside. Hey Logan, welcome, welcome. All right. I don't know how long the president's going to speak, but we are waiting the fireworks out of Washington, D.C. Hold on a second. Yeah, aviation, you're oh yeah, you guys have been trimmed from the severe thunderstorm watch, or not the watch, but the warning. It's south of Eufaula, south of Carlton Landing. So yeah, you'll start to settle down. Still, again, it's gonna be loud for a little while. There's still heavy rain, some pockets of gustier wind, and some lightning. But the severe risk is all basically along the leading edge of this. So you're in better shape in Eufaula now. Okay. Wow. Still more fireworks launching up. The dogs are freaking out. I need to help my wife with the dogs for a second. They are freaking out. All right. Hey Logan, welcome back. I think I might have said it. Yeah, thanks for the support, Aviation. If you're new here, give us a like and subscribe. We've covered this area in eastern Oklahoma, I feel like, all the time. But yeah, especially going into the summer months, we'll have you covered for eastern Oklahoma for those severe weather events. Let's see. These are slowly on the weakening phase across areas there into extreme eastern Oklahoma, around the Stillwell area, Salisaw, then approaching the Fort Smith area. We have the stronger storms now north of Bentonville. Those have gone up as a little bit of a cluster now, kind of organized together. Pineville up to Wheaton and Stella, then approaching areas around Mount Vernon, east of Joplin. A couple different clusters of storms, strong to severe at times. Look at the Oklahoma City camera still coming down. There is a ton of storms, not as severe behind all this, but Tulsa also has strong to severe, not strong to severe storms, but strong winds and heavy rain. And then, yeah, over Oklahoma City, it is just a big mess right now. Also, a flash flood warning in here for 1 to 3 inches of rain, additional 1 to 3 inches possible. That includes the Village, Bethany, Spencer, Oklahoma City, down to Valley Brook. Probably seeing that expand in a little while. And then severe warned storms, considerable threat through Norman, Blanchard, Noble, Etowah, Pink, Brooksville, and Bethel Acres. Those also extend down across areas like Lawton, Central High, Marlow, Duncan, Lindsay, Maysville, Pauls Valley. Severe thunderstorm warning there. There may be a little pocket of some hail also in this storm. This complex near the Oklahoma City metro is a pretty feisty one. And let's see. And we're a little bit handicapped a little bit. We're kind of dealing with a couple different radars because the main radar out of Oklahoma City is down at the moment. So it's a little trickier to see exactly what's going on in the storm complex since we're working on a basically Norman's kind of special radar. But yeah. So I don't have as much radar products as I normally have for Oklahoma City. Normally it's covered pretty well. But we do have some spectrum width, it looks like. Let's see if spectrum width caught that little. Hold on.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, they have issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning based on, I think, what we were seeing on the velocity products out of the tower radar. Very close to the radar site, we're seeing 80 plus mile an hour winds pushing through Norman. This was that complex that I think aviation noted earlier. You can see the big burst of wind in here. Some of that 70 to 80 mile an hour winds in that brighter blue. It's going towards the radar. Then you can see it on the other side of the radar in those orange colors. Really close to the radar site, seeing even some gusts 98 miles an hour, only 100 feet off of the ground level. These airport radars are designed to see very low level looks at things because aviation needs them for landing and takeoffs. You need to be able to see low level wind shear. So this doesn't have as broad of a range as the normal radars, but you can see very detailed up close to them. So yeah, seeing some gusts in here, potentially 80 plus miles an hour. That has continued to surge out. This is only coming through Norman, only about 200 to 300 feet off the ground level. And there's 80 to 90 mile an hour winds in here. Even some pockets, again, only a couple hundred feet, close to 100 miles an hour in pockets in here. So Norman is just absolutely getting just hammered right now with some potentially some destructive severe thunderstorms here. And that checks out with the oh boy, yeah, most of these cameras are not working at the moment. But let's see. Here's one of the few working cameras it looks like right now. We'll see if it goes down. But this is out of South Norman. And the only problem with this camera is you can't really see. It's there's not a lot of trees on this camera, but you can see the winds are basically blowing sideways there. That is out of areas around, around Highway 9 and I-35. That's going to be a potentially some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, and then maybe even a higher pocket of winds back across the Norman area as those are blowing across. This is looking north. So yeah, that checks out. These winds are blowing across the camera from left to right, and pretty significant winds there blowing through the Norman, Oklahoma area. If you're anywhere in that area, To the south and to the east of Norman, Goldsby, Noble, Slaughterville, Purcell, Wayne, Rosedale, tornado safety precautions, lowest level interior room, away from the doors and windows. You need to be away from doors and windows in a sturdy structure. 90-mile-an-hour winds potentially in here. They could also blow over camping trailers, tents, outbuildings, mobile homes. You want to be in a sturdy structure with a permanent foundation. It's being warned for 80. It could have more than 80 just based on the looks of this and based on the look that it's a tower radar. This is Norman, Purcell, Wayne, Rosedale. So south sides of Oklahoma City. Yeah, this flared up really pretty quickly. Basically over the south sides of Oklahoma City, it kind of flared up as we were also looking at that area of rotation near Bridge Creek earlier. So yeah, Oklahoma City is doing kind of Oklahoma City things. I feel like we're always covering this area too. Let's see. I'm looking back. Yeah, this is a good camera. It's just there's not a lot of trees to really gauge how much wind is in this. All right. New warning there for Fort Smith, Spiro, Pato, I think that's how you pronounce them, and Salisaw. Continuing a. I'll have to see what our stream sounds like, but they're sounds like gunfire sometimes. I don't think it is, but Shawnee, Tecumseh, Seminole, down to areas like Bing, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat.
Warning has been issued.
And yeah, they're going to continue a flash flood warning across the Cleveland County area. Yeah, no problem. This is I'm happy to do this, especially on a holiday. It's a fairly high-profile outdoor day. A lot of people have outdoor plans, so I definitely want to be in here in the studio covering severe weather today. Potentially just south of Norman, towards Noble and Slaughterville, 70 to 90-mile-an-hour winds, paralleling I-35. Dangerous storm there. Some one good news is the lights are still on, at least in this location. This is like southwest Norman. It's at I-35 and Highway 9. Although this area may have gotten skipped by some of the highest winds, they may have just kind of grazed this camera perspective. Yeah, some of the highest winds are in this brown color. Kind of in this area here. That's moving to the southeast at 50 miles an hour. So that's going to get on you pretty fast if you're south of Oklahoma City. And let's track it out from kind of the leading edge here. This will give you maybe just a couple extra minutes pulling out to the southeast at 50. Maysville, 9 minutes. Paoli, 12. Byers, 20. Bing, 40. Ada, Oklahoma, 43. Roth, 44. Sulphur, 43. Wynnewood, about a half hour. Pauls Valley, 16 minutes. Basically rolling down I-35. And if you're anywhere in here like Winnett, that would be about 15 minutes from now as well. Asher, 15 to 18 minutes. Tribby, 4 minutes or less. You need to take tornado safety precautions. Wayne, Winnett, Asher to Tribby with 90-mile-an-hour winds potentially in there. Let me just make sure everybody else is behaving itself. But yeah, a couple of clusters of strong storms. Golden City, Greenfield, Miller, Mount Vernon, Frystad in Missouri. Purdy down to Pineville in Missouri. And then these storms have weakened as they pushed into northwest Arkansas. And yeah, behind that line of storms, you can see it's a little bit weaker too. Here's a look at Siloam Springs And then here's a look at looking towards areas around those storms that are north of the Bentonville area, around Pea Ridge. Still seeing fireworks going off, fireworks and lightning at the same time. And let's see, where else do we have cameras? Still looking at the Fayetteville camera. Yeah, lightning has backed off this camera, so that's definitely an indication that there's weakening. Same with this storm along the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. Not seeing as much heavy rain and not quite as much lightning as earlier. I don't know if they closed the highway on purpose or if they have just abandoned the idea of traffic control, but people are basically parked along the highway, actually kind of walking on parts of it, and also just standing up on the grassy hill here. That's like, I think, the exit median. You can see back here on this camera, this is the camera out of our areas in Northern Virginia, but yeah, there's just people standing out on the highway. It looks like this has been completely, I guess with the weather, a lot of people got delayed getting down to see the fireworks, and they had the delays. So now people are down here. And also I think they had record crowds anyway for the July 4th and the 250. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. And then the inbound lanes are basically shut down anyway. These cars have not moved. So you're going to see the fireworks on the bridge, apparently, if you're in that area. That's 395 going into the city. Leaving the city, I mean, I don't know if it might be closed, but if it's not closed, just no one's leaving the city right now. And yeah, people are just pulled over, having a little party on the side of the road. So interesting. Never seen that in DC or many other places, but this is normally like a 7-lane highway that's pretty full of cars usually. And yeah, there's cars parked even on the left median. That's a lot more dangerous. If you're going to park along the side of the highway, I would try and do it on the right side. But yeah. And then here's our camera. You can see the police boats patrolling out here. There is the Washington Monument in this left center of your screen. And it should be any minute for fireworks in DC. Christine, I thought so too. And then it seems like they just reloaded. And I think the last batch was louder than the first. Or not the first, like the fifth. Yeah, people are definitely celebrating the holiday a little extra hard tonight. Still seeing batch in here. Slaughterville to Etowah of 80 plus mile an hour winds. This is along and south of Highway 9, and then along and east of I-35, especially. There's some other pockets of some heavier winds also east of Pink, approaching Tecumseh, and then back down through Purcell, approaching Wayne. But yeah, the biggest batch of dangerous winds, dangerous destructive winds, is in this core right in here, Slaughterville to Etowah. And yeah, those are some pretty dangerous winds. It's this bulge right in here near Tribby as well. And that's surging out. Gwinnett, Byers to Bing. I would prepare for dangerous storms there. And again, if you're out ahead of this, Byers, Gwinnett, Stratford, Ada, Bing, you don't want to be in a mobile home. You want to be in a sturdy structure with a permanent foundation. Mobile homes can easily get flipped and rolled in 80 plus mile an hour winds. Let me see if we actually have a storm report out of this area. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. pulling some of these local storm reports in here. Will Rogers gusted to 75. That's as the winds were picking up. Norman, 68. But I think we're going to find some more wind reports in this Norman area pretty quickly. 60 at Tinker. 67, looks like just east of Oklahoma City. Yeah, things really got going on the south side of Oklahoma City. That's where we've had at least 75-mile-an-hour winds, and I think some pockets potentially over 80. That's weird, Stones. I don't think I did that to anyone else. Yeah, that's weird. A couple new reports there. 61 earlier, Muskogee County, Schuler 60. And they have dropped that severe warning across northwest Arkansas, so that checks out. I don't think we have any new updates there. Also, earlier we did have a 70-mile-an-hour wind. This was about an hour ago, 70-mile-an-hour in Comanche County. So those storms, most of them are 60, but there could be some pockets that gust up higher than that as well. As we get further from the airport radar, we're going to lose a little bit of the really good view of these storms, but still potentially some destructive threat in there. Slaughterville, Purcell, Etowah, Wayne, Tribby, Winnett, and Asher. And as we also kind of lose that radar coverage from Oklahoma City, it's hard to see exactly what's going on in these storms down here near Central High, Marlow, Rushville, or Rush Springs, and Lindsay. They appear to be outflow driven, but there could be some pockets in here, some hail and gusty winds, and a weird little notch right in there where there's a bunch of outflow boundaries that connect. So I was a little interested in that, but it's, yeah, the main Oklahoma City radar is down, so it's a little hard to see exactly what's going on in those. Hey, Kenai Rose, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think they got pushed back an hour and a half, 2 hour kind of time frame. So they said the president was going to speak around 11, and it's 11:37. So I assume he's probably going to be wrapping up soon, and then they were going to launch the fireworks. And yeah, traffic is basically complete standstill on the bridge, and also then people are just hanging out, partying on the highway. Like there's people walking across like I know this is not a traffic report channel, but there's people just walking across the highway. Cars have parked here. There's people hanging out along the side of the highway and on the grass. I don't know if the highway's closed or not officially, but I think people may have just unofficially closed the highway. And that's leaving DC, going into DC. The highway's basically unofficially closed too, because these cars have not moved. So these cars are just going to see the fireworks from the bridge, which isn't a bad view, actually. You can see the Washington Monument lit up there in, I think it's lit up in blue, but also red and white accents. But this is the best view. Unfortunately, right now, it's black and white. The color views are a little sketchy sometimes. I don't know why. But yeah, people are just chilling on the highway, parked on the side of the highway. This is probably the best colored view, and then this is the better view, but black and white. So we'll see what we get. But I would expect the fireworks to start pretty soon there out of DC. So yeah, some good signs here. The lights are still on. This is out of West Norman, Southwest Norman. The casino is like back across the exit there. This is I-35 and like Highway 9 kind of area. So I don't know if this area got the highest amount of winds, but it may have gotten pretty close. Maysville, Pauls Valley, still seeing strong storms. Considerable threat for the 70-mile-an-hour winds. They may have backed off that destructive threat, although it's hard to tell with the Oklahoma City radar down. Let's check velocity. Yeah, I think those have come down a little bit. Now near Etowah, we're seeing 71, 76, 74. So yes, it does look like those have backed off from being destructive. Back here just a couple minutes ago when these were in the brown and orange colors, those are showing 80s, mid to upper 80s. And even back towards Noble, those were showing 90s, only about 500 feet or less off of the surface. So I think there's a swath of potential damage in there near Norman. Norman earlier, really close to the tower radar, was showing like 90 something miles an hour, only 200 feet off the ground. Yeah, 99.5, only 200 feet off the ground. Some of that could easily have translated to the surface, 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. Yeah. So we'll see what kind of reports we get from those areas. There's a look at Washington, D.C. Yeah, there we go. Stones. Yes, the Kenai Rose. This is a fairly textbook definition of a bow echo, especially earlier. But yeah, it was bowing out fairly good, especially if I scroll back a little bit. This is a pretty good definition of a bow echo in here. This bow shaped in here is a really good example of that. And generally, your higher winds are going to be on the leading edge, the apex of this bow. So these areas here were generally a little bit higher for the wind speeds. But yeah, you can get pockets of damaging winds all along here. Then kind of within that, there's been a little bit of a boundary interaction. And now this area is its own kind of little bow echo. It's a little bit of a mini bow. But you can see how that starts around Meeker. Let me just kind of... Yeah, there we go. Just kind of take away some of the layers, but it starts down here, then it kind of bows out and comes back towards Meeker. This is where the winds are surging out. They're rain-cooled air that dives down at the leading edge of the thunderstorm and then expands and dives out. So that's the edge of the bow, and that's why it's bowing out. That's where you have the 80-plus mile-an-hour winds in there. There's a lot of warnings all piled up on top of each other, so it looks pretty confusing in there. Because as that storm escalated, they layered different warnings on it. So the original warning was for 60 mile an hour winds and quarter size hail. Then there's a considerable threat. And then there's a 80 mile an hour destructive tag. And then there's some other storm, considerable threat back through Oklahoma City and also out east towards Shawnee, Seminole, and those areas there. Oh, this is fun, Cruz. I'm loving this. Plus, I knew it was an important day with a lot of severe weather. We've also seen, we've seen a rotating wall cloud today in Minnesota on the cameras earlier. We've seen destructive winds. We've seen a ton of lightning. And we've seen New York City fireworks, some Arkansas random fireworks, and we're waiting on the national capital fireworks. So yeah, this is pretty cool. Not as like specific as a downburst, a similar concept, but not quite as a downburst can sometimes be like a localized area. The bow echo is more along the entire leading edge, but a similar concept, how the wind gets directed towards the ground, and then as it hits the ground, it spreads out and surges out towards the east. So it pulls that bow out ahead. Yeah, those winds surging out are pulling the bow ahead. So that's why you get the precip kind of matching that bow shape with it, that's bulge out. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we saw the downburst. I thought you were asking if it's a downburst. But yeah, similar concept. Yeah, we saw the downburst on the radar. We've seen actually quite a bit tonight. No CC drops. That might be a good thing. We haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes. I don't know if we've had any tonight. So there was the one suspicious for like a radar scan near southwest of Oklahoma City for a minute there. Hopefully they get these fireworks going soon because there's actually more storms that have popped up outside of Washington, D.C. They're not severe. Yeah, they're not severe, but there's some lightning in them. And yeah, and at least some showers. So starting to build to the west of Washington, D.C. I assume we're going to get going in the next couple minutes. Happy 4th of July, Kenai Rose. Yeah, happy 4th of July, everybody. Thanks for joining us here on WeatherCast Live. There has been a little uptick in some of the severe weather across extreme western Virginia, also into Johnson City in Tennessee. A couple different severe warnings. 60, and I don't think there's much small hail in there. Maybe this lead cell near Marion, Virginia may have a little bit of hail in it, but for the most part, just 60-mile-an-hour winds. And these storms have kind of broken up a little bit. There's kind of 3 distinct clusters now, which is interesting. There's the cluster that's developed over Oklahoma City and kind of held back in here. A new warning there for Seminole. There's the lead of that bow echo that's kind of fallen apart a little bit, but the lead of that is still pretty strong. McAllister approaching Van Buren and Fort Smith, Arkansas. And then it breaks up a little bit. But on the northern portions of this has kind of moved towards the east and also just added some storms. But Greenfield, Missouri, down to areas just north of Bentonville, there's kind of another cluster there. That's moving a little more easterly, but heads up there around Springfield, Ozark, Branson, Berryville, Holiday Island, some pretty popular tourist areas along the lakes out here. Yeah, severe warnings there. Purdy to Monette to Aurora, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 60. There's a little bit of hail in that storm, it says. Not sure there is, but oh, I do love that smell. It probably does outside our place too, because I can see the smoke in the air from all the fireworks. Little pocket of wind down there near Purdy and Butterfield and Cassville. Another area there near Freistadt. I don't see a lot of hail in this storm system, but there may have been briefly, but I don't think it has ping pong ball size hail now. Yeah, especially with the amount of heat energy that we've had. Was it like 2 weeks ago was the longest day of the year, and early July sun heats up quite a bit of the Earth, so you get a lot of really pretty much peak heating for the U.S. and the northern hemisphere. So you get, I think, a lot of heat content that builds up over land during the afternoon. And with the heat dome that we've had, there's just been a ton of instability, a ton of storm fuel. So that's why we've had quite a bit of energy for these storms to release. And yeah, it's pretty normal, especially up north, like this corridor in the Dakotas, into Minnesota, Wisconsin, the Great Lakes. Pretty typical this time of year. You get the bow echoes and you get derecho season. You get actually some pretty intense bow echoes through here, and those usually have damaging to destructive winds. But yeah, it's because the jet stream kind of gets steered up there. Whoops, moving around a little too much. But yeah, your jet stream generally the last week or so has been like this. High pressure here, low pressure here. Low pressure some little pieces of energy break away and kind of ride the jet stream. And as they ride the jet stream, they tap some of this Gulf moisture that's pulled up. And yeah, so you get a pretty good parade of storm systems that aren't like crazy widespread. Like we're not seeing like the whole tornado outbreak across the whole Missouri Valley, but you'll get these little complexes, and they just kind of ride the ridge, and they develop on the high plains, storms on the high plains and stuff. Pretty common this time of year. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think Stones was saying, Cruz, is like everything is smoky outside. People are really lighting up all their fireworks. It sounds like my neighbors saved 250 years of fireworks. They're still going, and they started when it was light outside. Let's see. Have we got? No, we still don't have the KTLX radar, so we're still a little bit blind in these storms. But Seminole, Tecumseh, Johnson, down through Elmore City, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat continues there. Still got the party on the highway going on in Virginia. People are now blocking, it looks like, multiple lanes of the highway, just camped out literally on the highway. And then you might as well camp out on the eastbound lanes because that traffic is not going anywhere. Just want to make sure we get the best shot of this as we can. Wow, traffic is still jammed up. Sounds like while fireworks are going off, I have one neighbor that's now playing the guitar outside, so that's interesting. Yeah, people are just like parked and standing in the highway to watch these fireworks. So we'll see. They should go off here in the next couple minutes. Yeah, I think he's out on his like porch or patio, and then there's fireworks going off in the background. It's actually kind of nuts.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
This is a Fort Smith area, so I do want to take a look at this camera too. You can see the lightning growing on this end. Also, you can see a little bit of the shelf cloud look just on the leading edge of that. This had a really impressive shelf cloud earlier as it was going through the Tulsa area. But severe warning storms continue. Looks like leading edge is just about into Fort Smith. Most of the strongest storms looks like Fort Smith and to the west, out towards Spiro, and then back into McCurtain, southeast parts of Oklahoma now, Wilburton, Red Oak, down towards Colgate and Atoka. Severe warning storm continues there. This is going to get down to the Red River, it looks like, and potentially even somewhat into the Arklatex for at least some of the remnants of that. And then, yeah, strong storms pushing through Lindsay, Maysville, Wayne, Byers, Winnett, up towards Shawnee and Tecumseh. These storms are upscaling a little bit into southwest Missouri. There's a little pocket in here, some 60-plus mile-an-hour winds near Butterfield. Another pocket also showing up near Frystad, Missouri. That's just south of Mount Vernon. And they have dropped that larger hail threat, it looks like, except this one storm still being warned for some larger hail. I don't think there's much hail in there. Yeah, not much hail showing up in that storm. Maybe a little bit near Monette and Frystad, but I don't think there's a lot of hail in there. These are starting to push towards the east. That's Barry and Lawrence counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, moving east at 30. Interestingly, the clusters of storms out here have not moved and progressed that fast. Sometimes we see those MCSs really work ahead fairly fast. Let's see, 30 puts it towards Springfield in about 35 minutes. Branson, 38 minutes or so. And then I do want to go down and look at that other cluster of storms again. Grady, Stevens, Cleveland, and McLean counties in central Oklahoma. That is still moving southeast at 30. And timing some of that out again a little bit. It's right through the Pauls Valley area now, then around Kanawha, Maud, Seminole, to just south of Prague. South and east at 30, puts it into Sulphur, still about 31 minutes. Wynnewood, 12, Pauls Valley now, Ada, Oklahoma, 21, and Holdenville. You guys may get more storms back towards Holdenville, 37 minutes. Sounds good, crews. Have a good night. Yeah, they've trimmed the warning. I mentioned earlier that the strongest storms were south of Fort Smith. They have trimmed that warning off the northern side. So that checks out. Let's slide ours down then. Some of the fireworks seem to be calming down just a little bit. That would be nice. Our other severe thunderstorm watch expires in the next minute. So that's starting to calm down as well. Yeah, we've seen the storms pretty much fall apart across portions of Nebraska. Still some storms across the southern portions of Minnesota, about to cross into northern Iowa. Also riding down the Mississippi River into western Wisconsin. Not a lot of severe activity there, but maybe an isolated gusty wind. Some storms pushing through the Cincinnati area, rising sun down to areas north of Louisville. Indianapolis and Indiana are clearing out. You guys lucked out. Some of the strongest storms went across the northwest portion of the state, but some areas that have been hit hard, especially in June, across southern Indiana and the Ohio Valley, was a little calmer today. And yeah, models do an okay job showing these convective systems, but it's sometimes hard to figure out if the convective system is going to be, developing, where exactly that convective system is going to be developing. Today, it developed here. Some of the model data the other day looked like it was going to go be here. Instead, it kind of went like that. So, yeah, it can be really hard to really pinpoint where some of these severe storms are occurring. This complex of storms, severe warned into northeast portions of Tennessee, extreme southwest portions of Virginia, all kind of being warned for gusts to 60 and some small hail. The bigger threat is they aren't moving that much, so there's been more flash flood warnings across these areas. This is another area I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more flash flood warnings issued, and then a couple isolated storms also in central Kentucky. Things calming down across the East Coast for the pretty much. Still seeing a that watch should expire in the next little while, in about an hour. But I think most of the severe storms are out of that watch area. A couple feistier storms just south of Long Island. Those may scrape the shoreline. And then areas out towards Nantucket, they did not issue a severe warning, but oh, there goes the fireworks. Let's see. Why is that camera still in night mode? There it goes. It's in the light mode now. Let's see. Let me do. Happy 4th of July, everybody, from WeatherCast Live. We're really happy our message is reaching quite a bit more people now in 2026 than it was just a couple years ago. So very happy for the growth of our channel, and yeah, definitely want to continue that. But I appreciate all our support. If you're new here, like and subscribe. That's the easiest way, and it's free to support the channel. Helps send out our life-saving weather information, and helps reach more people with science-based weather communications. That's basically the focus here. I try to be no hype. Try to keep it, fairly consistent, and also fairly focused on the weather. We don't have any crazy gimmicks or bots or things. It's fairly focused on the weather. I try and keep the real estate in general pretty large for the radar. When I first started the channel, that was one of the things that I started to get a little frustrated with a couple streamers that I watched. It seemed like that the space for actual radar started to kind of shrink, and that's been a problem not just in streaming weather digitally on YouTube, but that's been a problem also in the media a little bit, especially the national weather stations in the US. That seems like a lot less radar than there used to be. So yeah, I wanted to have a focus more on that, more on the science-based weather communications. I'm someone that studied pretty extensively and took a lot to heart for warning theory. So I understand warning theory and hyping things and false hype and stuff like that. I think is really important. It can really devalue the severe warnings, but I'm not afraid to also tell it like it is. And if something needs a warning, I will let you know. And not afraid to sometimes call out the National Weather Service office if they're missing something. But yeah, appreciate all our growth. A couple different angles there of the fireworks. The one camera's a little sketchy, but it's a better view. So I got that kind of pulled up on the above me, and then I have the better view, or the better camera but less of a view, pulled up on the big screen. Good time for the fireworks because we're starting to lose some of the higher end severe warnings. In fact, they've dropped a lot of the warnings into southeast Oklahoma. So areas between Atoka and Havener, Oklahoma, not quite as severe storms. There may be some isolated gusty winds in here. I wouldn't be surprised if after the warnings expire, if they maybe just let those. Yeah, they expire in 10 minutes in the Fort Smith area, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just let those warnings drop. One camera's a little sketchy. Very quickly, things have calmed down fairly quickly into the Norman area. You can see just wet roads. And yeah, the power stayed on, so that's good. Couple new reports there. Power lines and large tree limbs down in Norman. Down power lines also there in North Norman. Norman recorded a 68 mile an hour gust. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more, though, because the airport got 75. I think somewhere down in here, Noble, Slaughterville may have gotten more than that. Couple new storm reports. Neosho, 3-inch trees broken, or tree limbs. Pryor Creek gusted to 68 a little while ago. And still seeing considerable threat in here. Maysville, Elmore City, Foster, Oklahoma. That continues to push towards the south-southeast. So Wynnewood, you guys are up next. And then areas like Tatum's over towards Hickory and Sulphur in Oklahoma. How's it going tonight, Daniel? Yeah, we can take a look. No severe warnings right now in the Atlanta area. It was earlier. We were looking at those storms a long time ago. Looks like some new storms have kind of gone up in that area, probably along the outflow boundary from those earlier storms. But yeah, storms are they're quickly fading across northern sides of Atlanta. Still some lightning, especially northeast portions of Atlanta, but the lightning has come down significantly. Yeah, just at 11 o'clock, it was about 600 lightning strikes. Just in the last, oh, it's gone up. Sorry, I was looking at it backwards. Yeah, storms are actually increasing. Earlier, there was about 100 lightning strikes. There's now 600. So yeah, it's working slightly to the north and east. I don't know. It's getting late. I was doing it backwards. But yeah, storms are going up on the outflow boundaries. They are generally lifting to the north and east, so away from Atlanta. But it has gotten loud there. 700 lightning strikes. It just updated to almost 800. So that could be we'll see. It could be a borderline strong to severe storm if it continues. Look at that. That is a shot right there. There's the Atlanta storm. Yeah. North sides of Atlanta and then northeast sides. Right now, I don't see a lot of hail in there. It's mostly just gusty winds. Happy 250th birthday, America. Look at that. I don't think they will tonight. The Washington D.C. Metro is pretty effective, so and they'll be in like extra special operations mode. Like special event mode, so they'll have extra trains, extra transportation, probably a lot of extra security, like transportation police and stuff. Hey, Storm Team, how are you doing tonight? Washington, D.C. is just squeaking this in because there are a couple showers and storms that have also gone up southwest of D.C. We'll see if this starts to push into the D.C. area around Lorton and Woodlawn. We had the question earlier. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but we had the question earlier if GOES will pick up on the on this. I don't think it will. Yeah, I think even the big fireworks are too small for the GOES satellite, at least on what we're seeing at our resolution. One new warning there. This is for areas south of Roswell, New Mexico, Artesia, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's been a couple severe warnings in eastern New Mexico today. Eddy County, New Mexico, 60-mile-an-hour winds and some quarter-size hail drifting to the south and east, about 25 miles an hour. Yeah, you can see all the smoke hanging in the air. That is causing a little bit of a view issue there. Severe windstorms also now pushing as a cluster of storms into portions of the Springfield metro, Springfield and Branson out in southwest Missouri. Seeing some pockets in here, 55 plus. There's another pocket down here near Purdy that has had some punchy winds with it. That'll generally head towards the Branson area. But that storm complex kind of started as a multi-cell cluster. It's organized a little bit more. Not quite a bow echo yet, as we talked about earlier, but starting to see a little bit of a shape with this bow feature. If that can surge out a little more, then we may have a really textbook bow echo. Sometimes you can get a little spin on the north side of that, where this is surging out, and then there's a little bit of a weakness where this can have some inflow. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't see anything crazy in there right now, but this is surging out, and we'll see if this weakness develops in there. That would create a little broader area of spin. Oh, that's awesome, TF guy. Yeah, we've seen some lightning and fireworks, not the real show, but we've seen some lightning and fireworks. I haven't seen like the really big bolts though. Look how smoky this camera has gotten. And that would explain why it's so smoky. That's kind of what I was expecting. There's a temperature inversion really close to the surface. There's a very shallow temperature inversion. Also, the lifting condensation level, the cloud base is still very low. So yeah, the air wants to rise, but it can't. There's a little warm nose just above the surface. Looks like less than a kilometer above the surface. So that little warm nose is basically trapping all of the smoke down at the lower levels, close to the Potomac and the river valley. So yeah, that would explain when you get temperature inversions like that, why there's a ton of smoke in there. Also, it looks like right now very light winds at the low levels. So yeah. Light winds and a temperature inversion that traps the smoke along the surface, and that's what you're going to get. I don't know why some of those cameras are so buggy right now, but at least we have the good camera. Monroeville. Sure. Oh, that has gone up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, it's also just sitting there. Could be a localized flash flood issue. Beatrice, Monroeville. Yeah, right in there. Flash flooding, potentially. Let's see. Where's the best radar? Mobile, maybe? Yeah, a little complex of storms just kind of going up there near Monroeville along Alabama Highway 21, just kind of sitting there. Look and see also how much we've had for rainfall in that area. Yeah, there's pockets in here of a couple inches of rain. I guess the one good situation is this area is used to some rain, but if it comes down all in the last hour or so, that could be a little bit of an issue. Not severe, just kind of a general thunderstorm. There may be a boundary in here from earlier that it's kind of sitting on. In general, most of the storms are decreasing in intensity. There is now a storm also over Lake Pontchartrain, it looks like, moving out towards the I-10 bridge. But yeah, that one is a little bit of an exception to some of those downtrending storms across the southeast. Still seeing a surge of wind in there, approaching the Springfield area, riding along Highway 44. It is a holiday weekend, so hopefully not as big of freight travel, but usually a pretty heavily traveled interstate. They have dropped those warnings around the Fort Smith area. Those storms are continuing to weaken as they move into southeast Oklahoma. And then we still have the strong storm near Atoka with 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Strongest storms, I think, in Oklahoma still are the considerable threat cluster of storms around Velma up to Elmore City, Wynnewood, Pauls Valley, Stratford, and all the way arcing up towards Seminole. They've left a number of high wind reports across the Oklahoma City area, some hail as well. And yeah, I figured we'd get more wind reports in here. And I also figured that 68 was low. We did get a confirmed 92-mile-an-hour wind gust from the weather station there in Norman, Oklahoma. That checks out. That's very much what we were seeing. Medium-sized tree down, 1-inch hail, large tree down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more tree and power line damage there. But yeah, 92 miles an hour. Let's see. Let's go back. I mean, that checks out a ton in here. There's 92 mile an hour right there that just came across that weather report. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if there's 90-mile-an-hour gusts in here because some of this is about 200 feet up. We were seeing winds in the mid to upper 90s. And yeah, that low to the ground, you know it's translating to the ground level. So yeah, 92-mile-an-hour gusts there in Norman. Let's see, Sherman, Texas. Isn't that's pretty close to the Red River, right? Yeah, there it is, Sherman, Texas. No watch yet. I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually add a severe thunderstorm watch to that area. Based on the model data, this model has them weakening, but they could be in there by about 2 a.m. if they are still in there. Roughly kind of along that line towards the Red River by about 2 a.m. That model has them weakening. This one generally has it weakening earlier, but also still about 2 a.m. But it looks like it's a fairly rapid weakening between 1 and 2 a.m. because 1 a.m. still has a pretty strong cluster of storms. And by 2 a.m. fading fast. You may also get more storms in Sherman, Texas tomorrow afternoon. The Red River Valley is a little bit of a focal point. We may get some more severe storms tomorrow. Mostly wind and hail, if there are any severe storms. But yeah, 2 a.m. roughly in there for Sherman, Texas. Wow, look how smoky it is. Yeah, look at the bridge. Really smoky on the bridge there, too. It's especially smoky. This is a massively long fireworks show, too, for the 4th of July and America 250. Couple lightning bolts also showing just outside of the DC area. Probably, within about 10 miles of the National Mall out near Fort Hunt and Fort Washington. That cluster of storms luckily is moving more easterly, so not an immediate threat towards the DC area. There's a couple more showers that may work its way in from the southwest. But yeah, the strongest storms, not severe, but any storms are a problem when you have people outside. The strongest storms of lightning are south of DC by about 10 miles. Willis, Texas? Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, you're way down there. Willis, Texas? Is that the right one? North of Houston? Not out of the cluster that's going on right now, but let me look and see what tomorrow looks like. There is a potential, not a super high end chance, but there is a potential that some of this sinks towards the Gulf Coast by tomorrow evening. This model particularly says about 9 p.m. That could change. This is only one model run, and this model run is a couple hours old, but yeah, tomorrow afternoon, if anything gets firing along the Red River and continues to sink towards the south, that's where you might have a chance at some storms, some strong to severe storms, potentially tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening. Yeah, that makes sense. The Storm Prediction Center has a marginal risk level 1 out of 5, basically from the Red River to areas like Waco. And then it does dip a little bit closer to the Gulf Coast across southeast Texas. I wouldn't be surprised if the models continue to show that, if they dip it down just a little further south. But yeah, not a super high end risk for tomorrow for storm or for severe storms, but you may get storms into that area by tomorrow evening. Yeah, things calm down the next couple days. Monday looks like our most quiet day, probably since the last week, I think. Tomorrow, also a slight risk level 2 out of 5 across the East Coast, the Mid Atlantic again. I wouldn't be surprised if they bump this a little bit further north based on some of the model data we saw earlier. Right now, the Storm Prediction Center does not highlight a tornado risk for tomorrow. This is the wind risk centered in the Mid Atlantic again. And then the hail risk. Some hail potentially up in the Dakotas as too. A little bit of hail risk there. So mostly a wind risk tomorrow, as well as extending into Texas. This fireworks show is still going. You're getting your money's worth here on WeatherCast Live. Like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. We'll add fireworks to our streaming list, I guess. A pocket of wind in here, approaching the Springfield, Missouri area around Halltown, Billings, and has reduced a little bit this area that came out of the Purdy Purdy area in southwest Missouri earlier. Some strong storms also out by the lake in Branson, Emerald Beach, Eagle Rock, Holiday Island, getting some feistier storms. Hopefully everybody's off the lake. Normally, I mean, most people would be by this time of night, but especially if there are fireworks and stuff, you don't know, boats are hanging around the water into the evening. And still seeing considerable threat pushing through Wynnewood, Roth, Davis, Velma, Tatum's, Sulphur, then arcing up towards Seminole, Holdenville, Allen, and Bing. The other storms continue to weaken on this leading edge, but Stringtown and Atoka still have a feisty storm over you guys. Outflow dominant storms continue to weaken as they push into eastern Oklahoma and extreme western Arkansas, south of the Fort Smith area. Yeah, this is the Fort Smith area, and the roads are pretty much dry even at this location. This might be the finale. So it appears like this is looking to the east northeast. It appears like the wind then is blowing just slightly from the south, because we're seeing the winds clear right above the fireworks, or right where the fireworks are shooting off, and you can see it's blowing from the right to the left. So that checks out. Just a very slight breeze. Yeah, there's storms just south of DC, roughly about 8 to 10 miles south of DC. And yeah, some other showers just west of town. These storms are not storms, but showers are just about 4.5 miles to the west of downtown DC. And then the other storms are down towards National Harbor, about 7 miles. It's like the closest lightning shows up about 10 miles south of DC. That one camera's finally stopped glitching a little bit. That's a pretty cool view. Got a couple different views of the fireworks. But yeah, a lot of smoke hanging in the air. With the temperature inversion, it's trapping the smoke really close to the river valley. And DC is right on the fall line, so south and east of DC, it's not as much of a river valley, but just north of DC, it actually, the hills kind of rise up, so it is a little bit more of a valley that traps some of the smoke. Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised. I think we might get a few days that where we don't stream, which is, I love streaming and doing this, and we've been live, I don't know how many hours, 7.5 hours. I love streaming and doing the severe weather coverage for you guys. I am a little bit happy. It looks like we might get a couple days where we don't stream this week, which is good because I get to get caught up on some other stuff, some other projects and stuff outside of the channel that need to get caught up on. So, and spend a little more time with family. It's been a little bit long time in the studio. Is that it? That might be it. Nope, nope. This is probably the finale. Thank you, Ken I. Rose. Yes, try to be. That's the big focus here, is the science-based weather communication. there's some really reputable other streamers that do also focus on some science-based and no hype communications, but overall, it's lacking in the digital weather space right now. So hopefully we can be a breath of fresh air. A couple storms still kind of refiring around Yates Center. Yeah, they're just kind of hanging on those outflow boundaries. Any storm that does that, like that storm just south of Yates Center, or the one that we looked at a few minutes ago around the Monroeville area, that's just kind of sitting there along an outflow boundary, can be a localized pocket of flash flooding potential. Just especially if you get a heavy rain shower with a couple inches an hour rainfall rates. The other area that's potential for that is this area outside of Atlanta, north of Atlanta. These storms are very slowly kind of drifting to the north and east. Not severe, not a lot of hail in them or anything. It's just a decent amount of lightning. Almost 1,000 lightning strikes between Sandy Springs, Brookhaven, up towards Norcross, Peachtree Corners, and then up towards Lawrenceville. Yeah, that air quality is going to probably be not great. They are still shooting off fireworks around our house. Pretty funny. Fireworks have been going off since, I don't know, like 5 or 6 o'clock.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
There's probably one of those flash flood warnings to those random storms. All right, let's see. Oh, it's still pretty hot, but let's see. Yeah, it's probably not going to be great. Not great air quality. Looks like DC doesn't really might have a chance at getting out of the and DC probably doesn't get out of the 70s tonight. So it stays in the low to mid 70s for a low temperature. Then as soon as sunlight comes up, it starts heating up again tomorrow. Back up close to 100 before the storms roll in. And this is just that's just the air temperature. The heat indices would be a little bit hotter than that. Earlier when I was setting up the stream, it was really hot in DC. I think it was like 100, 104 with a heat index, and the road temperatures on the maps. The Virginia 511 has the road temperatures. There were some road temperatures that were well above 120. Yeah, I mean, making money is fun and important. It is important to have some money too, but yeah, some of them have maybe gone a little bit too commercialized, and at least maybe kind of lost their original why they originally started. Okay, got it. Yeah, I think the cord came loose. Sorry about that. What was I saying? Oh, there's a long fireworks show is what I was saying, but DC missed out on some of the strongest storms. So DC itself gusted to 50 at Reagan National, and then in the 30s and 40s, I think it gusted across the Washington DC metro. So yeah, that somehow got bumped and unplugged for a second. I hope it wasn't unplugged for too long. I don't think it was. A couple other storms also going up in Virginia. It may have been unplugged when I was looking at this storm. This complex is still severe, still considerable threat. No, sorry about that. I need to rewire the mic. The mic is good. The wire kind of goes out for the cable, and I think it gets caught on the boom, and I need to re-stretch it so it doesn't get caught, and it must have got caught and pulled. I'll do that maybe on one of these days off if we don't stream the next couple days. But yeah, Sulphur, Davis, Hickory, Ada, up towards Holdenville, still a severe warning storm there. Oh, and then I think if I was muted back then, flash flood warnings continue. Oklahoma City down to Norman and Purcell until 1:30. Yeah, it looks like another hot and humid day across the south. More storms tomorrow. You guys even have a couple storms in the Nashville area, south of Nashville right now. It's one of those nights where it's so hot and humid, and there's some outflow boundaries from earlier weather that, yeah, you can get some random storms through the night. That area around Atlanta is also another area that has some outflow boundaries from earlier. Storms kind of refired along there. How long is this fireworks show been going? I thought it was almost over when it got smoky. Roughly about 40 minutes. Wow. Okay. I just scrolled back on my own stream, and yeah, roughly about 40 minutes. Oh, there comes the rain on the camera. I think it just wrapped up. Just in time for the heavy rain to move in. Yeah, look how smoky it looks here. The highway is still completely jammed. But yeah, it is starting to rain now. Yes, it looks like the fireworks show is done. And these people did just have to catch the fireworks show on the bridge, which actually is a pretty cool look. But I'm sure that's not where they want it to be. Oh, is there more? Is that just a private one? It's still going, is it? Maybe that was a private one. I think it's over. That's a good long show. I mean, I went to a firework show yesterday and it was about 20, 25 minutes. And that was a pretty good, it was a pretty good loaded up show. So I figured, yeah, 40, 45 minutes, that's a really good fireworks show. These are going to be a little bit of an issue. These are going to get into some pretty poor radar coverage, especially since right now we don't have the Oklahoma City radar. The National Weather Service does have access. There is a private weather radar in Durant, Oklahoma. The National Weather Service out of Norman does have access to that. So for warnings and to check these storms, they do have a little bit of a closer radar, but we don't. We'll have to get radar eventually out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area for this storm complex. So, bit of a radar hole. It's made worse with the Oklahoma City radar. But yeah, storms have generally weakened across the Oklahoma, southeast Oklahoma. They've canceled that warning around Antlers and Atoka. We'll see what they do here. These warnings expire in 2 minutes and 17 minutes. They've also dropped the considerable threat out of that storm. We'll see if they drop the considerable threat for that complex too. Okay. Easier way to do that, but all right, just slide that back in. That should work. Cool. Here's the newest warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds. So they have dropped that considerable threat from Sulphur to Springer, south of Roth and Stonewall. Storms continue to generally weaken as they approach the Red River Valley, Ardmore, Medill, Tishomingo, eventually Caddo and Durant will get on these storms. Models had them weakening fairly quickly as they got into areas like Sherman and the Red River Valley, but I don't know. I think they might be a little bit slower to weaken. There's a lot of still a lot of instability out in the Red River Valley, so you may get a little bit more storms than the model data showed. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, the 24-hour sun. That does make sense. They've extended some other storms through Ozark. It looks like Highlandville, Branson is also in here. Looks like the wind profile has come down on those storms as well as they approach the Springfield area. So generally weakening storms across the U.S. There's the other warning that's north of Bristol in western Virginia. Storms have also left this watch area for the most part. There are still some storms out towards Nantucket that could still be a little bit feisty, but they've pushed through Nantucket now. So yeah, storms are leaving pretty much the watch area. Expires at midnight in 15 minutes. They will let that expire. There's no more severe storms back to the west of those. And then a couple storms still in northern Virginia, kind of on a line outflow boundary from earlier. As you're headed home from the fireworks, it's going to be a little bit rainy. There's some lightning actually now into areas like Alexandria, so they wrap up that show just in time before things get a little bit ugly across the DC area again. Yeah, not severe storms, but just for people outside, you want to be inside with the lightning, because lightning can be deadly, whether it's a severe storm or not. Traffic starting to move out of town again, but you can see the rain there coming down on the camera. And yeah, traffic is just barely starting to move eastbound again. But yeah, look at all the smoke and the rain now making it worse. That's going to trap all that down at the lower levels. I think with storms fading in the central U.S., still also a couple storms not severe, but across northern Iowa tonight. Yeah, I think with storms wrapping up, I think we'll wrap it up here. and call it a night. Thanks everyone for an amazing 4th of July. It was nice spending time with all of you, and also covering some pretty significant weather we've had today. There's the remaining part of the SPC outlook. Slight risk basically on the East Coast is done. The storms right now are moving out of the enhanced risk, and it looks like that area did verify the enhanced risk. The East Coast enhanced maybe didn't quite as verify as much, but storms should continue weakening into the overnight hours. Tomorrow, marginal risk, level 1 out of 5, eastern New Mexico across northern portions of Texas, dipping down towards the Gulf Coast in Louisiana, and then back up through the Appalachians. Slight risk tomorrow. It could go enhanced if they bump up the wind probabilities again like today. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if they expand this a little bit and just bump it up a little further towards the north. Just kind of expand that whole thing. But anyway, tomorrow, more localized to the northeast. I'll see about live stream, but I may have just a ton of stuff to do outside of the channel. So if things aren't too severe, I might not stream tomorrow. But I guess TBD on that one for sure. And then day 3 looks like a quiet day. Marginal risk level 1 out of 5 for the Dakotas, northern Minnesota, and then also a little bit into the mid-Atlantic again. But yeah, Monday should be one of the more quiet days we've had in over a week. Yeah, I appreciate you guys too. You guys have been awesome. Have a great rest of your 4th of July holiday weekend, and we'll see you on the next one. Good night, everybody.